signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary.
Members, Mr John Blair has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful to you, the House and colleagues on the Business Committee for providing time in a busy schedule to allow me to present this petition today. The petition, which received 10,529 signatures, opposes a badger cull as part of a bovine tuberculosis eradication strategy in Northern Ireland. In recent years, badger culls have been implemented in other jurisdictions on these islands, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of healthy badgers. These culls have been highly contentious and divisive, both publicly and politically, and have in fact had minimal impact on the prevalence of bovine TB in these countries. I am therefore disappointed, Mr Speaker, that more ethical alternatives such as badger vaccination and test, vaccinate or remove approaches have not been proposed in the Department's strategy. This is especially relevant considering that over a 5-year period, a test, vaccinate or remove approach was carried out by DAERA in trials and was shown to be effective in eradicating the disease. It is also frustrating, Mr Speaker, that fuller discussion on the consultation options, along with a conversation on that which was not included, was restricted by the fact that the Department brought the consultation to the DAERA Committee one day before the Assembly recess, leaving no opportunity for the Committee to further consider until after the consultation time had closed. I welcome the public backing for the Stop the Badger Cull petition. The huge response shows the strength of feeling on this issue. The suggestion of needless slaughter of healthy badgers is contrary to public opinion, and this petition is clear evidence of that. Finally, Mr Speaker, I want to extend my thanks to the USPCA, Ulster Wildlife and the Northern Ireland Badger Group who joined forces to launch this petition. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And the member knows that normally I would invite him to bring his petition to the table and present it here. However, in light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain in his place and make arrangements to have the petition submitted electronically to the Speaker's office. I do thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly, and once received I will forward the petition to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs and send a copy also to the committee. I will thank the member. Okay, members. The next item on the revised order paper is the second stage of the Adoption and Children Bill, and I call the Minister of Health.
I beg to move the second stage of the Adoption and Children Bill be agreed.
Second stage of the Adoption and Children Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate, and I call on the Minister of Health to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I am delighted to finally be opening the debate in the Assembly on the Adoption and Children Bill. The bill represents the first overhaul of adoption legislation in almost 35 years and has been long awaited by all who are involved in the adoption process. Likewise, the Children's Northern Ireland Order 1995, the key body of legislation for children's social care, is now more than 25 years old. There have been many challenges and delay in bringing this bill forward, and I believe that we now have an opportunity to make a real difference, not only for children who are adopted in Northern Ireland and those connected with adoption, but also the 3,571 children in care, children on the age of care and care leavers. Unlike 35 years ago, the vast majority of children who are adopted today are adopted from care. Also, our care population has grown over that time, a 30% increase in 10 years and significantly a 6% increase over the course of the pandemic, demonstrating the very strong connection between trauma and the impact of trauma on children being taken into care. Every effort is made to keep families together, and over the last 5 years in particular we have been investing more in earlier interventions to try to make that possible. However, it is sadly not possible for some children and young people. They are taken into care to protect them from significant harm, and when they are, trusts will make every effort to find a permanent home for them. For around 90 children per year, the route to a permanent home is through adoption. The decision to recommend adoption for any child is hugely significant, and for that reason alone it is crucial that we have a robust legislative framework around it. Likewise, the decision to take a child into care in the first place is an onerous one for the social workers and their managers, who have to make care decisions on a daily basis. And again, our expectations of them when those decisions are being made and subsequently must be clearly set out in law. The Adoption and Children Bill will strengthen the current legislative framework around adoption and care. And in relation to adoption, it introduces greater safeguards and mandates much needed support. In relation to care, it will enable additional support to be provided to children on the age of care, will keep children with a disability who need regular short breaks out of care, will provide greater support to children in care, and will enable some children to leave care and increase support for care leavers. Mr. Speaker, this bill has been a long time in development, and this was due to a number of factors. That included legal challenges concerning the eligibility to apply to adopt criteria, the absence of a functioning assembly for 3 years, and more recently the reprioritising of work arising from the pandemic. But in developing the bill, my officials considered legislative developments relating to adoption and children in other jurisdictions of the United Kingdom. Members will find that the bill will introduce measures similar to those in place in England and Wales since 2005 and in Scotland since 2007. But we have also sought to deliver legislation which addresses the need of children and young people in Northern Ireland and a number of challenges specific to Northern Ireland. As many of you are aware, I published a strategy for looked after children in February this year. This strategy aims to improve the well-being of children and young people who are already in care, who are at risk of entering care, and those children and young people who have left care. This bill will give legislative effect to the aims and objectives of the strategy and many of the commitments made under it. All of the provisions in the bill have been subject to 2 public consultations, one in 2006 and one in 2017, and extensive stakeholder engagement. Respondents to both consultations included key stakeholders from the statutory and voluntary sectors, as well as care-experienced children and young people. Respondents to both consultations indicated overwhelming support for the bill or the policy underpinning it. And I wish to thank those who took the time to respond to the consultations or who attended any of the consultation events. As the scrutiny process begins, the Assembly can have confidence that this bill has had the benefit of extensive stakeholder engagement and input by the various stakeholder groups that met on many occasions to consider policy proposals. Mr. Speaker, this bill is substantial, with 160 clauses and 5 schedules, so I beg the members' indulgence while I take them through the main thrust of this bill. It is a bill of 3 distinct parts. Part 1 updates, strengthens and consolidates the law governing adoption in Northern Ireland. Part 2 makes amendments to the Children Order to extend and strengthen provision with the aim of enhancing services and improving outcomes for children and families in need, looked after children and care leavers. And Part 3 contains the miscellaneous and supplementary provision. Mr. Speaker, what this bill will do in terms of adoption, as is in the case with the Children's Order, the bill puts the welfare of the child front and centre of adoption decision-making by courts and adoption agencies. It introduces a welfare checklist, a list of things that must be considered when deciding whether adoption is in the best interests of the child. Among other things, the list prompts decision-makers to consider the value of a stable and harmonious family to a child, what the child wants and feels, and his or her particular needs. Importantly, welfare in connection with adoption means lifelong welfare, because adoption is a lifelong commitment. The unnecessary delay within the adoption process is currently an issue and has been an issue for some time. Despite my department setting targets in terms of timescales for adoption, existing processes can be slow. The average age of children adopted is 4 years and 2 months. William.
Minister, for taking an intervention and for coming to the House today. I wonder would the Minister agree with me, given what you've just outlined about delays, is there an opportunity in this bill to bring forward an amendment that will deal with what we are actually seeing the launch of today is around the mother and baby homes, in order to ensure that those who were children and are now adults and deeply traumatised have access to their own information? We need to ensure that those adults that have been left with a legacy of not knowing where they came from, or even the very basic around their own health history, I think that it's important that we ensure that's addressed. Is there potentially a possibility of bringing forward an amendment to this bill in relation to that, Minister?
No, and I thank the member for what is a very sensitive point, especially today when we take the consideration of the publication of the report, but also where we are in the second stage of this bill. In regards to the provisions of information, there are parts of this bill which will cover that, but if the member or her party feels they need strengthened in any sort of way, I would look to her to bring through the Health Committee amendments in that process as well, but just also to caution that she does look to what's already in the bill to make sure there may be added provision in there for what she's actually asking for what is a very serious point in time in regards to those people who have been through what was a very traumatic process, and that report will publish later today. As I said, the overall average time in regards to where the delays have been in actually seeing children adopted in Northern Ireland, the average age of children adopted is 4 years and 2 months, although the latest published statistics show that this is beginning to fall. Overall, the average time taken to adopt a looked-after child is slightly more than 3 years, which is such a long time for a young child, without compromising the safety or well-being of any child and ensuring that we are at all times acting in their best interests. We need to tackle unnecessary drift or delay. The bill will do this by introducing a statutory principle of no delay in adoption decision making and requires courts to draw up timetables for resolving adoption cases without delay. The current Adoption Regional Information System, referred to as ARIS, is a vital tool in ensuring the timely matching of approved adopters with children waiting to be adopted within trusts and across trusts. The bill will place ARIS on a statutory footing and enables my department to set out in regulation the framework within which it should operate, and that includes the supply, the retention and the disclosure of information. The bill will place a duty on each trust to provide a fit-for-purpose adoption service, one which meets the needs of everyone connected with adoption: the children to be adopted, the adopted children, the adopted adults and their adoptive parents and birth parents or guardians. The service must be effective in terms of assessment, placement and the provision of support services. It will be possible for trusts to engage voluntary adoption agencies registered with RQIA in the provision of adoption services. This will enable them to draw on the extensive expertise in adoption within the registered voluntary sector. An unregistered voluntary organisation may also provide adoption support services on behalf of a trust, and we would specify these in regulations. The bill will also enable some adoption functions and services to be undertaken or delivered on a regional basis by, for example, one trust on behalf of the region. This could have the benefit of greater efficiency, but also greater equity in terms of access to services and consistency in terms of service user experience. Access to effective services will be critical, because we know that adoptive children and their families are likely to have a range of additional needs, not just before adoption, but also afterwards. Good support could be the difference between an adopted child flourishing or his or her adoption breaking down. And it's under this bill. Adoption support will include financial support and access to counselling, advice and information relating to adoption, but importantly, it will be possible for the Department to further specify in regulation other support services that must be provided. When the new legislative framework is in place, it will be possible for any person to request an assessment of needs for adoption support at any time before or after an adoption order has been made. Trusts will be under a duty to undertake such an assessment if requested by a child who is to be adopted, their parents, prospective adopters, adopted adults, their parents and natural parents. In all other cases, the Trust will have the discretion to decide whether to undertake an assessment. Following an assessment, if the Trust decides that support services should be provided, it will be required to prepare a plan and keep it under review. Also, Trusts will have a duty to provide information about the types of adoption support services available in their areas. This should ensure that those interested in adopting and adopters are better informed about adoption support services, their rights and other services that are available to them. This has the potential to increase the number of prospective adopters or make adopters more open to adopting harder-to-place children. The bill also makes provision relating to the process of adoption, from when a trust decides that it considers adoption to be in the child's best interests through to the final adoption order being made. Important process changes will be made, and the aim is to ensure at every step along the way that adoption is the right decision for each and every child. There are two routes to a child being placed for adoption. The adoption agency can secure a placement order from the court, or the child's parent can give consent to their child being placed for adoption. Placement orders are new and will replace freeing orders under current arrangements. Freeing orders have been widely criticised, partly because, once made, parental responsibility for the child transfers completely from the child's parents to the adoption agency. Placement orders will authorise a trust to place a child with any adopters it selects. The trust will not need to go back to court if an initial placement fails. Placement orders will last until an adoption order is made, the child reaches 18, or the order is revoked. The parents will be able to apply to revoke the order, but only if the child has not been placed with prospective adopters and only with the leave of the court. And leave will be given only if the parent's circumstances have changed since the order was made. So unlike freeing orders, when a placement order is made, the parents keep parental responsibility for their child until the final adoption order is made. It will be shared with the adoption agency and may be restricted by the adoption agency. Once the child is placed for adoption, the prospective adopters will also share parental responsibility. Mr. Speaker, a parent can also give consent to their child being placed for adoption, and where this happens, the adoption agency will not need to apply for a placement order. Under this bill, parental consent will replace parental agreement. Under current arrangements, parents give their agreement to the child being adopted, not to being placed for adoption or being adopted. Also, the scope to withdraw an agreement is extremely limited. Under the new provision, the parents may consent to placement with named adopters or with adopters unknown at the time their consent is given. Also, it is expected that the adoption agency will provide ongoing support and counselling to the parents in order to help them come to terms with the eventual adoption of their child. The bill also enables parents to give advice consent to the final adoption order, either at the same time that they give consent to the placement or at any time afterwards. Even though parents may have given consent for their child to be placed for adoption, they can, at any time, until the point that an application for an adoption order has been made, request the return of their child. If an adoption agency remains of the view that the adoption continues to be in the child's best interests, it will have to apply to the court for a placement order. However, once an application for an adoption order has been made, the court's consent is required for the return of the child. Where a parent has consented to placement for adoption, he or she may oppose the final adoption order in the course of proceedings, where only with the leave of the court. And the court may give leave only if there has been a change of circumstances since the parent or parents gave their consent. It is intended that the new system will be fairer to parents, allowing them to continue to have shared responsibility until the making of the adoption order and the opportunity to withdraw consent up to the point at which an adoption order is applied for. It will also minimise the risk of a contested court hearing at the adoption order stage and provide greater certainty for children and prospective adopters by dealing as far as is possible with parental consent before the child has been placed with them. As is the case under current arrangements, a court may dispense with parental consent when making a placement order and also when making an adoption order. However, only two grounds for dispensing with consent will apply, and they are: one, where the court is satisfied that the parent or guardian cannot be found or is incapable of giving consent, or two, that the welfare of the child requires the consent to be dispensed with. Members should note that the emphasis is on the welfare of the child, reinforcing the point that all decisions around adoption should centre on the child. And I think it is also important to mention that it is vital to ensure that any consent by a parent is given freely, unconditionally, and with the full understanding of what it will mean. To ensure that it is, court rules will specify what is required. As is currently the case, it is expected that the giving of consent to adoption will have to be witnessed by a lay magistrate. The bill also sets out the process for applying for an adoption order other than through an adoption agency, and that is a non-agency adoption. The condition for making adoption orders, who is eligible to apply, and the effect of adoption orders. In non-agency adoption applications, the child must have lived with the person for 3 years before an application for an adoption order may be made. Where the person applying is a step-parent or an authority foster parent, a 1-year requirement applies. The current law on who can make an application to adopt has been carried through in the bill. Applications can be made by both single people and couples, and that includes married couples or civil partners or two people living as partners in an enduring family relationship. Applications can be made by men or women, including those in same-sex relationships, and that was addressed by the courts a number of years ago as a result of a judicial review. Eligibility to apply to adopt and suitability to adopt are very different things. Prospective adopters are currently and will continue to be subject to a rigorous assessment process to ensure that only persons capable of providing a loving, safe and secure home are approved to adopt. The welfare of the child will always be the overriding consideration. The matters to be taken into account when determining whether a person is suitable to adopt a child will be set out in regulation. Under the bill, it would be possible for someone whose application to adopt has been turned down to seek an independent review. This is new. There is currently no review mechanism that operates independently of adoption agencies. The establishment of such a mechanism will also support our efforts to build confidence in the adoption approval process and hopefully encourage more people to come forward to adopt. Currently, the arrangements for contact are made informally and generally work well. However, it is anticipated that this practice will continue in the majority of cases. However, it is important to provide effective recourse to the courts where such informal arrangements are not appropriate or are not adhered to. When making a placement order or a final adoption order, the court will be required to consider any contact arrangements which the agency has made or proposes to make. The policy intention here is that there should be no presumption for or against contact, and the welfare of the child will continue to be the paramount consideration of the court. The court will be able to make an order for contact during the period that a child is placed or is waiting to be placed for adoption, and a children's court guardian will be appointed to represent the child's interests in such proceeding. Following the making of the adoption order, the court will also be able to make a further contact order, either requiring an adoptive parent to allow the child to have contact, visit or stay with his or her natural family, or prohibiting contact following adoption. Again, it will depend on what the court considers is in the child's best interest. Access to information for adopted adults. And I wish to move on now to the issue of disclosure of adoption information and access to records, which was the point the member made. All adopted people should have the right to find out about their family history and background when and if they wish to do so. Adopted adults will continue to be able to obtain a copy of their original birth certificate from the General Register's Office. People adopted before the bill is enacted, which I'm going to refer to as pre-commencement adoptions, will continue to request this directly from the GRO. For people adopted after the bill is enacted, referred to as post-commencement adoptions, the adoption agency will be the main gateway for access to this information and not the Registrar General. Any adopted person seeking access to their birth record will be advised that a counselling service is available to them. And if a person was adopted before the 18th of December 1987, the date when the current adoption legislation came into operation, they will have to attend a counselling interview, and that will be available through the adoption agency. And that will be before the Registrar General can provide access to their original birth record. If they are living elsewhere in the UK, other bodies may provide counselling services, for example, a local authority or adoption support agency. The existing adoption contact register will continue to be available and will continue to be maintained by the Registrar General. It enables adopted adults and their relatives who want to make contact to register their willingness for contact. In terms of what the bill will change, it will be possible for adopted adults to indicate who they want to and don't want to have contact with. Also, relatives will also be able to indicate whether they want to have contact with the adopted person, because not every adopted adult or natural parent will want contact, and we have to respect that. It is important to balance the privacy rights of natural parents and wider family with the identity rights of adopted adults. Adoption case records held by adoption agencies also contain relevant information that an adopted adults and others may wish to access. For pre-commencement adoptions, there will be no change to the way in which people will be able to seek access to such records. The current framework under the Adoption Agency Regulation 1989 will continue to apply, so that adoption agencies retain the discretion to disclose as much information from their records as is reasonably possible, and that is subject to their legislative requirements and considerations, as, for example, the data protection legislation. But as a result of the ongoing work in relation to the historical mother and baby institutions, work is also underway to develop guidance for adoption agencies, and that's on the disclosure of adoption records held by them. That work is being taken forward on a co-design basis, and survivors of the institutions are working alongside social workers, and I am advised that it is going well. I understand that it is acknowledged in the report of the Truth Recovery Design Panel, which, as I indicated to the member, will be published today. That guidance will make it clear that, as far as possible, each agency should operate from the premise that all information relevant to his or her birth and adoption should be disclosed to an adopted adult, and that's subject to the impact on other parties being fully considered and the necessary supports being put in place for each adopted adult seeking disclosure. For post-commencement adoptions, the bill will also enable any person to access adoption case records held by an adoption agency, and will set out how that should happen, and that includes a power to specify arrangements and requirements in more detail by way of regulations. And where the information requests includes protected information, that is identifying information about another individual, the adoption agency will have to take a number of factors into account when deciding whether to provide that information, and that will include the consideration of the welfare of the adopted person and the views of the person the information is about. Where the information is about a child, the adoption agency must consider the welfare of the child and take account of their views and also the views of any parent or guardian of the child. It is intended that the independent review mechanism that I mentioned earlier will also extend to decisions about disclosure of protected adoption information relating to an adult. Individuals will be able to ask for an independent review if they are not content with the decision made about the disclosure of such information, and that includes a decision not to disclose. Intermediary services and counselling services will also be made available to support people wanting to access information or make contact. In addition to adopted adults and natural parents and relatives, intermediary services will also be available to people who are not natural relatives, but who are related to an adopted person by blood, marriage or civil partnership, or by virtue of the adopted person's adoption, and that includes, for example, children, grandchildren and other relatives of the adopted person.
I understand exactly what the bill says about the rights of adopted persons to information. On the issue he's now touching upon, could he bring some clarity in respect of the offspring of an adopted person who wants to find out about an adopted parent or grandparent, now probably dead, but to this moment has not been able to find out that information? Does this bill do anything for that family?
Thank you, member.
Thanks, Minister for giving way, and it's on a different point but on the same theme, albeit not entirely in the Minister's gift, but will the same disclosure and support be there and present for those adopted persons, perhaps from an international context, to gain information regarding birth parents or indeed disclosed records?
Okay. I thank both members for the point, or for their questions. And as I said in the statement, Mr. Allister, the addition of the adopted adults and natural parents and relatives to that intermediary service will also be available to people who are not natural relatives but are related to an adopted person by blood, marriage or civil partnership, or by virtue of the adopted persons adopted, and that includes children, grandchildren and other relatives of the adopted person. Access to such service will enable those relatives to make contact with the adopted person's natural parents and wider family. But for further detail, I'll get further information for the member on a specific point. The bill also deals with foreign adoptions, and that will strengthen safeguards for children being brought into or out of Northern Ireland through an inter-country adoption. And all prospective adopters in Northern Ireland will be subject to the same rigorous preparation, training and assessment regardless of whether the child they are seeking to adopt lives in the United Kingdom or overseas. And the bill also introduces a new power for my department to charge a fee for the administration of inter-country adoption casework as well. So the casework hopefully covers the point that the member raised. We will also be able to proceed to establish a specific Northern Ireland designated list of countries outside of the United Kingdom which have sufficiently robust adoption procedures and safeguards in place to justify adoptions in that country being legally recognised in Northern Ireland. We will also be able to place countries on a restricted list in circumstances where their adoption legislation, practice and procedures are insufficient to ensure that the proper protection of children and their families. We will move to establish our own designated and restricted list for Northern Ireland, and it is anticipated that all jurisdictions of the UK will remain closely aligned in their decision-making regarding that list. Mr. Speaker, that is a summation of the provision in the bill which is specific to adoption. I want to turn now to what the bill will provide for children in need, in care, on the age of care and for care leavers. For children and families in need, the bill will give social workers more flexibility to provide financial support to them. My department will also issue statutory guidance for trusts to ensure that there is a regionally consistent approach to making such payments. Disabled children will be able to benefit from a residential short break without having to become looked after. There will be guidance to help social workers to decide the safest and most appropriate way of supporting each child in these circumstances. The bill also includes a power to extend this to other groups of children if required in the future. By way of the bill, we will give children and young people who are in care, who have left care or at risk of coming into care, a stronger voice. The bill will support children and young people who receive social care to raise issues or make complaints about the service they receive and have their views responded to appropriately. Statutory independent advocacy services will be available to support each child through this process. The bill introduces in law a set of principles, referred to as a corporate parenting principles, which trusts must follow when looking after children in care. That includes having and promoting high aspirations for them, delivering safety and stability for them, and preparing for adulthood and independent living. In short, giving the opportunities and life chances that any good parent would seek for and provide to their own child. And that includes the same learning opportunities and outcomes. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the educational outcomes of many children in care are poor when compared with their peers. The impact of early trauma that the majority of them have experienced on their ability to learn can be compounded by multiple school moves. The bill will require trusts to promote the educational achievement of looked-after children and prevent disruption to their education and training when providing them with accommodation. By way of a power in the bill, the Department will also be able to require or impose additional measures considered necessary to address the educational deficits many of them experience. So assessing the needs of children and deciding how best to meet those needs is a fundamental part of social work and looked after children. This process is known as care planning, and the bill will place a duty on trusts to prepare a care plan for a child within a timescale set by the court and keep it under review. We will set out in regulation how the care plan is to be drawn up and the information to be included in the care plan. Fostering panels currently make decisions about whether a person should be approved to foster. The bill will enable my department to make regulations setting out the functions of fostering panels and how they should operate. Individuals who disagree with a decision made about whether they should be approved or continued to be approved to foster will be able to ask for an independent review of the decision. This is similar to the review mechanism being introduced for adoption decisions. Duly approved placements are being placed on a statutory basis by the bill. That enables a child to be placed with approved prospective adopters, initially on a fostering basis. This is intended to facilitate earlier attachment and to potentially reduce the number of placements a child waiting to be adopted may experience. Trusts will be required to consider the placement of the child with duly approved carers if adoption is the proposed plan. Also, duly approved carers will have access to adoption pay and leave arrangements, and that includes shared parental leave and paid time off for attending pre-adoption appointments. Most young people are supported both emotionally and financially on the road to university, and as they make the journey out of the family home for the first time, looked after children likewise should continue to be supported as they take these steps into adulthood. So there is provision in the bill that will enhance the support provided to care leavers. The bill will recognise in law the Going the Extra Mile scheme, which enables care leavers to continue living with their former foster parents up to the age of 21. Support provided to care leavers who are in education or training will be extended up to the age of 25. Care leavers aged between 21 and 25 will be able to apply for further assistance to start a new course of education or training to request advice and support. This advice or support may continue beyond age 25 if a trust considers it is needed. So young people receiving support, advice or assistance will have a personal advisor appointed and a pathway plan prepared, and this replicates the arrangements currently in place. It is vital that young people are aware of the support they are entitled to when leaving, and the bill will place a duty on trusts to publish information on the services they offer for care leavers in preparation for adulthood and independent living. This will be known as the local offer for care leavers. The bill will also introduce some new court orders and make adjustments to existing court orders. Currently, a residence order, which is an order stipulating with whom a child should live, is granted to age 16 unless there are exceptional circumstances to extend it to age 18. The bill will provide that residence orders made in respect of a looked-after child will automatically be granted to the age of 18 or extended to age 18 unless a court determines otherwise. The bill will also amend the time period of a child has to have lived with the foster care from 3 years to 1 year before the foster carer can apply for a residence order in respect of the child. This amendment will ensure consistency with the residence requirements for adoption and special guardianship orders, and that reinforces the point that there are different routes to permanence for individual children. A special guardianship order, or SGO, is a new order being introduced in Northern Ireland, although they have been operating in England and Wales since 2005. Currently, the options available to children and young people to leave care include going home to their parents or to live with family under a residence order, for example, or through adoption. We know that adoption is not suitable for all children. For example, an older child may not want to be legally separated from birth parents, even though they may not want to or be able to live with them. Also, with support and greater legal certainty, some children may be able to be cared for on a permanent basis by members of their wider family. At present, permanence and legal certainty outside of the care system can only be offered to children by way of adoption. An SGO will offer a new option for those children and young people. Unlike residence orders, special guardians will have full parental responsibility for the child's day-to-day care, and unlike adoption, the legal ties between the child and their birth family will remain in place. While the Bill's SGO provisions are similar to those in operation in England and Wales, we have further strengthened some of the requirements, including that the child has to have lived with the person for at least 1 year before the person can apply for an SGO. These additional residence requirements have been introduced to ensure that before an SGO was made, the child has lived with their proposed special guardian for long enough to enable a proper assessment to be made of whether the arrangement is in the best interest and more likely than not to work for them and their carers. Trusts will be required to prepare a court report about an applicant's suitability to be a special guardian, and that includes any support that will be required. It is anticipated that for looked after children, regulations will place a requirement on trusts to submit reports to a panel for review, and that's prior to submitting the report to court in order to ensure that a robust and comprehensive assessment has been carried out. Mr. Speaker, under this bill and where required, special guardians and the children they care for will be provided with support. That's similar to adoption. There will be a right to request an assessment or need for SGO support services, and support will include counselling, advice and information, and also financial support. Regulations will set out additional support services to be made available, and it is anticipated that these may include, for example, mediation to assist with contact arrangements, access to support groups, therapeutic services, and training for the special guardian to meet the needs of the child. We are in no doubt that the introduction of this additional order will enable some children and young people to exit the care system with relevant support and assistance continuing to be provided to them and their special guardians. This bill also makes a number of other miscellaneous amendments to the Children's Order. In regards to the definition of harm, that will be amended to cover harm caused to a child from seeing or hearing the ill treatment of another person. As a result, courts, police and trusts will be required to consider the effect on a child of witnessing domestic abuse when making critical decisions about his or her care or upbringing. The definition of family proceedings will also be amended to include proceedings for female genital mutilation protection orders. As a result, a court, when dealing with an application for an FGM protection order, will be able to make other orders at the same time to protect a child. And these include an interim care order, a care order or supervision order, and that change will enable a court to act quickly and effectively to protect girls who are at risk of FGM. The guardian ad litem who represent the interests of children in specified proceedings will be renamed the Children's Court Guardian, and to, among other things, that address the concerns children and young people actually had about the current title. The Northern Ireland Guardian ad litem agency will also be known as the Children's Court Guardian Agency for Northern Ireland. The services provided will not differ. However, the proceedings in which a Children's Court Guardian will be required to be appointed will be extended to include applications for making or revocation of an adoption placement order, orders for contact during placement for adoption, and applications for the making of a special guardianship order, and that's with respect to a child who is subject to a care order. The Children's Order will also be amended to enable Children's Court Guardians to be directly employed and appointed by the courts to represent children in family law proceedings. So any person who proposes to foster a child privately is currently required by law to notify the appropriate trust before the arrangement commences. However, to date, no such notifications have been received. The bill will introduce a new duty on trusts to raise public awareness of the requirement to notify the trust of such arrangements. My department is currently required to produce an annual report on the operation of the Children's Order. So, taking into account the other reporting mechanisms we currently have and which are now well established and working well, it is considered that the production of a report under the Children's Order replicates or duplicates other reporting mechanisms. The duty in the Children's Order will therefore be repealed. Finally, Mr Speaker, the bill contains 5 schedules, and that deals with the registration of adoptions, disclosure of birth records by the Registrar General, minor and consequential amendments, transitional and transitory provisions, and savings and repeals. Mr Speaker, I want to thank everyone for your patience while I provided this overview of the main provisions of the bill. I hope you will agree that it is vital that this substantial and complex legislation proceeds in order that we may achieve the necessary adoption reform that is required and strengthen the support and services for children in need, those children that need to remain in care and/or care leavers. The work is only just beginning. The bill provides the overarching framework. Most of the operational detail will be set out in a substantial number of statutory rules and guidance. And following successful enactment of the bill, implementation will therefore be on a phased basis from 2023 onwards. Mr Speaker, I am proud to be able to introduce this bill in the House today, and I commend it to its members. It is long awaited and much needed to better serve the needs of some of the most vulnerable children in Northern Ireland. Even more important, as the numbers of vulnerable children continue to grow, I am in no doubt that the provision within the bill will improve outcomes for them. It will keep them safer, it will improve their life opportunities, and importantly, it will give them access to family with the comfort of knowing that it is intended to be permanent and that everything possible that can be done will be done to make it work. It will also give those who offer a permanent family home to children who might otherwise be denied it the confidence that their commitment will be matched by a commitment to properly support them. Mr Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Colm Gildernew. Colm Gildernew.
John Corley. And if I may, Minister, John Corley, just before I start, I would like to extend best wishes and solidarity to the Minister in the face of disgraceful and appalling threats that was made, and to extend my best wishes to you and your family. I think it's disgraceful that a Minister in the course of his duty would be threatened in that way. I would also like to declare my own interest in relation to issues arising from this bill, including my previous work as a social worker and the fact that I continue to be on a career break with one of our health and social care trusts. I think it's particularly poignant this morning that we are discussing this bill at the same time as the report is being launched into the Truth Acknowledgement and Accountability report is being launched. And I think that is both poignant and also salutary in terms of the issues that face us today in the consideration of what is a very, very complex and a deeply important bill to those it will impact. And I suppose it's worth bearing in mind that while the title of the bill is Adoption and Children Bill, this is really the Adoption of Children Bill, and I think we need to keep that to the forefront of our minds as we move through. So, Ceann Comhairle, I would welcome the opportunity to make some initial remarks here on behalf of the Health Committee, outlining the Committee's consideration of the bill before speaking as my party's health spokesperson. The Committee welcomes the bill being brought forward by the Department. This bill has been a long time in the making, going the whole way back to the draft strategy adopting the future in 2006. The bill seeks to implement the proposals in that 2006 strategy and to make amendments to the Children NI Order 1995. It is therefore frustrating that after such a long wait and delays that this bill, with 160 clauses and 5 schedules, is introduced in the Assembly with less than 6 months to the end of the mandate. In order to allow the bill to pass through its stages, the Committee will have at the most 3 months to consider the bill. That's on top of the Committee having to consider at least another 5 pieces of important legislation over the coming months. So this provides the Committee with a very limited time to scrutinise what is a very detailed bill, and a bill that will have significant impact on some of the most vulnerable children and young people, and indeed parents, foster parents and adoptive parents in our communities. The Committee was briefed by the Assembly's Research and Information Service on adoption, and members were advised that there has been a 30% increase in the number of looked-after children here in the North since 2010, and the number of adoptions here between 91 and 168 adoptions per year over the past 5 years. Members were also advised that there are formal targets for completion of adoption of children in care. That current target is that 90% of all adoptions for children in care should be completed within 3 years of their last entry into care. This target has not been met for a number of years. The last data we received was that only 57% of adoptions in 2019-20 were completed within that 3-year period. Members were advised that the average duration was 3 years and 1 month, which compares to 1 year and 11 months in England and 2 years and 2 months in Wales. This shows that there is significant work to be undertaken in improving our services and processes. As the Minister has outlined, this is a significant bill that it changes the adoption landscape and brings forward much needed reforms in the system that will hopefully improve outcomes for children, young people and families. Some of the key things the bill seeks to do is to align adoption law with the relevant provisions of the Children Order to ensure that the child's welfare is the paramount consideration in decisions, provides a new right for adopted children and adoptive parents to request an assessment of their needs for adoption support services. Yep, go ahead.
Thank the member for giving way. I think I would just like us all to commit to no longer using the term looked after children, because it has an unfortunate acronym, and I've identified and addressed this in the Education Committee, and I think it would be more positive for us all to identify children looked after because of the implications of that acronym. So I think we should all commit to doing that as members in this House. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think we all certainly should be careful of our language. However, there may be at times legal requirements whereby certain terms are recognised. However, I take the member's point on board. The bill also enables the Department to establish an independent review mechanism in relation to the assessment of prospective adopters, and introduces a new legal framework for disclosure of information and establishing contact. The bill also makes a number of changes in relation to extending and strengthening the Children Order to enhance services to children and young people. These include reducing the time period a child is required to have lived with a foster carer from 3 years to 1 year before a foster carer is permitted to seek a residence order, which stipulates that the person with whom a child should live. It introduces a special guardianship order, which is intended to provide greater permanence for children who cannot return to their birth families. Introduces statutory advocacy services for looked after children and former looked after children, and introduces a power for authorities to provide accommodation to a disabled child for the purposes of short-term breaks. It also introduces a new requirement for authorities to promote the child's educational achievement, and an important requirement in that, and amends the definition of harm to include harm caused to a child by seeing or hearing ill treatment of another person. Due to the size of this bill, departmental officials briefed the committee on the principles of the bill over 2 weeks. The first week on the adoption services and the second week on the Children Order. Officials provided a detailed briefing over the 2 weeks, and a number of issues were discussed, and officials agreed to provide the committee with further information on a number of other issues. I will outline some of the matters that were discussed at the briefing. First of all, in terms of resource, members asked questions in relation to the resource required to bring forward these proposals. The committee understands that there will be significant recurrent funding required to take forward the proposals, including the new provision for assessment of need. The committee was advised that the estimated cost over the first 3 years was £38 million. Department officials agreed to provide a further breakdown of the resource required by the adoption provisions and children's needs provisions in the bill, and the committee look forward to receiving that breakdown at the earliest opportunity. In relation to consultation, members were briefed that significant consultation and engagement with stakeholders has been undertaken by the Department over a number of years. The Department did agree to provide further information on the consultations it had undertaken and to outline the clauses in the bill that stakeholders had indicated concerns with. Moving on to definitions then, members discussed the issue of definitions in the bill, and specifically in relation to the definition of harm that's included in the bill. The committee welcomes the change to include harm caused to a child by seeing or hearing the ill treatment of another person. However, members did ask further questions as to why it did not include the definition of harm as per the recent domestic abuse bill, which has gone through the Assembly here, and I will return to that in some more detail later. Officials stated that they were currently considering an amendment to this clause that would change the definition, and that will be something that the committee will consider in our scrutiny of the bill. In terms of educational achievement then, during the briefing there was discussion in relation to what is meant by a duty to promote the child's educational achievement. The committee is all too aware of the significant disruption there can be in children's in carers' education, and their education achievement can suffer due to this. While we welcome this duty, the committee is keen to see what this means in practice for children and young people. So we would like to see how that's going to be measured, how the outcomes are going to be reviewed and kept scrutiny on an ongoing basis to ensure that is happening in a positive way. In relation to cross-border care, we are aware that, especially in border regions where many families are split across the border, there are both informal and formal care arrangements currently in place for children. At the briefing with officials, myself and other members raised the issues of cross-border care and how this bill will provide the best care outcomes when families reside across the border, in some circumstances only a few hundred yards away. Officials advised that any cross-border formal arrangements would be classed as inter-country adoptions and requires a different set of rules and processes. This is something that the committee will be considering further during evidence. The key to providing the best care that we can to vulnerable children and young people is that we place them with the best and most appropriate form of care, which may include placing them within existing family structures, sometimes referred to as kinship care, including cases where this may be across the border. We need to see how we can best support children, young people and families in these situations, and officials have committed to providing the committee with a written briefing on this issue. Members raised many other issues during the briefings, and providing the bill passes second stage, the committee looks forward to engaging with stakeholders and scrutinising the bill in further detail. So, John Cull, I'd like to make some remarks in my role as Sinn Féin's health spokesperson. This is a substantial piece of legislation that has been long overdue from that initial adopting the future draft strategy, and we welcome this opportunity to speak on it, given its importance and the effect it will have on so many children and families. While scrutinising any piece of legislation that deals with potentially vulnerable children and young people, it is essential that we focus our efforts on making sure that the process is transparent and that those within adoption agencies and the Department generally are accountable, and that their efforts are focused on the best interests of the child, as is set out in the legislation. With only 6 months left within the Assembly mandate, it doesn't give the Health Committee a great deal of time for the scrutiny, given the workload involved. Adoption, members, is one of the most emotive situations a child or family can experience, and is often a great source of tension within a family unit. The work that social workers do in this regard, and others who work in the field, cannot be commended enough, and is often cited as one of the most difficult and stressful tasks for any social worker to be involved in, due to competing priorities of parental rights and the paramountcy of the child's best interests. And those are often difficult and complex decisions and balances to be weighed, and I think we need to ensure that there is circumspection, that there is support, and that there is that everyone is aware of the impact on everyone, including the child at the centre and most particularly the child at the centre of the proceedings. In terms of that inter-country adoption issue that I referred to, regulations made under Section 1 of the Adoption Inter-Country Aspects Act 2001 state that the Department may charge a fee to adopters for services provided or to be provided by the Department in relation to adoptions. This has the potential to adversely affect those with familial ties to a child who resides in this jurisdiction if the adopter lives within the 26 counties. I believe it is incumbent on the Minister and his Department to make sure that those with familial ties in the 26 counties are not disadvantaged, and I include especially the primacy of the child's best interest in this issue, by having to potentially pay a fee or cross other barriers or hurdles in order to progress an adoption. Due consideration must be given to those in border areas that may have both formal and informal care arrangements in place. As we all know, many families in those border communities are separated by that border, yet may only live a few hundred yards apart, potentially on the same road, or indeed even on occasions on the same farm. To suggest that additional barriers be placed on these potential kinship adoptions will be in the child's best interest is not credible. For example, the average estimated cost of an inter-country adoption, as identified by RAISE, is over £5,000. And while the bill does state the Department may determine the fee, or indeed waive a fee as it sees fit, it is unclear what principles would guide the Department in making that decision on fees. As well as that, the addition of clause 82 in the bill makes it an illegal offence to bring a child into this jurisdiction without prescribed procedures. Given our unique circumstances, it is important to ensure that we have alignment north and south on this, and an understanding that there are many families who live less than a mile apart but are technically in two different jurisdictions on the island. And we must ensure that those who live in border areas and those with family ties are not placed at a disadvantage. In relation to the definition of harm, which I've touched upon there, the clause 133 amends the definition of harm of the Children Order to make clear that the harm a child may be at risk of suffering includes any impairment of the child's health or development as a result of seeing or hearing the ill treatment of another person, such as domestic violence, and ill treatment is already defined in Article 2 of the Children Order. It is broader than physical violence and includes sexual abuse and forms of ill treatment which are not physical. The effect is that any harm a child suffers because a parent is being harassed or intimidated is included in the definition of harm. The amendment will apply to all proceedings where the court applies the welfare checklist set out in Article 3.3 of the Children Order, and that includes proceedings for contact or residence orders. While it is welcome that the definition has been broadened to encapsulate the witnessing and hearing of harm done to others and the impairment that this may cause to a child's development, it does remain an issue of concern that the definition of harm within this bill has not taken cognizance of the further definition within the Domestic Abuse Bill at this point. Officials confirmed to the Health Committee that they are considering an amendment to that, and I welcome that indeed. So, members, domestic and sexual abuse are amongst the worst causes of child developmental impairment, and children must be protected from this as a priority. As you say, Minister, work is only beginning in relation to what is a hugely important, a hugely complex bill, and I look forward to continuing further scrutiny of the bill.
Cormac, thank you, and I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And can I also at this stage express solidarity with the Minister of Health in the face of the abhorrent threats that he has had to endure in recent days. Mr Speaker, first of all, I and my party welcome that we are here today debating the general principles of the Adoption and Children Bill. This bill is long awaited and the current legislation is almost 35 years old. It is, however, an advantage to have the experience of the English, Welsh and Scottish legislative changes and to hopefully learn from their experiences in a positive way. This is a huge piece of legislation as proposed, with 160 clauses and 5 schedules, and this will undoubtedly be challenging to scrutinise and process in what is left of this mandate. This is an extremely comprehensive and sensitive piece of draft legislation. It will, of course, require detailed scrutiny and effective and regular engagement with advocates, health professionals and representatives of looked after children. This bill will supersede a significant number of other pieces of legislation currently making up the adoption framework. It is important that in streamlining this into a new framework that there are no unintended consequences. I know of many families who have adopted children and have offered them secure, safe, happy and loving homes. Yet those parents testify to an arduous process, a process with so many obstacles and moments of false hope, where hope was dashed and where those without the greatest patience and determinations would have given up. And I know too those people, the people who just couldn't take the process any longer but would have had made fantastic parents. We need to ensure that the law encourages those people while providing all the necessary protections to keep children safe. The DUP strongly supports the overriding aim of the bill, which is to place the welfare of the child at the heart of every stage of the adoption process. Vital aspects of this are ascertaining a child's wishes where appropriate before decisions are made, ensuring better support in court proceedings is available. Over recent years, there has been a decline in the number of adopters coming forward. Interestingly, reports suggest this trend was reversed during the pandemic. So we need to seize on this and promote a piece of legislation that radically improves efficiency at every stage of the adoption and fostering process. Currently, one of the biggest challenges we face is reducing the time it takes to complete this process. Our timescales are much longer than elsewhere in the UK. The proposal to enable courts to impose time limits on adoption proceedings is a constructive step toward addressing unnecessary delays within the process. Current targets suggest 90% of all adoptions in Northern Ireland for children in care should take place within 3 years of their last entry to care. However, this target has not been met for several years, as we are aware. Timescales for this process must be urgently and sustainably addressed. The provision of tools to allow courts to take this forward by imposing time limits on proceedings is extremely welcome. It would be interesting to know whether there will be accompanying training requirements for those in the judiciary to deliver on this. I welcome the statutory principle to prevent delay, with the requirement for courts to draw up timetables for resolving cases, as we all recognise the negative impact that delay has on a child's welfare. When we consider that most children going through this process are from the care system, and when we consider some of the hurt and harm they will have been subjected to in their short lives, we should be seeking to find them that caring, loving home in a timely manner. It is good to see the provisions of the bill which place a duty on trusts to provide information about the types of adoption and support services available in their areas, particularly that adoption support will incorporate financial support and access to counselling, along with advice and information relating to adoption. A vital aspect of this will be drawing on the extensive expertise of the third sector. Therefore, an option for trusts to engage with voluntary adoption agencies registered with RQIA to draw on their extensive expertise is much needed move forward. However, it is important to learn from the difficulties of implementing similar legislation elsewhere. The Northern Ireland Association of Social Workers have highlighted the local authorities in Scotland have had difficulties in fully funding the adoption support aspects of their 2007 Act, so I look forward to engagement with the Minister on how this will be best achieved. Northern Ireland has the highest levels of post-adoption contact in the UK, research by the Northern Ireland strand of British Association of Social Workers previously found some adoptive parents feel the sense of pressure from courts to facilitate face-to-face contact and are fearful that any opposition to this could harm the status of their application. Therefore, I welcome clause 135, which enshrines the principle that contact can be refused between a child and their birth parent if such contact is not consistent with a child's safeguarding or well-being. I'd like to thank Women's Aid Northern Ireland for their contribution on this issue, emphasising the need to focus upon domestic and sexual violence as a key safeguarding issue. And I also welcome the protection against the barbaric female genital mutilation. The inclusion of a new duty to consider duly approved carers in adoption decisions is a positive step forward, and this has the potential to reduce the number of moves a child has to make and promote continuity of care and circumstances for those involved. We recognise that not every child will want to go down the route of adoption, and in some cases a secure placement, such as a special guardianship order, may benefit their long-term well-being. At every stage, the welfare and wishes of the child must be taken into account. However, this arrangement does not extinguish the legal link to birth parents, and there are issues in relation to this that warrant further investigation. There is also a need to address concerns by children's advocates and health professionals that this concept might be ultimately used as a cost-saving measure. The bill will strengthen provision for looked after children and care leavers, extending the age of entitlement to 25. Placing an emphasis on corporate parenting and promoting educational achievement, we welcome these provisions. There is a need to support every child, regardless of their pathway or circumstances. The proposal to establish adoption registers covering contact and children currently on adoption pathway raises issues around data protection and safeguarding. It is important that these provisions are evidence-based and rights compatible, particularly where prospective adopters are to be granted access. It is right that adopted persons are able to access information on their birth families. This bill makes provision for that information to be retained, updated and accessed. Mr Speaker, the provision in the bill of an independent review mechanism against adoption panel determinations is welcome. The opportunity to dig deeper into the potential eligibility criteria for requesting such a review, and also an overview of how appeals or complaints by prospective adopters are dealt with presently, is a positive step forward and helps the entire process to become more robust. It is right that those who have invested so much in the process, time and emotion, and that they have that right of appeal, and that is dealt with independently. The specific provision in clause 5, inserting the right to an assessment for post-adoption services, is a welcome step forward as well. It is important that we take a holistic and rounded approach to how we support adopted children and those who adopt. it is vital that ongoing support is available to help all parties to adapt to their new life. By ensuring such support is in place, better outcomes will undoubtedly be supported. We would point out the need to ensure the plans to place duties on trust to provide information places sufficient focus on issues such as advance consent for adoption. We want to ensure those who are pregnant are able to make fully informed decisions regarding adoption at an earlier stage. There is a need to ensure a collaborative and joined-up approach to this between health services. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely vital that this process is one that is robust, but it is also one that helps secure happy outcomes for all those involved. We understand the process to reach that goal is complex, and that the law around it is complex, and the process must be right. Thank you.
I call Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak on the second stage of this very important Adoption and Children's Bill. And I'd like to thank the Minister for bringing this forward here today, and just like to add my thoughts and support to him following threats that he has received. And this should never be an accepted nor normalised part of public life, so solidarity with him on that. Today, the SDLP welcome this legislation, which will see adopting law become fully aligned with the Children's Order of 1995, which sets out that the child's welfare is paramount and at the heart of this bill. I also welcome that this will ensure that our law fully adheres to the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. I welcome the expansion and commitment of this bill to supporting the rights of children, including Clause 120, which ensures that the wishes of the children are ascertained, Clause 121, which places a duty on authorities to both safeguard and promote the welfare of children in need, and Clause 122, which places a duty to promote educational achievement and prevent disruption to education and training. This is an issue of great importance that I am absolutely delighted to see included. Disruption to the lives of children who go through adoption must be minimised wherever it can, and the fact that this commitment will be enshrined is most welcome. I welcome that this bill we are discussing here today will play a significant and positive role on reforming the adoption process and place care planning and advocacy services on a statutory basis. By reforming the adoption process, this will in turn improve more support for families in need and children in care. It is particularly welcome that the emphasis that this bill has on providing further support for care leavers. The introduction of legislation in the North will bring us in line with the changes made in the rest of these islands in 2002 and 2007. The current legislation appears outdated as it causes oftentimes unnecessary delay and uncertainty throughout the adoption process. Looking through the clauses, I would seek further detail and clarity to outline exactly how this legislation safeguards and promotes the rights of individuals and same-sex couples to adopt. For example, on clause 47 and 48 is the mention of a civil partnership, and I'm just mindful the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission recommends that the consultation and the proposed bill outline in detail specific measures to be taken to ensure non-discrimination against same-sex couples and individuals in the adoption process. So I'd just like to hear a little bit more about that. I feel it is important to highlight and to make it clear to all those involved, trust employees, prospective parents, about the rights of same-sex couples to adopt. The National Adoption Service in Wales, for example, states that adoption is open to people who can meet the needs of children waiting for adoptive families, and we welcome inquiries from all different types of adopters from across the spectrum of sexuality or gender identity. And I hope that as we progress this bill forward, we can see that same enthusiasm and language of inclusivity. I also welcome wholeheartedly the inclusion of stopping young women and girls from barbaric FGM. Lastly, I would urge the Department to outline how these additional services within this bill will be resourced, and to ensure that consultation and engagement with the Department of Justice and the Court Service is maximised to ensure that these changes are implemented with minimal disruption. And in agreement with Bernardo's and the Chair of the Committee, I do have some concern about Clause 133 and the definition of harm. And I think that the expansion of this definition to recognise that children do not need to witness ill treatment by sight or sound to be affected and be impacted by it. This would bring us in line with other legislation, for example, provisions in the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill of 2021. While I regret this legislation is a long time coming, I believe it was Paul Goggins who unveiled the Adopting the Future strategy in 2006, which set out some of the changes that were needed. I am very grateful that we're here today, and again would like to thank the Minister for bringing this important bill forward. Each year, roughly 85 to 90 children here in the North are adopted, and that's a lot of new beginnings. So I hope that this bill will go as far as possible to support them and their families in the new chapter of their lives. Yeah, go on ahead.
A personal note, my uncle is adopted. But we don't think of him as our adopted uncle, we think of him as our Uncle Padraig. And such a loved member and part of our family he is, a wonderful father, an adoring husband, a brilliant example to his children, and a wonderful part of the community, and a Trojan hard worker. I just want to recognise the important role of adopted parents play in our society, and recognise the pain that those families have to go through who give up children for adoption, who, through probably no fault of their own, with the circumstances they've met where the child is put up for adoption, but to recognise that so many adopted children are placed in loving, caring homes and who thrive and who grow to be wonderful people in their own rights.
I thank the member for his intervention. No, I agree. I think that this bill is about any families I've spoken with that have adopted, that they want to have more support post-adoption, and hopefully that bill will do that. And I thank you for your intervention.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And before I start, I'd like to associate myself with the comments made by the chairperson from the Health Committee with regard to the threats that have been made to our Minister for Health. The COVID pandemic has thrown up many anomalies in society, and sadly one of those has been those that seek to diminish those that are carrying the burden on their shoulders of trying to lead us through this really life-threatening pandemic. And it's absolutely disgusting what has happened, whether it's been online, in person, and people need to desist from what they're doing, because in effect not only are they causing hassle and stress to the Minister for Health and his family, but also they're endangering other people's lives by the nonsense that they're peddling. Also would like to thank Mr McNulty for his comments there about his uncle, Uncle Padraig, I think you called him, and Padraig, okay. Fair play, and it's really welcome to hear someone speaking from a position of experience on this bill. So I want to thank the Minister in the first instance in regard to this for prioritising it, because as the committee chairperson did say, we have a compressed time period to deal with this, but that's obviously because we didn't have a legislative process for 3 years, and the Minister has seen that this is an issue which needs to be prioritised, and I declare an interest in this at the very outset, if that's okay. Mr Deputy Speaker, my wife and I have been foster parents for over 15 years now. We've probably had in the region of 23, 24 children through our home in those 15 years, and at the moment, without disclosing too much information, we're privileged to have 3 children who are 6, 4 and 2 who will in the very near future be permanent, we hope. And so I do have an interest in the bill that's before us today, and I will not speak to the technicalities of the bill. I normally don't, you'll say there's no surprise there, Robbie, but I won't speak too much to the technicalities of the bill, because whilst it is... So, yeah, absolutely, yes, sure.
I want to applaud the member for the important role that you're playing in our society, you and your wife, in fostering children. That's hugely important. And to recognise, although it's not necessarily linked specifically to this bill, the fact that there is a crisis in foster care at the moment, and they're really reaching out to families to say who are available to help some child shine. I think it's important that we note that there is a crisis going on, and families who feel that they want to help some child develop and shine to come forward and offer that service to children. Thank you for giving way.
Can I remind members, it's good to give some personal experience, but we're here to debate the bill.
No problem, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his kind comments, because obviously the bill actually does talk into many of these. If not in technical terms, it's okay to speak to the bill in terms which aren't technical, Mr Deputy Speaker, too, because part of this bill actually is to encourage people to foster, to adopt. So when I say I'll not talk to the technicalities of it, I pray that you'll indulge me that actually it's very pertinent to the bill. Okay. As the member has said, we do have an issue, we do have a problem. The number of children living in care has increased every year for the past 20 years, with almost 3,000 children currently in care over the past 12 months. And I was talking to Fostering NI when they were saying there's roughly about 16 children a week, new children a week, who come into the care system. And there's a very real and pressing issue that we must deal with. And we need to ensure that the homes that we create, the support that we create for those children is as good as it can be. And I hope that this legislation, as quickly as possible, does actually have an effect in their lives. The majority of adoptions in Northern Ireland are of children who are currently in the care system, and the figures have been given somewhere between 90 and 168 over this past 5 years. So that shows the absolute need that we have to facilitate and make it as safe but as relatively seamless for those families that want to step into the gap to provide that care for these children. And there's also that understanding that a lot of these children do come from homes which have been disrupted or finding themselves in difficulties. And the other thing that I'd like to do is to put on record from the lived experience piece is that, and I hope the legislation does and will pick this up, that it's right and proper that we should thank those people out there who provide adoptive and foster homes and look after children. But we also have to recognise that within those families, there are sons and daughters, and there are extended family and friends who also provide some assistance and also are part of that package. So I think they need to be also in the conversation around it. I'm thinking of my own son and daughter, actually, who they're 22 and 20 now, and they've played an incredibly important part in the facilitation of what we have tried to do with the children that have come through our care. The legislation will put care planning and advocacy services on a statutory basis, and it will create a duty to promote educational achievement and diminish disruption to education, and it will also provide a framework and principles for those responsible for those in care to ensure their safety and stability, as well as promoting high aspirations and preparing them for adult life. And this part of the bill I'm absolutely delighted about, because it is a fact, and it's an indisputable fact, that a good start in life very often pays out with a more stable and a more successful life. And those young people who are exposed to trauma or dysfunctionality, inevitably it's harder for them. And so those support services need to be in place. It needs to be recognised as early as possible, and the Minister has ensured that this is being included in the bill. And that can't be overemphasised. I know on the Education Committee, for instance, we're looking at the pathways from 14 to 19 at the moment. And those can be difficult enough, even for children at the moment who have the facility and have that stability at home and don't have the additional difficulties. But for those children who have had perhaps a traumatic start, which has led into issues like attachment disorders or even behavioural issues because they didn't get the start that they deserved, this bill has the potential for addressing that at the earliest stage and the earliest stage of those lives, and that will actually bring the difference for those young people, and I really look forward to seeing that part of the bill developed through the committee. Mr. Speaker, any adoption of a child ultimately only happens because something has gone wrong, whether it's the breakdown of parental care or indeed perhaps even a tragic circumstance. Children in care are coming from a less than ideal situation, and whilst adoption can provide a safe and stable home for them, it's not straightforward at all, and it can often place a large and unexpected burden on the family unit that they're going into. This legislation will further enable the Health and Social Care Trust to provide greater financial and professional support to families, and this will help them to provide a safe and stable environment, which is critical for children's successful upbringing. A final point that I'll make, Mr. Speaker, is that 13% of children in care have a recognised disability, and 25% of those of compulsory school age have a statement of special educational need. This is significantly higher than those children not living in care, and as such means that many prospective adopters need additional support or even specialist input to create a safe and stable home environment. This legislation will also set out a viable avenue for the Health and Social Care Trust to provide short-term respite care to children with a disability without requiring the need for them to become looked after. And we've seen even through the COVID pandemic the absolute need for respite care, and we've done our absolute best. But when we come out of this pathway is absolutely vital. As I said at the outset, I'm deeply interested in this legislation, and I'm delighted this will see a much-needed updating of our adoption legislation. I hope, like me, that everyone in the Chamber can see this for the positive impact which it will have, and you'll join with us in voting for it. And Minister, I'm going to put myself on record. I'd missed a piece when I'd read through it. I was delighted to see that you'd mentioned SGOs, because obviously the special guardianship orders is something that is in existence across the water in the mainland UK. And in terms of that facilitation for children that come from across the water, perhaps into a family unit here, or vice versa, depending on how that happens. Sometimes that is an issue. It is really good to see that alignment, and actually I do believe under your ministerial guidance it will be better. So I just ask for everyone in the chamber to support this bill. Thank you.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'll join with everyone else, Minister, in giving my solidarity to you. The faceless cowards that often bring these threats to many members of our executive are shameful, and of course we all stand with you in solidarity. I'll declare an interest, Deputy Speaker. Ms Cameron stole my thunder. I am one of those parents who joined the adoption system but left it. And I'll go through that perhaps later on, but it's very close to my heart. I chose to withdraw. I wasn't kicked out, by the way, but I chose to withdraw for personal reasons. But I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party, of course, to support this bill. Adopting the Future was an adoption strategy published 11 years after the Children Order. It's frustrating that we are now 15 years on from that. This is the vital work we're elected to do, so let us ensure that we do it with no further delay. Let us be clear about why this bill is so important and urgent. We need to align adoption law to make the child's welfare the paramount consideration in decisions relating to adoption. We need to ensure that there's a statutory duty for an adoption service. We need to provide a new right for adopted children and parents to request an assessment of their needs for adoption support services. We need to introduce a new legal framework for disclosure of information and establishing contact. We need to amend the definition of harm to include seeing and hearing ill treatment of another person. We need to make sure that parents bringing an adopted child into Northern Ireland have followed appropriate procedures. And we need to establish a regional register to provide matches between children waiting to be adopted and prospective adopters. We have also left children who wish to be adopted in a status of foster care for longer than necessary. We need to be clearer about ascertaining the wishes of children around investigations and child protection. We must act to ensure that children feel permanency in their new adopted home, and we need to provide reassurance in law through statutory advocacy services for children who are looked after. I welcome in particular the special guardianship insertion at clause 119, and as I should have declared this as well, as the former chair of Kinship Care, I do encourage further evidence to be taken from that organisation in regards to kinship care. In particular, there's one of the comments that's made, or one of the items in the bill is that a person who's a special guardianship should be over 18, but it doesn't talk about the protections or the support that could be offered to a sibling, for instance, who's almost 18, who could perhaps be the special guardian of their siblings. But moving on, in other words, this legislation is aimed at ensuring many of the children who have the toughest start in life will have their interests prioritised. Among other things, this bill places Going the Extra Mile scheme on a statutory footing so that care leavers can stay with their foster parents until the age of 21. Will we as legislators now go the extra mile to ensure this legislation progresses swiftly in the interests of protecting children from harm and giving children security? Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not here to argue that the bill is perfect as it stands, but I do think it is obvious that this is a very important piece of legislation covering vitally both adoption provisions with reference to children entering Northern Ireland from abroad and amendments to children and adoption legislation. In this regard, it serves both to modernise and to secure our adoption framework. Figures showing that during the pandemic adoptions have halved only make this more urgent. In Chapter 1, Clause 1 alone, Mr Deputy Speaker, it places into law what should be obvious but in practice may not always be. The welfare of the child is paramount. This is specifically applied to a court or an adoption agency, but of course it needs to apply broadly to everyone involved. This is then threaded, thankfully, throughout the bill. Chapter 2 covers the statutory requirement for an adoption service, including, importantly, a statutory right to request an assessment for adoption support. In Clause 3, I would ask the Minister to confirm why there will be 5 adoption authorities instead of 1. If this bill is to take a child-centred approach, then having 5 adoption authorities creates boundaries in the process and can limit the number of potential adopters available to be considered for a child. Northern Ireland is a small place. Why not enable and expand the pool of adopters for placing a child with by having one authority that covers all of Northern Ireland instead of having the issue of children being adopted across boundaries? Boundaries that have been created by the process. Are those boundaries in the best interests of children? I appreciate that there is a discussion of regional register, but why have these boundaries included? Clause 5(4), I'm delighted to see that a plan for the provision of adoption support services. However, the bill doesn't specify if that plan will include checks and balances to ensure the provision of support is provided in a timely fashion and not delayed by resourcing issues. In the past, children have stayed in care longer than necessary and adopters delayed in the process due to staff shortages and staff changes. This must be managed, and I sincerely hope the detail of the plan will include a measurement of effective service provision. And also, there is no discussion in the current legislation about support for foster carers. Many of us will have had foster carers who will come to our offices, particularly concerned where allegations have been made. Those allegations have been unfounded, but it takes a significant level of or amount of time for those allegations to be taken from their record, harming their ability to have other employment or to foster children. So there isn't a clarification on that. In the clauses around disclosure of information, it is vital that people who are adopted have access to information. I know many victims of the mother and baby homes that my colleague Paula Bradshaw, MLA, has been working with have extreme difficulty with what should be a simple process of retrieving information about their own past. This bill defines access to information for adoptions that will take place after this bill receives royal assent. It will be difficult for people adopted before this bill to still have to wade through the current system in order to access their information. Clauses 7 and 8 are silent on the assessment of the effectiveness of the adoption authorities. Should the adoption authorities also be held to account to ensure that in a child-centred approach, no child, no adoption is delayed through staffing issues or adopters lost through elongated processes? From my own point of view, the reason why I left the process was because after 3.5 years, and having finally completed courses, and after many social workers, we were faced with a further 3 years before we were going to be able to adopt, and we decided enough was enough. So we don't want to lose adopters who are lost through the elongated process. Clause 9 regulates adoption agencies, but does not clarify regulations for adoption authorities. Perhaps this is something that the committee may well consider in their considerations. Clause 10 talks about the management of adoption authorities and voluntary organisation, but not regulation of performance. And one of the key things that has come forward through the adoption process from people who have been adopted is the length of time that it takes and the performance of statutory agencies. Clause 28 and Clause 29 clarify the number of days when a child has to be returned to parents in particular circumstances. This may be 14 days or 7 days. But, Minister, it doesn't mention any consideration to the upheaval of the child, and if this is a child-centred piece of legislation, perhaps the Minister can confirm why the number of days cannot be amended to take account of how long a child has been living with foster carers to allow a period of adjustment and preparation for the child when they are being returned to their parent. Clause 42. Clause 42 does cause me some issues. And it ties in with what Ms Hunter from SDLP has said today. Clause 42 confirms regulations will be provided to confirm the suitability of adopters. These regulations will be brought forward by negative resolution. I have to ask, is this the best way to do this? If we are to ensure effective equality within the system, then would it be better to bring forward the regulations through a positive resolution process? In my experience, prospective adopters aren't provided with a list of these regulations. So they're very welcome to have these list of regulations, but the variance across trusts has been astonishing. Prospective adopters are asked to lose weight. They're too fat to be a parent. They're asked to be employed or not be employed. Where there's a marriage where there are two people of different religions, the couple needs to decide which religion the household will choose. None of this is provided in advance to those potential adopters. and I would like to see that adoption application process being more transparent and those systems brought forward. So I think it would be worthwhile to move it, instead of negative resolution, to positive resolution. I do think that this Assembly needs to take a more scrutiny role to ensure prospective adopters are fully aware of their requirements, and each adoption authority agency will follow the same scheme. I have no doubt also that Chapters 4 and 5 providing clarity around status and the establishment of a register will be warmly welcomed if considered long overdue. Part 2 makes important amendments directly to the Children Order, notably around residence and education, including at Clause 120, an important requirement to ascertain children's wishes and feelings. This phasing is important as it delivers from will or even expressed will the actual wishes and feelings. Clause 123, the corporate parenting principles. This is another issue, Minister, that is perhaps even needs to be expanded or amended, where children who are looked after by the authority and how they are being treated. I'm aware that there are children who are being trafficked out of care homes. Will there be effective guidance to ensure that teenage girls and boys in care? I will indeed.
Just in regards to that comment, I hope she's brought it to the appropriate authorities if she's aware of that.
I have, certainly. Unfortunately, it's an ongoing issue. Ensure there will be effective guidance to ensure that teenage girls and boys in care are parented and protected, that, for instance, they cannot walk out of a home at 10 p.m, that social workers or staff are supported and can act as parents and take responsibility for the children in their care. I wouldn't let mine leave the house at 10 o'clock, so why would a child in care be allowed to behave in a way that would put them in danger of people who will ply them with drugs or alcohol, and sadly for some to be led into prostitution? Social workers, and I have all the time in the world for social workers who are dealing with children who have difficulties and present difficult behaviours, but we need to support those social workers so their first action isn't to report that child to the police. And I would encourage the committee to talk to organisations, for instance, like Invisible Traffic, who are working with care homes and children at this stage, to warn them of the perils of what is out there in the big bad world. What I want to draw to your attention, Minister, is 127, Clause 127, where we talk about the right, of course, for contact. But what happens if the contact isn't working right? What happens then? Will a child's thoughts on this be brought forward? For instance, if the parent or the person who's applied for the contact doesn't turn up, the impact that that has on children is devastating, to be quite honest. And we need to consider, do we need to put something in legislation to make it very clear to those birth parents? Certainly you can have contact, but you cannot let down children. You cannot leave them feeling abandoned again. You cannot let them think that they have done something wrong when you haven't turned up. I welcome Clause 141 regarding the public awareness of fostering. I would draw attention also, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the need for the Legal Services Agency also to be prepared for the orders for contact during placement and for post-adoption contact, which will have legal aid implications. Of course, these situations are not always easy. Mr Deputy Speaker, if I may conclude with some general remarks in the context in which this bill is brought forward. Firstly, it could be conceivably dovetailed more effectively with the Domestic Abuse Bill, particularly concerning children impacted by domestic abuse, even where absent. I am hopeful that a way forward can be found in that regard. Secondly, I remain concerned that where a child was conceived as a result of rape, the father would still be able to apply for access. This is extremely worrying, as the application alone could cause considerable distress to the victim, something which is intolerable. I'm unconvinced we should leave this to a legal process in a court when we can act now to prevent it in the first place. Thirdly, I am concerned that the consultation supported the Children and Young People Strategic Partnership being placed on a statutory footing, but complexities have led to this being excluded from this bill. I'm sure my colleague Paula Bradshaw, MLA, will seek further information around this, while recognising that it may involve significant amendments to a different legislation. It's time we enable children with the security of a forever home. There may be work to do in the detail, but I broadly warmly commend the bill. Thank you.
I call Karen McKillen.
Gormelgat, Lascan Collia, and like other members, Minister, I just want to convey my support and solidarity with you and your family, and indeed your parents and wider family. It has been mentioned quite a few times, and I'm sure it will not be the last time you'll hear that, and you mentioned it yourself, to be fair, it's long overdue legislation and reform into adoption procedure, so it is welcomed. And indeed, it's not lost on any of us, and the Minister made mention of it yesterday in response to an urgent oral question by my colleague Emma Sheeran in relation to a question that was posed by Pam about adoption, that this report that we are now going through or will hear today, particularly in relation to mother and baby homes and the Magdalen laundries, is probably the worst example of how things were done. And I appreciate that this legislation will try and amend not only the practices, but, as Kelly's and others have outlined, the whole process around it, because it's quite a stressful journey, to be honest. So even, in relation to the mother and baby homes from Petition until 1990, I know of such, I'm loath to call them homes, but certainly facilities that were in my constituency in North Belfast. The preamble was quite good, but I want to touch on some of the absences, and I am saying this in the spirit of, it's not about nitpicking, it's just about clarity. I mean, this is a big, substantial bill. It's 166 clauses. There are constant references to the 1995 Children's Order, which was 177 pages long to read through, and I still didn't get to the query that I had and trying to cross-reference both. Like many others, I'm used to reading legislation and certainly will be scrutinising it on the Health Committee, but I do believe that, plain English, there's a lot to be said for it, and the less ambiguous or ambiguity around legislation, the better, because we need to ensure that people have a clear understanding. So, Minister, I commend you for bringing this forward to the second stage, and as the Chair Cull outlined, we've had discussions and indeed presentations from the officials, but I want to come back to that at a later stage. I would really appreciate that it's outlined in Clause 1, private fostering and indeed private adoption. I would like to have further explanation of what those private arrangements may entail, because I think it's really important. It's not to say that it will be as it was before, as in the cases of mother and baby and Magdalen laundries, but I do believe it does need to have quite a lot of details. Clause 4 in relation to the Regional Adoption Board. So my understanding is that the adoption authorities are each of the 5 health and social care trusts, but the Regional Adoption Board and the relationship to each of those trusts does need further definition. And it has already been raised, but I'll touch on it again later. There needs to be a seamless link between each adoption authority in terms of procedures, and that guidance for all that needs to be also clear and seamless as well. Callum and others have mentioned the issue around kinship, and I believe if this is special guardianship, if kinship is that, then it needs to say so. I know it's not the intention of the Minister or the officials, but a lack of mention of kinship is actually undermining the work, the value, and I know it's not intentional. I just believe that when we're correcting previous legislation and guidance through this bill, we need to have reflection of that. And if it's not, fair enough, but I would just like to know exactly what it is. So Clause 9, in terms of the general power to regulate adoption agencies, again, I'd like to know what the differences are between adoption agencies, or certainly those under the guardianship or the care, or even the scrutiny of the health and social care boards, to those who aren't. and what regulates them. I'm aware further on in the bill it talks about the role of the RQIA, but I'd like to know what the differences are. The Minister will fully appreciate, as members across this House will appreciate, that when it comes to private fostering and adoption arrangements, I would like to see additional clarity, particularly in terms of what they are. So the management of adoption agencies in Clause 9, I refer to the role of RQIA. I would like to know what role, if any, the special or the statutory advocate will have. And again, I want to welcome that advocate having a statutory power and statutory varies with it. But it's not clear to me, and I read Clause 10 quite a few times, and it's not. In relation to Clause 12, independent living of qualifying determination of adoption agencies, again, while these clauses are almost, deliberately, getting into each other because of their connection, I do believe we need greater definition because it's not there. For me, Clause 12 also presented me with some concern in relation to, and I'll touch on this again, in relation to Clauses 12 and indeed, arguably Clause 60 or 61 in relation to areas of disclosure. I'll be asking for additional information around that because I want to know what the rights of adopted children are, because they're not very specific. I know Cull made the point about the Adoption and Children Bill. It should be the Adoption of Children Bill because it is a bit misleading, and I do accept it's not deliberate. It's probably just the nuance in language. But the Minister did make mention of data protection, and I welcome that, but I have looked right across each of these articles and chapters and indeed clauses, and data protection isn't mentioned once, and I think that's a mistake because data protection has, as the title would suggest, legal protections that are very clearly laid out. And if they're not clearly laid out, I do believe there's Article 8 and Article 13 implications in this of the ECHR. In relation to Clause 17, advance consent to adoption, there is a cross-reference in relation to Clause 51, provisions that allow a parent who wishes to relinquish their child for adoption, and to do so they have no further involvement with their child. But Clause 51 should, in my opinion, have a bit more focus on consent, and I know there are additional and separate categories to this, and like any massive bill, you do go back and forward. I'm not complaining about that. I think that's what we're here for. But Clause 17 enables a parent who consents, and this is, I'm not being pedantic here, I'm not being nitpicking, but the language that's used around consent to his child being adopted, I think we need to look at that language, given the fact that we mentioned only as recently as yesterday when a woman has choices, and one of those is the adoption of her child. I just believe that that needs to be reflected, and it may be something archaic in law that's just transported, but I don't think it's right. Clause 18, in terms of placement orders, again references to the Children's Order and the alignment of the adoption law with the 1995 Children's Order is very welcome, but the 1995 Children's Order will probably need amended as well, if not fresh legislation brought forward, because when it does need to make and take into consideration the need to make arrangements to include the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Act. And again, there's been reference to this, but when we reach Clause 133, I want to make reference to that as well. Clauses 32 and 33, the return of a child in other cases. I found this really difficult to read because, and I appreciate this, but we are talking about human beings here. It reads like, we're turning items, and I know that's not where the Minister or her officials are coming from. And I know legislation is kind of dry and a bit devolved of emotion at times, but I just found it inappropriate, to be honest, and I'm saying that coming from a place where I think that's not what any of us want to see. Again, clause 38 in terms of recovery orders. The reasons this has happened have been listed in context of breaches outlined in clauses 15 and 37. And again, we need to look to clauses 133 in relation to definition of harm and the introduction of subsequent legislation. But I do think we need to look at, certainly in terms of the welfare checklist, I've looked for that checklist again in the children's order and in this legislation, and I couldn't find it. And perhaps it's something that's that social services have, police have and others have, but I think when we're scrutinising this, we need to see that. So, I mean, that was for me mentioned again throughout the bill. In relation to consent, again and again, I mentioned the checklist. It is mentioned in clause 1, paragraph 4. I do think it's really important that we include this, and it is again relevant throughout the bill, particularly in relation to clauses 52, the modification of children's order in relationship to adoption. That checklist is important in every clause, but certainly I think the whole area and the role of kinship has been particularly missed in this clause. So I would like to see that as well. Clause 60 and indeed clause 61, disclosing protected information about adults. And I think John Blair raised a point at the start. Often enough, and I know even just in circumstances from my constituents, who subsequently found out that one of their grandparents was an adopted child. They want to know about their family history, they want to try and find things out, and it is crucially important that that's facilities there, notwithstanding implications around the Data Protection Act. But it may have an implications for the 1923 Public Records Act when people are researching history, particularly before partition. And this is something I think we need to look at. I also believe that it is something that we need to consider, because while we need to protect the rights of people, we also need to have the rights to access to information, and for me that's vitally important. One thing in clause 66 that I do want to try and get additional information on, and that's in subsection 2, where it talks about disclosing protected information about children, and the quote is, it provides that the agency is not obliged to proceed with an application for disclosure for information unless it considers it's appropriate to do so. I want to see what the guidance and the criteria is around that, because again, I understand that people are coming at this from a good place, but in the past, and particularly in relation to the migrant laundries and homes, information is power and was power, and it was used to control people and to keep them away from getting access. And also, it put an awful lot of power in one or two people's hands, and I think that's really hard to legislate for. But we do have an opportunity to ensure that that's not repeated. In relation to clause 65, the meaning of adoption, and again it's laid out in chapter 4, and Colin touched upon this. Certainly when you look at areas around the border, around Fermanagh, Cavan, Monaghan, Derry, Donegal, particularly in relation to some of the parishes are all island, and that's both not just in Catholic religion but in Church of Ireland, and I'm not too sure about others, so pardon my ignorance. But in the past, some of the religious institutions were adoptive or adoption agencies, and those parishes were reflected in some of the birth certs as well as some of the subsequent paperwork that people were able to retrieve. So I do think it's really important that that's reflected. And again, just in relation to clause 66, I just want to raise 68, I want to raise an issue. So it has been the legislation that if a woman is presumed that she has attained 55 years of age, that she will not adopt a person after the execution of the instrument. Now, as a woman who's just over 50, well, a good bit over 55, I'm wondering what that means. I mean, is this in relation to life expectancy of an adoptive parent What is that? Because our life expectancy, thankfully, is slightly longer, and given the fact that there are shortages of people who are prepared or who can foster and adopt, I think it's important to have that clarified. In relation to clause 76, the adoption of children register, can the Minister bring further details in this, specifically in relation to clauses 12, 60 and 105 in relation to privacy and disclosure? Because I do think they're all connected, they're all related to each other. And again, Columns mentioned clauses 88 in terms of the inter-country and all-island adoption, which I've mentioned. I did mention the welfare checklist, and again, this is alluded to, or specified in clause 119 under special guardianship. And I appreciate that this is something new that will be improved. But the references to welfare checklists in Article 3 and again 3 of the Children's Order, I looked at it and it's not there. So I'm just assuming that's something that was with the statutory authorities. But like anything, when you scrutinise legislation, you don't assume anything, you get it clarified.
There are very, very many valid points and queries being raised, but there will be an opportunity at the committee stage should the House agree to the general principles of the bill. So I would encourage members to discuss the general principle of the bill, and I've given considerable latitude. I pass back to the member and ask that you take that on board.
I appreciate that, last time, Collier, and you're right, it is. So, I mean, I'm doing this in a way to give people as much advance notice, but and I will be repeating it again at committee stage, and I will repeat it again when it comes to an absence of that clarity, and I'm hoping that the officials who are listening in will have that information when they come to us at the committee. In relation to care plans, I was really delighted to hear that certainly the Minister outlined that from the ages of 21 to 25, young people are considered. I was actually personally considering bringing a private member's bill on this issue, and having worked with the Children's Law Centre, and indeed children who come through fostering, and indeed children who were looked after the system, because when it came to statutory responsibilities, the fact that the ages of 25 wasn't recognised, particularly when children were trying to access housing, it was very, very difficult. And any of us will know that these children who are growing up and reared through a corporate system by corporate parents, they're just really disadvantaged. So I'm personally delighted to see the age of 25 recognised, as it is in Europe. But it's great that this has happened, because it will mean an awful lot to those young people. And again, I think it's really, really important that when we're looking at this legislation, that we're obviously checking it along with the UN rights of the child, which I've absolutely no doubt will happen. I'll finish in this part. I would ask a Minister at this stage to look at contact arrangements and contact centres and arrangements. And so I do think they need to be age appropriate, and I know many within social services who have tried their very best, and sometimes arrangements don't suit estranged parents and mightn't suit other siblings, particularly when they're trying to get everybody together and there's gaps in age. But I would ask for a greater flexibility, and this goes back, and it's just pointing out the fact that there are massive pressures on social services, as there are now, and there have been massive pressure on them well before COVID. When we're looking at workforce planning, and we're looking at the roles and indeed the guidance that will be needed in order for these pieces of legislation to be understood, we definitely need to look at the resources attached to that. Because the fact is that someone with the right and the best will in the world and the greatest compassion who wants to do their job, if they physically can't and aren't able to execute their duties, then without their fault, they're in breach of their statutory and corporate responsibilities, and none of us here, no one within health and social care wants to be in that position. I also want to ask the Minister, as I'm sure he will, the guidance that is needed, and I made reference to it, needs to be very, very clear. I also want to put on record, and the social workers who I've worked with over many years will know who they are, because I know they're listening to this. I want to put my thanks and gratitude on the record, because they have done what they've been asked to do and then some, in very, very difficult circumstances, actually putting themselves at risk on many occasions, particularly when children have kicked out and have been very violent. So I want to put that on the record. I also want to put my record on the record in relation to this about children who are looked after, VOIPIC and other children's organisations, or organisations that have the rights of children, who have been waiting on this legislation, indeed others with the legislation coming forward for years. I want to put on record my gratitude to them, because many of those have been the voice of the voiceless, and I know too they would be delighted with the ages of 25 being extended as a result of this. And indeed, there is I don't want to refer to a clause, but there is clauses in there that talks about adult children who have been through the system. I think that will be well recognised. So I thank the Minister for bringing this forward to second stage. Thank you.
I call Orlia Flynn.
So yes, it's been mentioned numerous times already around the importance of what is long overdue legislation. I think you had mentioned, Minister, you quoted 35 years. You could be dating back as long as, which is longer than my lifetime. So it absolutely is overdue. And obviously, most of the measures contained within the bill, it is around modernising the current framework that's obviously outdated in dealing with the process of adoptions. So I know that the Chair had referenced that we do only have 6 months left within this Assembly term, and we know that we are pushed for time within the Assembly and within the Health Committee to give it the scrutiny that it deserves. But it is essential that we use what limited time we do have left to treat this bill with the utmost care and attention, and allow, hopefully, for it to complete its legislative passage to ensure the children and families are supported. As the Chair had mentioned earlier, while scrutinising any piece of legislation that's dealing with vulnerable children and young people, it is essential that we focus on making sure that the process is transparent and that those within adoption agencies and the department are accountable. So, I know there was some feedback from the sector, obviously, whenever the Minister was saying earlier around the consultation that was carried out and getting the bill to this stage. And I know from speaking with some of the groups within the children's sector, and particularly in Barnardo's, who reached out to the MLAs in advance of today's debate, they, like many other stakeholders, are also keen just to see the passage of this bill coming through the Assembly as quickly and as swiftly as possible. So some of the elements that I've picked out of the bill that I'd like to focus on today is the child's welfare, the right to an assessment of need for parent, child or guardian, the importance of the advocacy services, the requirement for authorities to promote the child's educational attainment, and I'll address a bit more generally and throughout just around the mental health impact that this complex process can have on families. So just firstly, with the bill aiming to bring adoption law into line with the Children Order, ensuring that the child's welfare is the main focus in decisions. I think that this really is crucial, and as members will be aware, I know that some members have already spoken about their own personal experience with the adoption process, but whether it be your own personal experience or through engagement that I'm sure we've all had with our constituents, our social services, as they go through these processes, regardless of anything else, the most important factor and number one priority is the child's welfare. It's the child's safety and it's the child's best interests. So I think I welcome the fact that obviously this is contained throughout the entire bill, and it's rightfully taken its place as a priority throughout the new legislation, proposed legislation. So for me, another important aspect of the bill is providing a new right for adopted children and adoptive parents to request this assessment of their needs for adoption support services. And I know that it's contained within the bill that that process is also going to be available for the special guardians who might need some of that additional counselling or advice or information. As it's already been stated, we know that adoption is an extremely difficult process for everyone involved, and the process of gaining a child by removing him or her from another family can and does trigger a range of emotions, positive and negative. But for a child particularly, these emotions can be really difficult to process. And as young children, the advantages of a safe, stable home where their physical and emotional needs are consistently met is critical, as some research has shown that adoptees are more likely to be diagnosed, sadly, with mental health issues. And additionally, there's research suggesting that adoptees are more likely to abuse substances and even attempt suicide than their non-adopted peers. And some of that is obviously due to some of the trauma that some of these young people and kids have experienced earlier in their childhood. So when it comes to the relationship between adoption and mental health, that knowledge and prevention is power. And as a parent or as a child, that access to the right support services at the right time absolutely is an important first step, and I really, really welcome that. Particularly for the children who are commonly unable to even vocalise or identify what it is that they're feeling. So this assessment of needs could address and identify multiple issues. And I think it was Kelly Armstrong that made the point about identifying them early enough, so you're preventing, what could possibly happen and occur down the line. So that better support to the parent and the child and the guardian is welcome. Unfortunately, there's been very little research that's been done on the prevention of adoption-related mental health issues specifically, and this is maybe possibly something that the department could consider. That said, implementing the practices and the needs assessment is a good place to begin with that, so that's a positive. And according to the World Health Organization, there are a variety of evidence-based programmes that can reduce the risk of mental illness, and there is some intervention strategies that can target both the parent and the child at the different developmental stages. And some of these strategies, they vary based on the type of mental health issue that you're dealing with, but most of them focus on the likes of developing social skills, developing emotional resilience, and just having general healthy coping mechanisms. And hopefully some of the strategies, those worldwide and international strategies that are already out there, hopefully some of those are already entwined within our local support services that we'll have here to try and support some of the parents or kids that might be struggling. Another factor to bear in mind when considering an assessment of need for parent and child, and I know Mr Butler isn't in the chamber anymore, but he had touched on this earlier, but it's a thought for the rest of the family. And it's probably something that you don't think about or consider unless you've been close enough to the experience of adoption where it actually does reach out to the wider family. And other children in the home might need a bit of additional help or support if a sibling is struggling to settle into their new environment. And no matter the age or how well they're able to comprehend what is happening with their new brother or sister, even the youngest of children can pick up stress and tension within the family if that's the case. So it's just to be mindful of just the other siblings and that transition process that they're a part of it too. So just moving quickly on to the statutory advocacy services as referenced in the bill for current and former looked after children. And just on that, I know that Mr McNulty had made the point around the language around the looked after children, so I thank him for making that, because to be honest it's never been brought to my attention, but like a lot of things, from dealing with suicide prevention and stuff, sometimes some of your language needs to be dealt with very sensitively, so I'll bear that in mind. I think you used the reference of children looked after. I know it's a wee subtle difference, but if that makes a difference to someone watching the debate. But just on the issue of advocacy, so this is vital for children and young people who, as we know, often have a lot of major decisions in their life that's made for them on their behalf. And many children who are looked after in care or who are in the child protection system do often have choices made for them, and a statutory advocacy service should ensure that they will have a say about some of the care that they're going to receive. And as we know, the ultimate goal is always to ensure that all our children are happy, healthy and safe. but the advocacy services, in addition, can also help champion some of their rights. They can hopefully help support and play a role in promoting equality issues and in keeping an eye on current services, just to ensure that no young person is being discriminated against for whatever reason. And they should also hopefully be able to give that confidential help and advice quickly as and when it's requested. But the most important part of this aim for me in the bill is that children and young people would have a statutory service that's working exclusively for them, so it's dedicated to them and their needs. And such a service is obviously going to help guide any child through that adoption process and to act on their behalf to communicate their needs and wishes. So it's vital that children and young people feel supported, and as we know, a couple of members touched on this, but we know that children who feel listened to are more likely to be honest and open up about things like abuse or other horrible things that might be affecting them. And we all want the same goal, to protect children from harm and ensure they are safe. And I believe that the advocacy role can provide that opportunity. So finally, and just to conclude, the bill also proposes the new requirement for authorities to promote the child's educational achievement. And as I spoke about earlier, the adoption process is difficult for both the parent and the child, but particularly for the child, which is why I think that this requirement for authorities to promote their educational achievement should actually be a bare minimum, to give these children and young people only what they deserve, and that's the best chances of a happy and successful school journey, hopefully followed by a future career or job prospect of their choice if they're supported in the right way, which hopefully that's what this is going to lead to. And in many cases of adoption and that transition between families, we know that the emotional and psychological distress that's felt by a child can lead to those behavioural challenges at home and at school, and then this is what sometimes can essentially set them onto that course to academic underachievement. Though some do well with the educational achievement of looked after children or children looked after as a group, unfortunately does remain unacceptably low, but hopefully and clearly that's why the Department have included this duty to be placed on local authorities to safeguard and promote the welfare of a child. So alas, Cancolia, I'm just going to bring my remarks to an end, and I'm conscious that there is obviously so many more important clauses and aspects of the bill which I haven't touched on. I know other members have touched on some of it, but just as it says in my opening remarks as well, I think it's just important obviously to get the bill past this second stage today, and then for the Assembly and the Health Committee to use the whatever limited time that we have left to try and progress it as quickly and swiftly as possible. Thank you.
Can we have Mark Durkin onto our screens? And I call Mark Durkin. I call Mark Durkin.
Speaker, I'd like to welcome this legislation. I commend the Minister for bringing it forward and assure him of our support, not just in terms of getting this legislation through, but in solidarity against the faceless cowards who have threatened him and his family. The right to family life is a fundamental right in any society, and it should be accepted as a right now in 2021, yet for thousands of children and young people here, this right has been denied. As of March last year, and other members have referred to this, there were well over 3,000 children and young people in care, the highest in record since the introduction of the Children's Order 1995. It's clear that over the past year and a half, the increased societal and economic pressures have placed growing pressures on an already struggling system, with more and more children no longer able to stay in their birth homes for a variety of reasons. And while I welcome the fact that the number of children being adopted has risen, and the Minister himself referred to that, it still is lamentable that the structures of support haven't really been available. As already outlined, the North's adoption legislation is almost 35 years old. We've been the only jurisdiction across these islands left without updated and fit, or at least fitter for purpose legislation, which has been available elsewhere And it is therefore, I think, shameful that hundreds of families, perhaps even more, have been denied that support and set a bit even of a disadvantage to their counterparts for decades. And this is, in my mind, no doubt compounded families' frustration at weaknesses in our existing legislation. It's vital that these children are placed into a system which caters to their individualised needs, and one which ensures both those in the care system and adopters are sufficiently supported through every step of the adoption process, and not simply left to their own devices post-adoption. One parent I've spoken to noted that when seeking support after adopting her young son, her social worker asked, "Do you want us to come and take him?" Now, that's outrageous, and they certainly don't want that incident to tarnish the work of our commitment of our social services workforce, or make it appear that I'm in any way incognizant of the major, unimaginable difficulty of their work. And I would echo Carl McCullein's gratitude for those working so hard as social workers in those extremely difficult situations. But we must and we can do better. As such, the inclusion of a post-adoption process assessment to consider the needs of adoptive families is very welcome, if not long overdue. It's important to bear in mind that some of these children and young people will have complex behavioural needs and may have experienced trauma in their early childhood. Any prospective adopter must have the legal assurance that they will be equipped and assisted to deal with any issues should they arise. The framework of support and protections, I have no doubt, will go a long way in encouraging more people to consider adopting across the North, and that's what many speakers have referred to as being a central to this bill. There's no denying that this is a long-awaited piece of legislation, and one that does and will mean a great deal to many families. Some of whom have, like I said, contacted me to outline what the gift of adoption meant to them. But they were also open and honest about the difficulties that they have faced. I got this example from a constituent of mine. She said that this piece of legislation really matters to our family, as it will provide better post-adoption support services. Although adoption brings so many positives and so much happiness, it is the best thing that ever happened to us. There is also negatives and loss connected to it. There's a lack of post-adoption support, and we have found ourselves in a difficult position as our address was breached and our child's birth mother was allowed to move 4 minutes away from our home. Both ourselves and others have felt very frustrated through the whole process that the child's rights and safety are not paramount as they should be. So it's clear that families here have been failed. However, I, like others, am hopeful that this bill will make a significant and positive difference here. I'd like to touch on just a few elements of the bill, particularly the focus on support for children in care and care leavers, and the inclusion of greater opportunities for older children to benefit from the permanence and stability through the route of adoption and that is offered by it. Other members have gone into much more detail, much to the Deputy Speaker's chagrin, but we look forward to going into even more detail as the bill progresses, and to ensure that we collaboratively build as robust a piece of legislation as possible. We certainly welcome the broad principles of the bill, as well as the strengthening of the relationship between social services, parents, educators, and of course the children themselves. We're hopeful this piece of work will remove uncertainty and the unnecessary delay for everyone involved in the adoption process. At this point, like others, I'd like to pay tribute to all those organisations who work in this field and those who've worked with the department to inform and shape this bill, and I'm sure they'll be on hand to shape it even better and streamline it further if required, to make sure that it's as good a piece of legislation as possible. But most of all, I suppose I'd like to think that the families and children who have first-hand experience of the adoption process, how they're feeding into this, I think their insight and assistance will be vital. The contribution has been invaluable, and I think it's important that we take it on board if we really, really want to know how to make these services work. So we look forward to the progression of the bill. Commend it.
I call Jerry Carl.
Deputy Speaker, I want to join others in condemning the threats made against the Minister, unequivocally condemn them. In regards to the bill today, Deputy Speaker, I would be remiss not to briefly mention the Mother Baby Institution's Magdalen Laundries report, obviously being published today. People have referred to and have yet to read the details of the report. But one thing we already knew before its publication is that the state religious institutions here not only failed young people and their families, but treated them in a barbaric way. And I hope that they can get justice, and how that's defined should be up to those victims and survivors. So quite glaringly, Deputy Speaker, historically there wasn't always or often a child-centred approach to issues of adoption or people supposedly put into care. Use that term in inverted commas. So while it's important to recognise that it is in this bill, it would be foolish not to mention that this hasn't always been the case, far from it. And the details of this bill, Deputy Speaker, I would share other members' views that the delay in this legislation is frustrating and disappointing for those who want to adopt and those looked after children and young people themselves. And frankly, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are some aspects of this bill that I am quite astounded that they haven't already been in place or in law already. Take, for example, Part 1, Clause 1, that states, and I quote, "provides that in placing a child for adoption, the agency must give due consideration to the child's religious persuasion, racial origin, cultural and linguistic background." That sounds sensible. It does. Reasonable, rational and fair. But the point I would like to emphasise and make is that why is this only being legislated for now, something that I raised on the committee. And the Minister and Department may say that this was already happening and this is a tidying up exercise. That may well be the case. But to me, it would appear that many people could have been let down and not given due consideration to these issues mentioned already. And I would be very concerned about this. Clause 6 relates to a duty to provide information on adoption services, and this is obviously welcome and important. And again, you may ask why something so simple and straightforward wasn't already happening. But again, if this leads to an increase in people adopting and seeking services, it would be welcome and important. Clause 14, Deputy Speaker, relates to inspections on premises where a child or young person who has been placed by an adoption agency and allowing the department or RQIA, as I understand it, to inspect here and request records, etc. And I hope this would increase the safeguarding of children and young people, although I do have some concerns, I raised this in the committee as well, around the way it's worded about, and I quote, reasonable time and reasonable assistance. My concern here is that this could be abused effectively to delay inspections in cases where there's young people and children at risk or they're not being protected or safeguarded. So I would like the Minister to address that. Clause 121 around the provision of services to children in need talks about the need to safeguard and promote children, which again didn't always or often happen, but it's welcome that it's in this bill. So most of the bill, Deputy Speaker, seems fine. I'm looking forward to hearing the view of those organisations who are affected by this, the many who have been referred to already. I hope that it can be strengthened. I hope that the bill can be condensed for them because there's so many clauses in them. It's hard for MLAs to go through it. I would say that maybe organisations who have a lot on their plate, it's probably even harder for them. So I hope that the Minister and his department can take that into consideration, maybe provide a condensed or easier to read version of it. Like I said, it's long overdue, but I welcome it today, and I would ask for further clarity on these issues that are raised either from the Minister today or his officials on the committee or in writing. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As others have said, this is indeed a long overdue piece of legislation. For too long, Northern Ireland has been operating in the shadow of improvements in England and Wales from 2 decades ago and 14 years ago in the case of Scotland. Whilst the adoption order has served its time well, there's no doubt that the legislation relating to adoption in Northern Ireland needed updated. Its purpose could be summed up as making the entire process more efficient, but more importantly, cutting out some of the unnecessary delay and anxiety for children. Whilst I can absolutely understand why due process and checks would be followed out, there has to be an acceptance and recognition that the process of adopting a child in Northern Ireland can take far too long. Setting new timescales for adoption proceedings will be a novel but hugely welcome step forward. It is a largely technical bill, but scratch the surface of it and you can see the tangible benefits it will deliver for both children and their adoptive parents and carers. For instance, at last, post-adoptive support is recognised. There's also now greater recognition on the need to improve the longer-term outcomes for looked-after children. Importantly, it will formalise the support for adoptive parents through the legal duty. After this bill, never again should a new parent feel that they have been abandoned. As the Minister has pointed out, this proposed legislation has been extensively consulted upon both with the public, but more importantly with the dedicated professionals who deal with this complex and sensitive issue on a daily basis. It will improve and streamline the process of matching up children and adoptive parents. The creation of an appeals process may also help encourage more potential adopters to come forward. The new legislation should not in any way be seen to undermine or criticise the work carried out in the past in relation to adoption, but just puts into place a better and more expedient process with clear and uncomplicated guidance. As the Minister has said, it will put the interest of the children front and centre, and as already mentioned, it will also create circumstances that adoptive parents will receive more ongoing support, as indeed will the child as they grow into adulthood. Today is an opportunity to place on record our appreciation for those people who take on the selfless task of providing a caring and loving home to a child, to allow them to be fully encouraged to develop their talents and go on to become an important and valued member of society. I commend the Minister and his officials for bringing this very important legislation in the middle of all the other challenges his department has been dealing with. But it does reflect not very well on this House that it has been residing in the pipeline since 2006. I pray that the political developments outside the control of the Minister do not prevent this bill being placed in the legislation during this mandate. I look forward to helping address the concerns expressed today as the Health Committee scrutinise the bill going forward. The Ulster Unionist Party both welcome and fully support this bill. It is reform that is long overdue. Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Members, the Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return at 2 will be question time. After the period of question time, we will return to this debate. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
Programme signed. Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Okay, members, the sitting is resumed. It is time for questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And before I call John Blair to ask the first question, could I remind members that there's been an increasing length of time taken by members in recent weeks to ask their question. So can I ask members to put their speeches away, turn their laptops off and ask the questions as quickly and succinctly as you possibly can do. You are taking time off other members. On the downside of it, it is taking time off other members' ability to ask questions, and many of them are your own party colleagues. So I would ask people to keep their questions as short and succinct as possible. So, John Blair, give a good example. With your permission, Mr Speaker, I wish to group questions 1, 6 and 7 together, and I am acutely aware of the labour problems facing our meat processing sector, the growing shortages, particularly in relation to the number of slaughter plant operatives and butchers in our abattoirs and processing plants. I have been engaging extensively and held numerous meetings with stakeholders from across our food processing sector about their concerns and how best to resolve the issue. Despite employers offering competitive wages and other incentives, they have struggled to recruit all the workers they need because insufficient appetite exists amongst our domestic workforce for these types of jobs. For a significant period of time, we have relied on migrant workers to fill the labour gap in the agri-food industry. Stakeholders, however, have indicated that the new UK immigration system has removed a previously existing route to fill vacancies. The new system, while offering a route to fill skilled vacancy, is cumbersome, and firms report that it is extremely difficult for them to identify migrants who meet all elements of the eligibility criteria and have identified the English language requirement as a particular barrier to entry. I am obviously very concerned about this situation, and I am committed to doing what I can. As you know, immigration policy is a reserved matter, so my focus has been ongoing communication with the top levels of government in Whitehall. I have written to the Prime Minister, Home Secretary and George Eustace to highlight the severity of the problem in the hope that we can remedy the situation as quickly as possible. We have seen some movement in the recent announcement on additional temporary visas for HGV drivers and poultry workers, but it is not enough, and I will keep pressing for more. John Blair, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for the detail of that reply. Can I ask, given the contact with senior officials in Whitehall, if any request has been made for an extension to or a review of the previous EU settlement scheme and the timeframes around that, and whether all of that is worth revisiting?
Well, in terms of it, from my perspective as someone who was a supporter of Brexit, I wanted to see an end to the open door policy in terms of immigration, but we should be in a position where we can bring people in where we need them, and we certainly need them in the food industry, and that is the point that I have been making repeatedly to the UK government, who are indicating, yes, there is a lot of people at a local level who are still unemployed, and we wish to have them in employment, and this is well-paid employment, so we would wish to have them there. Again, I will point out to them that these are skilled jobs, and therefore you cannot just lift someone out of unemployment straight into a job like butchery or indeed HGV driving. There has to be training involved, and considerable training in some instances, which will take years. So I do think that it does need to be looked at yet again by Whitehall.
Melissa McHugh. Look, Concorla, and I'm sure, Minister, you probably won't agree with me, but this is as a result of Brexit at the end of the day. And I ask you that what pressure will you bring to bear on the British Government to ensure that EU workers in particular can come here to the north of Ireland and work and live and help to rescue the impending crisis that exists now in the food agri sector?
I had thought that a gentleman who lives so close to the border would actually know what's going on just across it. Because the IFA Pigs chairman, Roy Galley, says the Irish pigs meat sector is under extreme pressure due to the lack of suitable labour availability at processing level and on pig farms. On vets, the topic of the shortage of large animal vets was raised with the Veterinary Ireland President on the back of concern recently expressed by the Joint Oireachtas Committee on Agricultural, Food and the Marine. Paul Brophy, who is one of the largest producers of vegetables in Ireland, says one of the country's largest broccoli growers described labour issues in the sector as chronic and said it will be unwinding of the industry if it's not addressed. So the member may have some glowing report that nobody else knows about of how good things are in the European Union on this issue. This is an issue that has been piling up within the European Union as well as the United Kingdom. We're actually in a better position to respond because we can actually go out to places like the Philippines and other countries where there is an available workforce. We just need an adjustment in government policy to do it. The Irish government are stuck with EU rules, which thankfully we don't have.
McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Unfortunately, skills shortages in the sector were entirely predictable. with EU workers leaving and going back to their homeland. So what I'm asking the Minister is, what preparations have you made in order to ensure that a pipeline of skills were available to these industries, and have you discussed apprenticeships and traineeships in order to fill the gap left by our European friends that have left this country because they're no longer welcome? Thank you.
Well, I really do have to pull the member into line for that last comment. Who says EU workers aren't welcome in Northern Ireland? They left here because they weren't welcome. They've been here for many years. They have been here for many years and were very welcome to continue to stay in Northern Ireland. What people who supported Brexit voted for was that we wouldn't have uncontrolled immigration. And perhaps the member wants uncontrolled immigration because that keeps people's pay down and that ensures that people work on minimum wage. And I'm glad to see lorry drivers, digger drivers, indeed people who work in meat plants getting an uplift in their pays because they work hard and they deserve to be well paid for the work that they do. So I welcome those aspects that Brexit has delivered, which is higher pay for lower paid workers, and perhaps the SDLP would catch on that that is a good thing for the community.
Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, the shortage of skilled labour is creating a potential welfare difficulty in terms of animal welfare. Can the Minister advise if he has been made aware of any concerns, particularly from our pig and poultry farmers who have limited space capacity? How urgent is this situation and how is it going to be addressed in the short term and the long term, and has he been in touch with the Minister for the Economy?
I think it's extremely urgent, and we have engaged extensively with the industry and we are actively looking at our options. Some of the options is to actually slaughter pigs at birth, so that this backlog that is building up isn't something that continues unabated. Another one is to slaughter animals on farm at some stage. But that doesn't particularly deal with the instantaneous problem because we have a backup now. And one of the other areas that we could look at is putting pigs into cold storage, because the problem isn't the capacity for slaughter, the problem is the capacity for butchery. Now, the companies would have to want to do that, but we're open to suggestions coming from the industry. I believe that the industry are the people best placed to come forward with solutions, and we will work closely with the industry in trying to achieve solutions.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his responses thus far. In relation to the previous members mentioned pigs on farm, I had a pig producer last night, and his concern is that as the weeks go by, his pigs are backing up on farm, and he has difficulty in relation to that. The Minister agreed with me. There's members in this House blames Brexit, but the Republic of Ireland has the very same problem, and they're still in the European Union.
Well, as I indicated to Mr. McHugh, and clearly Ms McLaughlin didn't take it in, but I indicated what the farming community is saying down there, what the veterinary community is saying down there. There's a shortage of key workers, and a lot of this would actually have to do with EU policy, in that you can only bring people from the European Union. And you know, we had this with health many years ago, and still have, where we used to have many doctors come from India and from Malaysia and countries like that there, and we couldn't get them, and we had to close units in hospitals because of a lack of doctors. And the same applies to this. So workers are out there, they're in the world, we can bring them in. What I'm saying to the UK government is that we're not looking for tens of thousands here, we're looking for thousands, a relatively small number. It will not throw immigration out of control, but it will ensure that food which is on our farms can be delivered to the local people right across the United Kingdom.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, in January of this year, you tweeted to Aaron Banks, one of the main drivers behind the Leave.eu movement, to thank him for all that he had done to make Brexit happen. Minister, Leave.eu notoriously put up a poster with saying breaking point with hundreds of thousands of migrants in front of them. What about Brexit did you think wasn't about ending migration, and would you like to apologise to those suffering from a labour crisis in this country?
Well, what is very clear is we had uncontrolled immigration, and I have no problem with immigration, and I have no problem with bringing people in who we actually need. Uncontrolled immigration is an entirely different thing, and I welcome that is no longer the case. I welcome the fact that our workers now are better paid, that are on the lower end of the scale, and if the member isn't aware that lorry drivers, digger drivers, people who are working in food factories all have had significant wage uplifts, then the member isn't living in the real world, because the rest of us do know about it. And I welcome the fact that low-paid workers have got their pay increased since we left the European Union, and that is part of the policy of not having uncontrolled immigration, where we have everybody working in those types of jobs at minimum wage, which was an unacceptable situation.
And I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 2.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll group questions 2 and 11 together. I firmly believe that where persons have been convicted of animal cruelty offences and banned by courts from keeping animals, all actions that can reasonably be undertaken to reduce the risk of reoffending should be pursued, and as such I welcome the recent public petition on the potential for an animal cruelty register. I'm keen to explore how such a register would operate in Northern Ireland. I have already engaged with the Minister for Justice on this topic, and my officials have been liaising with their counterparts in her department. Officials have also been reviewing the effectiveness and impact of the similar types of registers available already in operation elsewhere. Over the last number of months, significant progress has been made identifying the key issues that need to be addressed were such a register to be implemented and maintained here in Northern Ireland. These issues include compliance with data protection legislation and the appropriate disclosure of or access to conviction data. I have requested that my officials take these efforts forward and develop proposals on potential next steps before the end of this year.
Supplementary, Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Obviously, this is a very important subject, this animal cruelty register, and I would like to see that come into operation. Would the Minister like to expand on any conversations he has had with the Minister of Justice and tell us any more about any issues that have arisen through those conversations?
Well, obviously we have a correspondence. We've also had verbal communication in meetings on this issue, and I think it is an important issue that we actually progress and move forward on. I don't quite get all of the issues around the data, in that most of these offences are published because they've been through court and they're already in the public domain. So I'm not so sure that we need just to be as cautious when it comes to the whole data protection element, because if it's already in the public domain, what are we protecting the individuals from? And ultimately, individuals who have been found guilty of cruelty to animals, you know, we need to ensure that they don't have the opportunity to do it again. And therefore, in my view, the more people are aware of it, the better. But I would encourage people to question the Department of Justice on this issue as well. We're very keen to move it forward. I believe that we can get there. It will not be in the lifetime of this Assembly, but nonetheless I believe that we'll get there, because I believe it's something which the public would actually want, the public would desire, and I believe it's something that this House would desire.
John Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer. Obviously this is a serious issue and of concern to many in Northern Ireland. The problem is, of course, as the Minister outlines, if a sentence is not, if somebody is given a sense of not being allowed to keep an animal, and there's no means to implement or enforce that, then that sentence becomes immaterial. And I'm aware of the Minister's response to Mrs Kelly from a couple of weeks ago that something of the delay was in DOJ. On that basis, would the Minister outline the impact of the delay on progressing this issue and what may be done to address the impasse between the two departments?
Well, certainly it's an issue that's been raised to me in the earlier part of the Assembly, so it is something that I've been preferred to move forward on, but we haven't been able to do that just as yet. I think there appears to be considerable issues within the Department of Justice and concerns about how we can handle the whole data, how we can engage in compliance with existing procedures. Personally, I think all of these things we can overcome and therefore move forward on, and I would hope that before we get to the end of this term, the Department of Justice will be in a position, when a new minister comes in, to be able to give that minister the room to move this forward in conjunction with the future DAERA minister.
Dolores Kelly.
Speaker, and I'm aware of the Minister's commitment to delivering on the animal cruelty register, but it has, and the petition had an all-Ireland dimension, and of course the obnoxious puppy farms, come from Scotland and elsewhere as well in terms of the animals sold. So I wonder, Minister, have you had an opportunity yet to discuss a shared register, not only with the south of Ireland but also with England, Scotland, Wales?
Well, I think we need to get over the first hurdle, and that's what we do here. But I have no problem whatsoever in sharing information with colleagues in any of the jurisdictions that the member mentioned. It makes logical sense. I do know that Mr Newton has a private member's bill which would outlaw those large-scale puppy farms and people who produce the animals purely for profit. And that is something which I am supportive of, and I would hope that this Assembly would be supportive of and will facilitate the delivery of that piece of legislation going through this House over the course of the next number of months. It really is one of the private members' bills that, in my mind, stands out in terms of its importance, in terms of what it can deliver, and will leave a good mark for this Assembly as it comes to its closure.
And I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Further to Ms Kelly's question, does the Minister agree that an all-island animal cruelty register would be the most effective way of preventing repeat offenders that have already been convicted in one of the jurisdictions but not both?
Well, I do recognise that the people who engage in animal cruelty, can be very fluid, and therefore they can move. So, getting a register established in the first instance, I think would be very positive, and the ability to share that register with others, I think, would also be a positive move, whether that be on this island or whether it be on the entirety of these islands.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, thank you for your answers so far. You spoke about compliance with data protection and your register. You wanted a register to share with others. Are you indicating then that this register would be open for the public available to the public if they wanted to buy a puppy, to check if we're buying it from an appropriate source or not?
I think that needs further thought. It certainly should be available to dog wardens and people who look after the compliance of the well-being of animals. Veterinary services, dog wardens, police and other bodies certainly should have an availability to it. Whether it's made totally available to the public would not entirely be in my hands. That again would be a consideration in discussions with the Department of Justice. But I do see merit in it.
Moving on, I call Steve Aiken.
Question number 3, please.
Can I reiterate that the protocol is unacceptable and unworkable? This was recognised in this House yesterday, even by those who wanted rigorous implementation of the protocol previously. The movement of pedigree cattle is yet another example of how the protocol is disadvantaging Northern Ireland farmers. The movement of livestock, including pedigree cattle, from Northern Ireland to Great Britain for agricultural shows, sales or exhibitions is a long-standing tradition for local farmers and breeders, and provides an opportunity to access markets and to demonstrate the quality of our specimens and bloodlines, which are internationally recognised as excellent. Additional animal health requirements as prescribed by the European Union legislation in the Northern Ireland Protocol have been applicable since the 1st of January 2021 for Northern Ireland livestock returning to Northern Ireland following a temporary movement to Great Britain. Since then, it appears that cattle movements for breeding and production purposes from Great Britain to Northern Ireland from January to September have decreased by about a third when compared with 2020, which may well be related to those new animal health requirements, such as the residency period. I am completely opposed to any additional requirements for re-entry of livestock to Northern Ireland from Great Britain under the Northern Ireland Protocol, and firmly believe these place our farmers and breeders, including pedigree breeders, in a disadvantaged position, while negatively affecting their livelihood and business. For this reason, I have already written on a number of occasions to Maros Šefčovič, the Vice President of the European Union, and George Eustace, the Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, To highlight the burden these new requirements impose on our local industry, I continue to make representations to the EU Commission and the UK Government, urging them to find long-term sensible solutions that take into account what is the actual biosecurity risk to the EU single market and the position of Northern Ireland as an integral part of the UK. I also recently took the opportunity to once again stress the difficulties the Northern Ireland Protocol is having on our livestock breeding sector when I met George Eustace and Lord Frost at the Balmoral Show. My officials continue to engage with EU officials and their counterparts in DEFRA in order to seek a solution.
Supplementary, Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much, and may I thank the Minister for his remarks so far. Minister, what you have described to me sounds very much indeed like a diversion of trade. Could the Minister explain how this could be possibly seen by anybody in this House as the best of both worlds?
I can't see how it's the best of both worlds. I see how we could have the best of both worlds, but this isn't it. And it can't be it, and it won't be it. And therefore, I would encourage colleagues from the other side of the House to recognise this and to start working for the best interests of the people of Northern Ireland, irrespective of their views on Brexit. We are now in the circumstance that we're in today. The protocol is what applies, and the protocol is causing misery to this sector and a whole series of other sectors.
If the Minister is unable to do anything about this other than make representations, doesn't it demonstrate both the tyranny of the protocol and his folly in respect of something he could do something about, namely continuing to implement the checks which keep the iniquitous protocol alive?
Well, the member talks about folly, and the member has also, for quite a number of years, decried this particular House and the Northern Ireland Executive. And if we do away with this House and the Northern Ireland Executive, we then take our executive authority from Westminster. And I would remind the member that this is Westminster policy, not Northern Ireland executive policy. This is Westminster policy, which has been imposed upon Northern Ireland. And the member knows this very well because the member tested it in court and he lost his case. And I would also remind the member that we are not going to win this battle by going on the streets, by violence or anything else. We will win this battle by good politics. And that's what I've engaged in, good politics. And if we win this battle, it will be through qualitative politics, not from people shouting and carping from the sidelines.
The Minister will be aware that this has come about because of Britain diverging away from EU regulations and rules. Would he agree that the best way to resolve the situation and get the best of both worlds is for a veterinary agreement that will align the UK and the EU?
Well, again, the member seems to just whitewash what is actual fact. The protocol was to be about protecting the single market. So perhaps the member, when he has the opportunity at another time when he's on his feet, because he won't have now, but I'll pose the question, can enlighten us as to what danger this causes to the European Union single market for a breeder to take a bull or a heifer to Scotland to sell, and if it doesn't sell, to bring it back home again and sell it in the Northern Ireland market. Because maybe the member is not aware as chair of the Agriculture Committee, but our animals are tagged at birth and they're followed right through. And in fact, we have a situation now as a result of the protocol where animals come from Britain to Northern Ireland have their tags removed, which is absolutely ridiculous situation where you have animals which have had the same tag from birth and the protocol demands that they're actually removed in the name of protecting the single market. I never heard anything so ridiculous.
Could I ask the Minister for his opinion of Lord Frost, who's currently attacking what Lord Frost negotiated, months after Lord Frost praised what Lord Frost negotiated, that is, the protocol?
Well, commend the fellow or Mr Malone, I should say, on getting the name right today, because yesterday was some fella, I think it was. So I commend you. It's always good to be respectful and courteous about people, even when you disagree with their point of view. I have engaged with Lord Frost on a number of occasions, and I hope that Lord Frost has taken the issues that I have raised with him on board, and that he will make those recommendations which will actually lead us to a much better circumstance than we're currently in. So the command paper, I believe, was a significant demonstration that the UK government were getting the arguments that the DUP in the main, not alone, but in the main, were putting onto the table of our government, UK government. And I trust that that command paper will be followed through into actions which will lead to us being in a circumstance where we don't have these trade barriers. Because when you put a barrier between where 65% of your imports come from, that's not really a very logical thing to do. And for the members across the House who called out for this, and then for that to be rigorously implemented, I think I can understand that they feel a little foolish at this point.
Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, and thank the Minister so far for his answers. Ministers, obviously you referred to the member previously regarding pedigree transfers across the Irish Sea. What department on issues in your department are you receiving regarding the sheep imports and movements of sheep? Obviously there's a lot of sales at the moment in Northern England and Scotland, and obviously the issues that incurs.
My vets have been engaging extensively on this issue, and we would have been hopeful of getting a resolution by now on it. And, you know, in terms of veterinary, I believe that there is a resolution on the table, and it's now up to politicians to decide to go with it. But the impact that it's had is that 97% of the imports that had happened previously aren't happening. So we have only 3% of the sheep coming in now that we had previous to the protocol. And that is having a severe impact on areas like the Glens of Antrim and the Sperrins, who rely heavily on the importation of high-quality Scottish blackface sheep. They also sell Scotland their high-quality blackface sheep, but given the numbers that are involved, it is important for that exchange of bloodlines to take place to ensure that they can maintain the quality that has been established.
Nicole Kelly Armstrong, and you're not likely to get a supplementary.
Question number 4.
There is currently a shortage of vets within my department and more widely in both the public and private sectors across all of the United Kingdom. There is also increasing acceptance that Northern Ireland requires a more assured supply of veterinarians in the long term than is available from historical sources. There are a number of options for achieving this, which merit further exploration, and I have therefore commissioned a formal assessment of the need for vets in Northern Ireland and an independent analysis of the various options for meeting this need. In the case of my own department's veterinary requirements, my officials are currently exploring all available avenues, including taking on more permanent veterinary staff through the NICES recruitment and temporary vets through the agencies on the NICES agency framework. Officials are also investigating contracting the supply of vets with providers of veterinary services with the assistance of the Department's Finance, Construction and Procurement Division. In the meantime, my priority is ensuring we have sufficient vets to carry out the vital work in our meat processing plants and in field offices, delivering TB eradication, providing support to the agri-food industry and assuring the welfare of animals. The use of scarce veterinary resource to oversee intra-UK trade at Northern Ireland points of entry is unacceptable and unnecessary, just as the Northern Ireland Protocol in its current form is unacceptable. And given the absence of material risk to the European Union's single market, since in so many respects the standards in the UK single market equal, if not exceed, those in many parts of the European Union, the protocol is already unworkable and becoming unsuitable as the number of checks rise to a possible 25,000 per week under its full implementation, rigorous implementation, rather than spending scarce resource checking goods which will all probability never come near the EU single market and with no material risk if they should. It would be much more preferable that our vets focus on the real priorities facing the Northern Ireland agri-food industry, on animal welfare and of concern to the population.
And members, that ends the period for a list of questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Questions 1, 3, 4 and 8 have been withdrawn, and I call Ms Liz Kimmins.
Can I ask the Minister for an update on progress to ensure the North is included in an all-Ireland PGI status for Irish grass-fed cattle?
Well, there's a piece of work done on that, and we have had requested that that would be the case, and therefore it was a bit disappointing whenever the Irish Government proceeded on their own. So subsequent to that, we have been pressing for our inclusion. There was one particular issue which they believed that we were behind on, and it was something that we believe that can quite easily be caught up, and also I think that the EU would probably be accepting of that as well.
Supplementary, Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, the protection provided by the protocol is vital to our inclusion in an all-Ireland PGI for Irish grass-fed cattle. Does the Minister therefore accept that it is vital that we continue to apply EU standards and regulations in maintaining high-quality produce, which allows it to be considered in initiatives such as the all-Ireland PGI status for grass-fed cattle?
Well, I'd also be looking to the PGI British status as well, to be perfectly honest, because I want to maximise the opportunities for Northern Ireland beef producers. And if you were a beef farmer in the Irish Republic now, you'd be quite envious of the prices that beef farmers in Northern Ireland are receiving for their beef, which is significantly uplifted since we left the European Union, I might add. And the main market, of course, is the United Kingdom for our beef. So we are in a reasonably good position in terms of beef sales, but I want to have us in the best position possible right across the world. So any marketing opportunity that comes available to me is a marketing opportunity that I'd be keen to uptake.
I call earlier Flynn.
Can the Minister outline what role his department has identified for carbon capture and storage technology in the fight against climate change here locally?
Yeah, there's extensive work being done on that. Peatland strategy is one area that we're looking at. And there's two issues around our peatlands that aren't in as good a condition as they should be. And when I say that, our peatlands are in a better condition than other parts of Ireland, indeed Scotland, and other parts of the UK. So we do need to improve our peatlands to get them to that optimum status. And two things are the wetting of them and reducing the nitrogen deposition that takes place. On the nitrogen deposition, we had hoped to reduce the amount of ammonia in the environment by around 25%, indeed around 35%, where those peatlands are stressed. And obviously, moving to a new payment system will assist us in working with the farming community in areas around the peatlands and wetting them.
Supplementary, Orlia Flynn.
Thank you, and thanks to the Minister for the response. He is probably already aware that the Climate Change Commission expressed its intention for carbon capture and storage to form a major part of Britain's emissions reduction strategy, yet the Commission have indicated that it's not due to operate here in any significant manner. So can the Minister tell us what interventions and supports his department intend to offer in the absence of CCS technology to reduce emissions in the fight against climate change?
Okay, well there's the capture of emissions, there's reduction of emissions, and the capture of emissions we'll have our peatlands, we'll have our forests, and we have our grasslands, and I want to do a course of work, or we are doing a course of work through AFTI and Chugas on our grasslands to identify what capture takes place there, particularly older grasses and the roots as they go further into the soil, how much carbon they're taking from the atmosphere. In terms of the reduction of carbon, I believe that there are so many opportunities that exist. So 16% of our carbon production comes from households, 27% comes from agriculture. We can do a lot to capture emissions which are going into the environment from agriculture and translate them into renewable heat, renewable gas to go into people's homes and therefore lead to a situation where we have a win-win circumstance. But that will involve us not just maintaining the food production at its current levels, probably increasing that, capturing a lot of the nutrients that come from that and using those nutrients for environmental purposes.
Minister, we appreciate your future agriculture policies out for consultation, and you can't preempt that in any way. When might you be in a better position to give farmers some clarity for the time ahead in terms of, particularly in relation to the future of the entitlements which they currently hold?
For me, a lot of the entitlements were based upon farming activity between, I think it was 2003 and 5, or 2005 and 7, around that period. I think that we probably will have a new policy in 2022-2023, so entitlements should be around activity now, not in something which had happened 18-20 years previous.
Supplementary, Douglas McAleer.
Thank you, Minister. You partially answered my supplementary question. So, would you anticipate that your future policy will become live in 22-23 and will continue as we are presently, which have incorporated your simplifications in the interim?
A lot depends on this House and how it wishes to cooperate. Obviously, I'm keen to get a bespoke policy which may not suit every single person, but which encompasses as many people as possible in a system which works for them. And I will need the assistance of the committee and indeed this House to deliver that. But I think it is something which we should all be working towards, because we'll have a system that's been there for quite a while. Is it a bad system? No. Is it a system that could be bettered? Yes. So let's get a better system.
Call Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what support has his department provided local councils throughout the pandemic?
The support that's been given to councils has been substantial. Financially, in particular, it has been very substantial support in terms of what we have done for waste management and supporting them through funding. I haven't the figures on me just at this moment in time, but it runs into tens of millions of pounds of support that has been provided through my department to councils. And I should add that councils in the last year, most of them have been able to have zero or very low rate increases because they found themselves to be in a better financial position, and much of that was to do with the support they received from central government.
Peter Weir, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister specifically obviously mentioned waste management. Can I ask the Minister how recycling rates have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic?
It's went down slightly, and that's unfortunate. But we would hope to turn that around and arrest that. We're continuing to give considerable support to councils for recycling. So we have a package set aside of some £23 million where councils are installing new bins and collection systems which will ensure that they get higher levels of recycling. I was down in County Fermanagh last week at the Drumee, where they're claiming a lot more materials, around 600 tonnes in the first year, even with COVID, of materials which went away from landfill and have been recycled. And that's a saving of £60,000 to the people in the Fermanagh-Omagh Council area. So that type of work is going to continue to ensure that we can drive up recycling and ensure that our councils are motivated to do that.
Call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, as you will be aware, this autumn in GB, drivers will no longer be required to do a test to drive with a trailer, and the B&E category will be automatically updated on GB drivers' licences. Have you had any discussions with the Infrastructure Minister about the possible removal of the trailer test to free up waiting lists for cars in HGV tests?
No, I haven't, but it is something that I would support. I do think that people need a period of driving just a vehicle before they would be able to achieve driving with a trailer in general and get a bit of experience in the roads. But I think most mature adults would be capable of driving with a trailer.
Alan Chambers, supplementary.
Would the Minister, thank you, the Minister, for his answer. Would the Minister know what the legal position is in regard to insurance if GB drivers want to drive in Northern Ireland, pull in a trailer?
Well, I'm loath to say because I haven't had it printed out and clarified for me, but I will seek to identify that. It may well be the DFI Minister is best placed to respond to it, but I will seek to identify that, and will raise the issue with the DFI Minister in the correspondence that the member raised in terms of us following suit and doing something similar.
Paul Frew.
Mr Speaker, can I congratulate the Minister for maxing out his questions at topical question time. He has now got to question number 10. Can I ask the Minister for Agriculture how agriculture in Northern Ireland can support increased availability of biomethane and hydrogen for use in transport and maybe even home heating solutions going forward?
I thank the member for the question. I believe that Northern Ireland can lead the hydrogen revolution that needs to take place in order to ensure that we have renewable energy sources available, close to home, sustainable and future-proofed. And therefore, the work that we do in our department is to encourage these opportunities. So having 45% of our energy produced from renewable sources gives us tremendous opportunities to utilise that into hydrogen, because much of that energy is not being generated at night currently because the wind turbines are switched off, and therefore actually utilising that at night to produce hydrogen would be the use of a resource that already exists at no extra expense. So that makes entire logic. Me taking farms down the route of more anaerobic digestion, and anaerobic digestion from slurries in the main is what I'd be pressing for, will lead to a circumstance where we're extracting methane, and that methane mixed with hydrogen can go into our pipes, and Firmus and Phoenix are keen to use that. And we can feed our homes and heat our homes. And that all makes logical sense for all of us in Northern Ireland, in that we have fuel security, pretty much food security, and we ensure that we have that at a consistent price, because we're not then out there to the variations of gas and oil prices in the world.
Supplementary, Paul Frew.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his very fulsome answer. He'll be no stranger to North Antrim, of course, and the industries within North Antrim, not least Wrightbus and their work around the hydrogen hub. How can the Minister ensure that his department can tap into industry in order that we fulfil our dreams and obligations around hydrogen going forward?
I thank the member for that question, and I have engaged with Wrightbus and would look forward to the opportunities not just in buses using hydrogen, but also our tractors, our diggers, lorries, and I think eventually hydrogen is a much better solution than electric cars. I have to be very honest about it. We're importing a lot of materials which are mined in Africa, maybe not in the most suitable circumstances, and I think that hydrogen is a true renewable. And therefore, I will continue to work with anybody who comes forward and meeting people on hydrogen next week and the following week. But I'll continue to work with them. I'll continue to work with the Department for the Economy in driving this forward. And I'm working to actually try and draw down some of the ETS money, Emissions Trading Scheme money, that has went to Europe over the years, and see if we can draw that money down to invest in hydrogen and invest in reducing carbon and invest in our planet's future and this country's future.
Thank you, members. And that concludes this section of the question time. And members, please take your ease for a minute or two. Okay, members, we can now move on to a question to the Minister of Justice, which were deferred from yesterday. And can I obviously at this point say that I wish the Justice Minister better health today. Question 8 has been withdrawn, and I call Urlia Flynn.
Question number 1, please.
Mr Speaker, thank you for allowing me to defer until today, and with your permission I want to answer questions 1 and 7 together. On the 21st of September, I announced my intention to establish a Victims of Crime Commissioner designate for Northern Ireland and intend to launch a public appointment competition for the role and the position imminently. The Victims of Crime Commissioner designate will fulfil a new and important role and will provide a voice for victims of crime, promote best practice and drive improvements in relation to policies, practices and services to meet the needs of victims of crime. This is a significant step forward. The new Commissioner-designate will represent all victims of crime, as well as having a focus on specific needs of particularly vulnerable groups of victims, including victims of domestic abuse and of hate crime. Details of the competition will be published on my department's website in due course, and the position will also be advertised through the recruitment pages of the 3 local newspapers. My intention is to appoint a Victims of Crime Commissioner-designate before the end of the mandate.
Urlia Flynn, supplementary.
Yeah, and thanks very much to the Minister for that response. The Minister will know that the wider impact of crime goes well beyond the criminal justice system, and a lot of times it impacts on the health and mental health of the victim. And I would just like to ask, will the Victims of Crime Commissioner designate have any responsibility in relation to the Department of Health, and will they be able to make recommendations to the Health Minister, as an example? Thank you.
Part of the purpose of setting this up as a designate office in the first instance is to work with the Victims of Crime Commissioner to scope out the kind of powers that may be necessary for the permanent post once we put that on a legislative footing. And so I would certainly be interested to hear feedback both from victims and indeed from the ultimate post holder of the designate office as to just what kind of recommendations they may bring, whilst their main focus will be on the justice system and how victims are supported through the justice system, in the same way as victim support continues to support people beyond the point where they leave the justice system. I would be hopeful that a Victims of Crime Commissioner would also be able to take that wider horizon and consider where there is a necessity for better joined up working between different departments in order to support victims of crime.
Jonathan Buckley.
And can I thank the Minister for her answer thus far and also welcome her back to the Chamber. Minister, can I ask why the decision has been taken not to place the Commissioner on a statutory footing?
There is not sufficient time in this mandate to legislate for that, Mr Speaker, and therefore we decided to proceed on the basis of a designate Commissioner with the legislation to follow in the next mandate.
Bradley.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her reply so far. I'd like to welcome the announcement of the Victims of Crime Commissioner, albeit on a designate basis. But would the Minister tell us if she anticipates the Commissioner designate or the Commissioner themselves to be dealing with, beyond the victims issue, also looking at issues around witnesses?
The specific purpose of the Victims of Crime Commissioner will be to look at issues that impact directly on victims. However, as the member will recognise, many victims are also witnesses within the justice system, and so there will be a degree of overlap. However, for those who are witnesses to crime and not victims of crime or affected directly by crime, there are, of course, other mechanisms through which they can seek support as they go through the justice system.
Call Robbie Butler. Call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the questioner on the original question referenced the wide range of issues that are impacted here, and also there's a wide range of people affected. Can I ask the Minister what support is in place for bereaved families of those killed by dangerous drivers?
Well, obviously the issue specifically around dangerous driving and death by dangerous driving is an area in which I've taken particular interest over the last number of years. In terms of the sentencing, as the member will be aware, I have made decisions in respect of the increased penalties that I would wish to see for death by dangerous and careless driving, and those are actually now being proceeded with by the Department in terms of the drafting of a sentencing bill for the next mandate. In terms of the support that is available, there are many different groups which support those who have suffered bereavement as a result of crime and indeed as a result of dangerous driving. However, I am very much indebted to those families who have been through that particular trauma for their feedback on the sentencing consultation which we did earlier in the year, and indeed it is as a result of discussing with them their journey through the justice system that we have arrived at the conclusions that we have. I have to say also that many of them raised issues that they had going through the court system, and additional changes have been made in terms of how sentencing is announced within the court system and the support that is necessary for families in those circumstances as a direct result of the contact that we have had with those families.
Moving on, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Question to Minister. I first of all want to start by acknowledging that the LGBTQ community is not immune to domestic abuse. In fact, statistics shared with my department by the Rainbow Project and CaraFriend during the development of an e-learning package on the new domestic abuse offence indicates that domestic abuse has been experienced by 1 in 4 lesbian and bisexual women and 4 in 10 gay and bisexual men. In addition, they have advised that 80% of transsexual people have experienced domestic abuse from a partner or ex-partner. In reality, we know that non-reported incidents of domestic abuse could, in fact, be much higher. I am also acutely aware of the specific barriers that people in the LGBTQ community may encounter in accessing support and the additional abuse that they can face. The e-learning package and awareness-raising tool which my department and its partners are developing seeks to raise awareness of this and highlight the support that is available to those in the LGBTQ+ community. In relation to introducing a database for recording incidents of domestic violence against those in the LGBTQ+ community, this is primarily an operational police matter in the context of information that is recorded more generally. I understand the potential benefits of better data collection, although it needs to be manageable within the operational context. As you will appreciate, I can't interfere in police operational matters, which are the responsibility of the Chief Constable.
Supplementary, Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. But do you agree that a database could be useful when it comes to encouraging victims within the LGBT community to actually report incidents of domestic violence, bearing in mind that there are research shows probably about 64% of crime against this group is not reported?
I think it is hugely important that we first of all try to gather as much evidence as possible when it comes to the issue of domestic abuse and violence and how it affects different parts of our society. And so I have no objection if the Chief Constable decides that that is something for which he has both the resources and indeed the technical ability to collect, if it indeed helps them to shape their response. However, I think in terms of encouraging people to come forward, it is less about statistics and more about the reassurance that when people do present either to the PSNI or to any of the various support networks that they may report to with domestic abuse, that their concerns will be taken seriously, that their voice will be heard, and that the response they receive will be adequate to support them through what is a traumatic time. And so for me, I think that much of what we're doing in terms of the training and learning that goes with the new domestic abuse offence is incredibly important to ensure that members from different communities, including the LGBTQ+ community, are able to access those services and have full confidence in them.
Minister, Clause 31 of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act provides for DOJ to issue guidance about information and data collection to the PPS, PSNI and other additional bodies. Can you confirm, has the Department issued any such guidance to date?
Not that I'm aware of at this stage, and obviously the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act is not enacted at the moment. So whilst it is an act, it hasn't actually been commenced. We hope that that will happen towards the end of this year, early next year. And there may then be opportunities if we believe that there is evidence or information that needs to be collected which would be of assistance in terms of monitoring the operation of that particular piece of legislation, that we can do so. And I think that that is the context in which that particular clause in the bill was drafted.
Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her responses. The legislation which was recently passed, as the Minister has outlined, is in the process of being enacted, will have a positive impact in enabling the Minister and the Department to tackle domestic violence. Does the Minister agree with me that this is yet another reason why these institutions need to be kept, where we need to support devolution to be able to get legislation passed to safeguard people from domestic violence and other issues in our society?
Well, I thank my colleague for that question, and I think obviously I would agree with him entirely that it is important that these institutions are able to make progress. Mr Speaker, it will not be lost on you and your office just how busy the legislative programme has been in these last 18 months, much more so even than in many other 5-year terms, and I think that that is evidence of the desire for people in this place to make change. I think it's evidence of the desire of the community to see change delivered, and I think that it would be a lost opportunity where we find ourselves in a situation where many pieces of legislation, where many pieces of progress that can be made by the decisions taken in this House were to be lost if this place were to collapse.
Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Can the Minister advise when she intends to introduce new domestic abuse protection notices and orders?
The work on that particular piece is ongoing. It will be introduced hopefully within this mandate, but there is some considerable work that needs to be done in terms of aligning the computer systems and the operationalisation of that piece of work, but it is something that we continue to make progress with. It is important to say that those additional protections, of course, are there to supplement protections which are already available to people who find themselves in that situation, and so it is important that people make full use of the protections that are already there in the interim, but I would be keen to see those brought forward as swiftly as possible, because I believe that they, in particular, remove some of the onus on the victim to have to seek out that protection and place that responsibility with the PSNI, which I think is a better location for it to lie.
And I call Maurice Bradley.
Mr Speaker, question 3.
The public protection arrangements for Northern Ireland, PPANI, bring together a number of agencies, including probation, police, social services, prison service and the housing executive, to share information and provide effective assessment and management of risks posed by certain individuals convicted of sexual offences. Under PPANI, there are 3 categories of risk. Individuals assessed as Category 1 require no multi-agency intervention, but all those assessed as Category 2 or 3 are allocated a designated risk manager. If the individual is subject to statutory supervision with the probation board, a probation officer will act as risk manager. Where the individual is not subject to licensed supervision, the PSNI undertake this role. For these Category 2 and 3 offenders, the risk assessment and risk management plan is reviewed by a local area public protection panel every 16 weeks. It is the designated risk manager's responsibility to coordinate all elements of the risk management plan and ensure it is delivered when and as agreed. The Sexual Offences Act 2003 requires certain individuals who have been convicted of sexual offences to be subject to notification requirements with the police. Such individuals are required to notify if they change address, stay at another address for 7 days or more, and if they are travelling outside the UK for 3 days or more. It also introduced a number of civil preventative orders. Individuals subject to statutory supervision with the probation board, either on a community order or a licence following a custodial sentence, are managed in line with probation board's practice standards. The level of contact is determined by their assessed level of risk and includes planned and unannounced home visits. A specialist risk assessment tool is used to assess treatment needs and helps predict reoffending. It provides an evaluation of 13 risk factors that focus on the offence history, enduring psychological characteristics and current behaviour of the individual. The factors identified become treatment and supervision targets within the overall risk management plan for that individual. Probation Board delivers a number of accredited group work programmes to address sexual offending, including specialist programmes for those under the age of 18 years who have committed sexually harmful behaviour and to address internet offending.
Maurice Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, there are around 1,500 registered sex offenders in Northern Ireland, 16 of which are just women, and 413 living in the Belfast area. I don't think police could possibly devote the time necessary to monitor the movements of such criminals, nor the landlords, nor the housing executive, nor the statutory organisations can devote the time and manpower and resources to do this job properly. Therefore, Minister, does your department have any plans to make relevant information on sex offenders more available to the public? People who are worried about their children being near such people, vulnerable adults being near such people. Is there any way that more information can actually go out to the public?
Mr Speaker, there is already considerable information which is released to the public. For example, when people apply for employment or for volunteering opportunities with vulnerable categories of people, they do have to declare any sexual offending behaviour. Where an individual is unlicensed within the community, obviously the DOJ has authority to revoke the licence and recall an individual to custody where they are considered that the risk posed by the offender can't be safely managed in the community. In addition, a breach of a sexual offences prevention order is an arrestable offence. Where an individual subject to a SOPO breaches the term of the order, the PSNI will arrest the individual and initiate criminal proceedings. Many of those in the community, as I say, are not just monitored by the police service, but are also monitored by Probation Board. And indeed, last week when I met with Probation Board as part of Hidden Heroes Day, I spoke to those who actually have the rather difficult task of monitoring sexual offenders and talked to them about the complex work that they undertake. They are highly skilled people. And they take their job incredibly seriously because they recognise that it is part of their role in keeping people safe.
Recall Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, would you be able to clarify how people convicted of a sexual offence abroad and who now live in the north will be subject to monitoring arrangements?
I would have to come back to the member in writing on that particular issue. I know that someone who commits an offence here, leaves the jurisdiction and comes back is certainly on our register. I know also that those who have come from other parts of these islands will be notified to the PSNI. But in terms of people who are travelling internationally who have sexual offences in their criminal record, it is most likely to come to note, for example, when criminal record checks are undertaken for employment and other things. But I can respond to the member more fully in terms of how we actually take that forward, and also perhaps the reverse in terms of how we inform other jurisdictions if someone leaves this jurisdiction to live elsewhere.
Just McNulty.
Can I ask the Minister, has she given consideration to a child sex offender disclosure scheme similar to Sarah's Law as was rolled out in 2011 in England and Wales?
It isn't something that I have given consideration to at this point in time, although obviously I'm always open to look at the evidence for such registers. I think that part of the difficulty here is that we are trying to protect people in a proportionate way, and I think that there is a danger, particularly with sex offenders, that it can be difficult to manage that if people are, for example, constantly moving because the public become aware of where they are, and we end up with people, for example, being harassed at their position where they live. That can actually make it more complicated for the monitoring that is in place and the robust monitoring from Probation Board and the PSNI to be effective. So there is a balance in all of these things, but I'm more than happy if the member would like to make an appointment to come and talk to me about his concerns. I'm more than happy to consider them.
Move on to Meg Nesbitt.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Firstly, I wish to reiterate the comments that I made previously and say how pleased I am that the important scheme is now operational and applications are being submitted to the Victims Payment Board. I trust the scheme will have a positive impact on the many victims and survivors who have suffered a permanent disablement as a result of a Troubles-related incident. In line with the Victims Payment Regulations 2020, my department was designated by the Executive Office to exercise the administrative functions of the Victims Payment Board on the Board's behalf. A project team was established within the department to put in place the necessary arrangements to support administration of the scheme. That included development of an application form and accompanying guidance for approval by the Victims Payment Board, development of a website for the board, and also a portal to accept online applications. Arrangements were also put in place with a range of organisations with which the Victims Payment Board will engage to access information to assist with the assessment of applications. My department is also responsible for providing the necessary number of staff to support the administration of the scheme, subject to the approval of the Executive Office. That includes a secretary to the Victims Payment Board, and accommodation has also been secured for the administration team, and the necessary IT equipment has been provided to staff to enable them to carry out their roles. My department also arranged procurement of the service for assessing the level of permanent disablement of applicants to the scheme. This contract was awarded to Capita in February this year, and my department has ensured implementation of the necessary arrangements so that Capita can accept referrals from the Victims Payments Board.
Next, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister have any concerns about the performance of any third party engaged in supplying the service?
With respect to their service, in specific respect to the Victims Payment Board and this particular scheme, it is too early to judge how the performance will be, because we're still at the very earliest stages of applications and assessments. However, it is something that we will keep under review, given the very negative assessments of some of those third sector bodies in terms of their delivery around, for example, the PIP scheme, and it is something that we are aware of. However, we're also conscious that it is a very different scheme, a very different contract, and monitored in a very different way, and we hope that that provides reassurance to those who apply.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers to the questions so far. Minister, you have said that there will be additional support made available to organisations representing victims following the commencement of the Troubles Permanent Disablement Payment Scheme. But which voluntary organisations, Minister, and have you any indication of how much extra support?
Well, I thank the member for his question, but he has, of course, raised the area that we are not responsible for in the Department of Justice, and that is funding to victims and survivors organisations. I do know that there have been advice workers placed in a number of those organisations in order to help those who need to come forward to fill in application forms, and they are there to do that free of charge. I know that some victims have been approached by those who have, from solicitors, who have suggested that they can do so for a fee of £500, and I would take this opportunity again just to remind those who are listening that there is no need to pay for legal advice in order to fill in the forms. There are those in terms of the organisations themselves who will be able to do that, and the Executive Office, I know, has set aside money for that purpose, and those advocates are now in place and undertaking the work that is required of them.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also thank the Minister for her answers thus far? And can I ask the Minister what measures the Department has taken to protect victims and survivors from scams or potential scams in relation to the Troubles Permanent Disabled Payment Scheme?
Well, I thank the member. Yes, we did. We were obviously aware that there were some who were soliciting business on the basis that if people paid a fee, they would receive assistance from an organisation in order to complete their forms. There were a number of things happened. The Law Society put out a very strongly worded statement reminding solicitors that they had a duty not to solicit for business in that way. The Victims Payment Board themselves, when alerted to the issue, also put out a statement to stress the fact that whilst, of course, victims are free to seek legal advice if they wish, they are under no obligation to do so, and the scheme is designed in such a way that it should not be necessary. Further, by putting in place, as we have done, advocates to assist those who need to fill in the forms and perhaps require some assistance with it, we hope that that will be avoided in future. I think it is important to say that the victims' organisations within which these advocates are embedded are fully aware and have been are very clear with people who ask for their assistance. You do not need to have had previous engagement with those organisations. You do not need to be a member of those organisations or have a pre-existing relationship with them in order to benefit from that advocacy scheme. It is there for anyone who chooses to apply to the scheme. And it is important, I think, that people know that that advice is there for them free of charge and available so that they can fill in the form to the best of their ability and hopefully have a smooth run in terms of going through the application process.
And I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5.
The member will be aware that the funding package accompanying the New Decade New Approach document falls well short of the amount needed to deliver all the priorities set out by the British and Irish governments, and that delivery of additional police numbers to 7,500 is therefore largely dependent on the availability of executive funding. In light of the NDNA commitment, my department submitted bids to the Department of Finance in January, September and November 2020 to increase the number of police officers to 7,500. In addition to the final opening 2021-22 budget, PSNI was allocated an in-year allocation of £12.3 million. £9.8 million of this will enable the PSNI to retain their police numbers of approximately 7,000, with £2.5 million enabling the recruitment of 100 additional officers in 2021-22 towards the police officer numbers in the NDNA document of 7,500. I will continue working with executive colleagues, including the Minister of Finance, and with the Chief Constable to ensure that we have a police service that is properly resourced in all aspects for the challenges it faces.
Supplementary, Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. The public want to see visible policing on the ground and in communities, providing reassurance, building relationships and deterring crime. Does the Minister agree that much more effort is required to increase our neighbourhood policing teams and to ensure more officers are on the ground and on our streets?
Well, I understand that following the uplift of 400 additional officers into neighbourhood policing teams, there are currently 719.5 established posts within neighbourhood policing across the PSNI. However, decisions relating to the allocation of police officers within the PSNI are entirely a matter for the Chief Constable, who is accountable to the Policing Board. I'm committed to respecting his independence and indeed their role, and so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment in terms of where additional officers should be located.
Liz Cummins.
I can call in and thank the Minister for answers so far. Minister, as you've stated, the funding provided by the British Government to meet the priorities set out in NDNA is far short of what is needed. Can I ask the Minister, therefore, have you engaged with the British Government to push for adequate funding to ensure that the numbers of additional police officers will be met by the end of this mandate? Thank you.
It is an issue that we have raised with the Northern Ireland Office and through the Northern Ireland Office, but also through the Minister of Finance, who ultimately is responsible for allocating the budget to executive departments. And so we will continue to raise that issue. It is obviously an issue in terms of reaching the 7,500 officers. However, the NDNA commitments, much as they were long, were very non-specific in that it didn't actually give any completion date for many of the targets that were set. And I think without completion dates and clarity, it's really very meaningless in terms of what we can try to achieve. I have focused on trying to ensure that I get the best possible settlement for the Department of Justice, and that we pass on that opportunity to the Chief Constable to be able to increase numbers if he feels that that's where that money is best spent. But ultimately it is a matter of resourcing. We haven't seen the budgets beyond 2021-22, and so it's impossible to tell where we will be in 1, 2 or 3 years' time. It would be fair to say, based on the evidence gathering exercise which is ongoing at the minute, none of it looks particularly optimistic.
Call Dolores Kelly.
Mr Speaker, and I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board. Minister, you will be aware that the Police Service is going to recruit over 340 officers later this year, and also I'm sure of the trend where we have seen an increased number of recruits from the LGBTQ community, as well as black, minority, ethnic and indeed the Protestant working class, but a very worrying downward spiral in terms of representation from the Catholic nationalist community. So I wonder, Minister, are you sure and reassured that all that needs to be done is being done, and whatever affirmative actions are available to the Chief Officer are being engaged?
Well, with respect, I think it is a matter for the member, as a member of the Policing Board, to reassure herself in her engagement with the Chief Constable and indeed with her colleagues on the Policing Board that such measures are in place, because that is the right place for that to be looked at. It is important that we have a police service which is reflective of our community in all its parts, and that does require that we encourage as many people as possible from underrepresented groups to come forward. I certainly will continue to do that in anything that I say and do, and I trust that the member will continue to do likewise, because I believe that as political leaders and indeed as community leaders, when we speak out and encourage people to come forward, that too can have an impact in terms of whether or not people decide to apply.
That ends the period for list of questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Questions 8 and 9 have been withdrawn, and I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. May I thank the Minister indeed for her answers so far, and may I indeed welcome her back and hope everything is well. As the Justice Minister, do you have any concerns about the large number of changes and resignations from the senior leadership team of the PSNI we've been experiencing over the last couple of months?
It would be inappropriate, I think, for me to comment on changes in the senior management and leadership team in the PSNI, beyond congratulating those who have moved on to more senior positions, because I think that it shows that those officers have been well trained and are well placed to take up senior roles in other places. In any organisation, of course, the degree of flux which the organisation is subject to will have an impact, and it would be good, I think, for everyone if there was a period of stability, but the world rarely works in that way. And so, from my perspective, it is for the Policing Board and for the Chief Constable to work through those vacancies, to work through those changes, and to do so in a way that maintains confidence in policing and indeed maintains operational capacity. I believe that they are doing so, and I would certainly be happy to speak to any member who is of a contrary view.
Supplementary, Steve Egan.
I thank the Justice Minister for her comments so far, but as she is aware, any significant changes, including the number of significant changes within the PSNI, does have a worrying effect on morale. As the Justice Minister, she must be aware of the impact on PSNI morale at the moment. Has she taken the opportunity to assess that morale, or is that just an operational matter or a matter for the Policing Board?
Well, the member talks about things being just a matter for the Chief Constable or the Policing Board, and in doing so, he does both the Chief Constable and the Policing Board, including his colleagues who sit on it, a grave disservice. It is not that things are not important. It is that they are not part of my remit, Mr. Speaker, and it is important for me to respect the integrity of the Policing Board as they do their work. They are best placed to assess whether there are major changes and what impact that is having. And I am sure, like everyone else, it is difficult to manage an organisation where there is much change, but in an organisation the size of the PSNI, there will be much change. And managing that change is part of the role of the Chief Constable and the Policing Board. I have confidence in both to do that well, and I'm sad that the member feels that because I am not involving myself in things that are not my business, that it means that I don't believe they're important, because he would be very mistaken in taking away that view.
Gemma Dolan.
The Minister may be aware that since the High Street Voucher Scheme was announced, there have been a number of reports of scammers calling door to door, attempting to target older people and vulnerable people. What work is your department engaged in to tackle this crime?
Well, I thank the member for her question. As she will be aware, the Department of Justice, the PSNI and other agencies are engaged with the Scamwise Partnership NI. And part of that is, first of all, to identify those scam opportunities that people are picking up on, and then to disseminate through a whole variety of different media, whether social media or printed leaflets or whatever it may be, radio advertising, the risk to people around scams, also giving people the tools to be able to identify a scam, which in many cases is quite complex because they are more and more sophisticated. And so it is important that that happens. We, as part of the Scamwise Partnership, obviously also rely heavily on other government departments if they find that there are areas where scams are particularly prevalent within their own particular remit, that they would let us know of that, and then we can talk to Scamwise in terms of how we can tailor the response to deal with those specific issues. But I think dealing with scams is something that all of us would want to see done. These are people who are preying on some of the most vulnerable people in our community, and I think it's incredibly important that we get the proper information and helpful information out to the people who need it.
Gemma Dolan, supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. In terms of the High Street Voucher Scheme specifically, were there any conversations prior to the rollout of it which anticipated potential scams, or were any preventative measures put in place, or was it just the Scamwise Partnership?
From my perspective, there were no particular issues that were brought in place. However, I know that my colleague has highlighted the issue to the public and has, I think, number of other MLAs, to make sure that people are very careful around particularly cold callers at people's homes, which I think happened in a number of council areas, telling people that they could apply for the voucher. So as with any scam, it's hard to predict what form it will take, but once we're aware of it on the ground, we can respond to it. And of course, October marks Cyber Month. The Northern Ireland Cyber Security Centre are running a series of events over the next month focusing on raising awareness and safety around online scams and harms, and Scamwise Northern Ireland is part of that process.
Call Tom Buchanan.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for her questions thus far. Can the Minister outline what steps she will take to inform retired prison officers of their eligibility for the Police Rehabilitation and Retraining Trust?
That work is ongoing. As you're aware, we have made a formal announcement of that, and obviously through prison service and also through the POA, but also through those who would continue to connect with the prison service. We intend to continue to feed that information out. It is important that those who leave the prison service, irrespective of the manner of their departure, are able to access services that are available, particularly those who have suffered trauma. And so we are reaching out through the Prison Officers Association and through prison service itself, who do maintain good links with former officers, to try and ensure that they are fully aware of the extra help that will be available as a result of the package of measures that we announced in January.
Supplementary, Tom Buchanan.
Thank the Minister for her response. The Minister will know that obviously this scheme was established some 22 years ago to assist families in making a transition back into the public life again. And the programmes that's been delivered by it is of extreme help to the families. And I'm sure she will agree that prison officers face exactly the same problems and difficulties as police officers do. So the sooner that this information is got out to the prison officers, saying, the better for them.
Absolutely agree, and indeed I will be visiting PRRT later this week in order to engage with them, to see more of the work that they do, and hopefully also to have this conversation with them in terms of how they will actually deliver this, both to police officers and to prison officers, who I completely agree undertake a very difficult job in often very challenging circumstances, and I never fail to be impressed by the work that they do.
Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, Minister, I'd like to ask your assessment of the deeply disturbing and concerning news that at least 39 police officers have been subject to internal investigation over allegations of sexual misconduct in the last 5 years.
Well, I think, Mr Speaker, like everyone in the chamber, we have all been touched by what happened in the case of Sarah Everard. It has brought home, I think, a reality for many women in our society, that even those who appear to be figures of trust are often predators. And that fear that lies with every woman who is alone, who is trying to go from A to B, go about their daily business, and may be preyed on by someone, I think is all the more acute at this time. And having listened to the evidence, having listened to the witnesses and to the family, having watched the videos, it is a very chilling thing to think that someone in such a position of authority, someone to whom we would turn for help, would abuse that position in such an egregious way. In terms of the PSNI, first of all, I think it is hugely important that the PSNI continue to do the work that they do in terms of challenging culture within the organisation, to ensure that misogyny and sexism are tackled in the same way they would any other form of prejudice. I also believe that it is important that we have confidence as a community in being able to go to the PSNI if we are victims of domestic violence or sexual assault. I know that the PSNI are rolling out training at the moment as a result of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill, and I hope that training in itself will highlight some of the key behaviours that are of concern. I'm aware that disciplinary matters are often spread across a number of different departments. Some will have been dealt with within the PSNI, some will be dealt with by the Ombudsman's Office, and I'm aware that not all the cases to which the member has referred in terms of numbers may have reached the end of that process. However, of those that have, we are aware that there are a number of people who have been dismissed from their post, and I believe that in cases of serious offending, that is important. Because we need to know, all of us need to know, that when we turn to a police officer in a moment of distress, that we are safe and that we can be confident that we will remain safe in doing so.
Jerry Carroll, supplementary.
Minister for answer. Obviously, Sarah Everard, you mentioned that Sabina Nessa and many other women obviously killed tragically on this island. Following those sort of tragic cases, has the Minister reconsidered adopting and implementing a violence against women and girls strategy?
Mr. Speaker, I'm slightly bemused by the question. The Executive as a whole has agreed that it will bring forward a violence against women and girls strategy. That was at the behest of my proposition to Executive. Executive agreed they would do so, and that the Executive Office would take a lead on bringing it forward, because it wasn't simply a matter for the Justice Department, but for all departments to tackle violence against women and girls, whether direct or indirect. And so there is a violence against women and girls strategy being developed, but I would encourage the member to ask the Executive Office at their next question time about progress in that regard, as I do regularly at Executive.
Thank you. And I call Pam Cameron.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answers to the questions so far presented to her. There have been numerous recent instances of individuals charged with offences, including murder and incidents of dissident Republican terrorism, then being granted bail by Northern Irish courts. Does the Minister agree that it's time to review the seemingly very lenient conditions whereby individuals alleged to be involved in terrorism are granted bail?
The decision on whether or not people will be bailed at any stage in the court process is a matter strictly for the judiciary, and not one into which I would wish to wade this afternoon. My intervention in that respect would be neither welcome nor helpful. The decisions and the balances that are taken when it comes to granting bail, I think, are out there in the public domain in terms of the seriousness of the offence, the likelihood of somebody absconding. The flip side of this also needs to be borne in mind, Mr. Speaker, is that if people are remanded in custody, they can often end up serving a long time in prison when they have not yet been convicted of any offence. And of course there is a risk that they may never be convicted of any offence as a remand prisoner. And so there is a balance to be struck in terms of public protection and in terms of ensuring that the individual who is accused remains innocent until proven guilty. But that is a balance that has to be struck by the courts and not by me.
Supplementary, Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer, and that leads me on nicely to my supplementary. So another issue in relation to these trials is the unacceptable delays in the legal process. So does the Minister have any plans to help our under-resourced judicial system to ensure it's well staffed and equipped to provide timely progress in cases?
Well, I'm going to take that in two stages. The first is about the plans that we have, and we already had plans in place, Mr. Speaker, prior to COVID in terms of speeding up justice, and we were actually seeing those start to bear fruit. In the first quarter of last year, we saw an increase in throughput in the courts and a decrease in waiting times of about 11%, so there was quite a significant change. Of course, COVID has set us back some way, and particularly in terms of the Crown Court, there are real challenges. And in terms of recovery of the Crown Court, I have made a cross-justice bid to the Department of Finance, which has been was funded earlier this year, and we are now working with our partners to ensure that we are working at about 15% above the normal 100% activity level. We have more courtrooms open and operational than was the case before. We're doing more work remotely and in hybrid format, and much more is being done in the courts via administrative procedures. I think that is how we are going to go about recovering the court system. We will find probably the Magistrates' Court recovered reasonably swiftly, so probably by the end of this year. The High Court and the more serious criminal issues that go through the Crown Court is likely to take much longer, and that is simply a reality of the complexity of the cases that they have to deal with and the challenges that they face in doing so. But we are ensuring that our resources, both in terms of court service, but also in terms of the other parts of the justice system, whether it's PSNI, PPS, the judiciary and so on, that we have allocated additional resource to all of them, because there's no point in one part of the system stepping up if other parts of the system lack capacity to follow suit.
The member's time is up, and could members please take your ease for a moment or two?
Members, we now return to the debate on the second stage of the Adoption and Children's Bill, and I call Nicola Brogan.
And first of all, I want to thank the Minister for bringing this bill to the Assembly. And the Sinn Féin spokesperson on children and young people, I welcome the opportunity to speak on the debate today. There is no doubt that this is a substantial piece of legislation and that it is long overdue. It is hugely important and it will affect many children, young people and families. So I welcome the debate here this afternoon and I will support the bill to the committee stage. Recent investigations into the history of mother and baby homes have exposed what can happen when the best interests of the child are overlooked and others' interests are prioritised. So as we consider this bill, I think it's worth remembering that the onus is upon us as legislators to ensure that going forward adoption law is properly child-centred. The number of children and young people in care has grown steadily over the last decade and numbers have increased significantly during the pandemic as well. There is a clear link between growing economic hardship, family breakdown and children in need of care. And as we face another period of Westminster-imposed cuts and austerity, it's likely that the number of children in need of intervention will continue to increase. Many children who are adopted here come from the care system, and children in need of care have already experienced difficulties and hardships in their lives. Outcomes for children within the care system continue to fall below that of their peers. So I'm sure that all members here will agree that anything we can do to improve the experience of and outcomes for children in need of care is of vital importance. Adoption is only one in a number of possible interventions, but where it is appropriate, the adoption process must meet modern standards as well as being underpinned by best practice. Our current adoption legislation is 35 years old and the Children's Order is more than 20 years old. Since that time, though, one of the most significant changes has been the progressive development of rights-based policy, and in 2013 a successful legal challenge lifted the ban on unmarried and same-sex couples applying to adopt. So I'm glad this bill before us recognises their rights to adopt in the same way as other couples. There are a number of other issues within or parts of the bill that I want to welcome as well, starting with the fact that the bill recognises the need to listen to children and their needs. In the past, decisions were made for rather than with children, but I think today there's a greater recognition that children not only have a voice, but that their voice deserves and need to be heard and heeded. So again, I'm glad that the bill shares that recognition. The bill also adopts a more inclusive notion of what constitutes a loving family. In the past, decisions around adoption were often shaped by narrow and outdated definitions of what constituted family, so again I'm glad that the bill is addressing this here issue. And finally, the bill intends to tackle undue delay, which leaves children and young people in care in unsettled and insecure placements for far too long. Research has highlighted the damaging impacts that these delays within the adoption process can have, so again all of these factors are welcome. Adoption, however, is one of the most serious interventions that can be made in a family's life. That's why this Assembly must be serious about getting the legislation right. And there are a couple of issues I want to raise that I think should be explored further at the committee stage if the bill is to get that far. In the context of the island of Ireland, more consideration is required in relation to cross-border adoption, particularly where there are familial ties. It's really important that the Minister and committee members, when scrutinise this legislation, that they ensure that families in the 26 counties are not disadvantaged by potentially having to pay adoption fees, particularly in the border areas. Another issue I think that needs to be explored further is the definition of harm. So it is a positive step that the definition of harm has been expanded to include a child having heard or witnessed harm done to others, but we need to consider broadening that further, as a child doesn't need to witness ill treatment by sight or sound to be affected by it. So the passage of this bill to committee stage will allow greater scrutiny and a rigorous examination of what the bill hopes to achieve against what the bill is likely to achieve. It will allow expert opinion to be sought and any difficulties identified and addressed. So I will support the bill onto committee stage and encourage other members to do the same.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Just a few observations on this bill. It deals with, obviously, a very important issue, namely that of adoption and the care of children. And there are many in our society who, without loving adoptive mother and father, would not have made their way in this world to the extent that they have. And I think tribute needs to be paid to those adoptive mothers and fathers who took upon themselves all the burdens and duties of parenting to children who otherwise would have had no active mother or father. And I can think of people even in public life who write from time to time about just how finding that right place in that right home was the making of them. And therefore, when we deal with adoption, we are dealing with a very important and sensitive issue, and one for which many, as they grow up in this world, have had occasion to be thankful. And likewise, with foster parents who add to their own responsibilities the giving of all that love and care to others. And I salute the efforts made by so many in that regard. I want to reflect in this brief contribution, first of all, 2 points that Mrs. Armstrong made very effectively in her contribution. And it was to question why we, under Clause 3, can in fact end up with a multiplicity of adoption authorities. Why do we want to have 5 different adoption authorities when what is required here is a uniformity of approach across the province without the boundary issues and all that flows from it? So I do not understand why Clause 3 insists on putting us into 5 separate adoption authorities. The second point that I want to echo, which came from that very considered speech from Mrs. Armstrong, was the point about Clause 42. Now, Clause 42 is a pivotal clause, I think, in this bill. It is the one that sets the rows, or enables the setting of the rows, of suitability of those who are going to adopt children. And it says that regulations under Section 9 may make provision as to the matters to be taken into account by an adoption agency, that's one of the boards, in determining or making any report in respect of the suitability of any person to adopt a child. Now, those regulations will definitively shape who can and who cannot adopt. And yet they are proposed to be made, pursuant to Clause 155, by negative resolution. There's nothing more seminal when it comes to adoption than examining what are the rules that have to be met by the proposed adopter. And if those can simply be made by negative resolution without ever coming to this House, then I think we are in a dereliction of our duty as legislators and scrutineers as to the presentation of those rules. So I do say to the Minister that I strongly think that Clause 42 should be included in the list in Clause 155 too, as those which would have to come by affirmative resolution to this House. And I make this point with, in my mind, a case which a couple of years ago drew great publicity in Great Britain, where a couple regarded as exemplary in their treatment and past experience with children were decreed by an adoption authority to be unsuitable because they had expressed traditional Christian views about the family, because they had reflected the traditional Judeo-Christianity view of a child needing a mother and a father, and because they dared to offend what was the populist, politically correct view, they were deemed to be unsuitable to adopt. A scandalous proposition from an adoption authority, which eventually found its way through to our courts. Now, if we leave regulations which can dictate what are the qualifiers for someone to adopt effectively beyond the reach of this House, then where is the assurance that something as offensive as the excluding of such a couple from adoption, where is the assurance that that couldn't happen here? And I do not distance myself from the view of that family. I think it is an honourable, defensible, legitimate view that a child will have the best opportunities when they have a male and a female role model. I think that is very defensible. That's not really the issue here. The issue is, should the state be putting themselves in a position where that sort of thing could be put in as a criterion without it ever coming before this House? That is the issue. And therefore the oversight of this House, I believe, needs to be strengthened by virtue of providing in clause 155(2) the exception that relates to some other clauses, so that regulations made under clause 42 have to come by affirmative resolution. And I would appeal to the Minister and to the committee, when they examine this matter, to take that course of action. And that would be a good safeguard, I believe, going forward. The second issue I wanted to raise was to get absolute clarity from the Minister about the subject I raised in an intervention, and that is the right of the offspring of adopted persons to obtain information about the adoptee and their background. I wrote to the Minister about this subject last year, and he said in reply, as you have highlighted, the issue regarding direct line descendants of an adopted person and access to information was addressed in England and Wales in 2014 by way of legislative amendments to Section 98 of the Adoption and Children Act 2002. The outworking of these amendments is that direct line descendants of an adopted person may access information about an adopted person, including their birth certificate, through an intermediary service. The Minister went on, work is ongoing to finalise an Adoption and Children's Bill, which is intended to modernise the legislative framework for adoption in Northern Ireland. As part of a public consultation on the bill during 2017, views were sought on whether to include provision to enable descendants of adopted people to access intermediary services. Respondents were overwhelmingly in favour, and the bill has now been amended to include the relevant provision equivalent to Section 98 of the 2002 Act. Now, when I read Section 98 of the 2002 Act and compare it to the provisions in this bill, which most particularly seem to appear in clause 56, I'm not convinced that they do faithfully reflect the position now pertaining in GB. And I invite like the Minister in his wine to convince me of that, as to how and where Clause 56, if that is the clause, reflects what is in Section 98 of the now amended 2002 Act, because I think it is very important that the direct line descendants of an adopted person can access information about that adopted person, including their birth certificate. There's a great thirst for family history. People want to know about their roots, and very often the people we're talking about are dead and gone, but their descendants want to know. There is surely no data issue there once that person has passed. So I do say to the Minister, have we in this bill, as he promised in that correspondence, reflected the GB position as in Section 98 of the 2002 Act? And if we have, can he put my mind at ease as to where we have adequately done that in the bill? Thank you.
I now call on the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank the members who have contributed to the debate for their remarks. And I think it is clear from today's debate that we are all in agreement that the permanence of arrangements for children and young people, particularly those that cannot remain at home and their families, are of utmost importance. As corporate parents, we want to do the best that we can for children in our care and for those that have left our care. I therefore look forward to progressing the bill through the House to enable my department to start the detailed and substantial work required to give effect to the provisions of the bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to some comments that have been made by a number of members across the House, with your indulgence, because it has been, I think, a thorough and detailed debate in regards not just to the general principles, but also about what is core to this bill, and that's about putting the child at the centre of it. But before I move into that position, Mr Deputy Speaker, there were a number of members raised in regards to the mother and baby institutions and the disclosure of information and access in regards to the report that was produced today. And I want to start by saying, in response to the queries that were raised about the disclosure of information and the access to adoption records, I can advise members that the Truth Recovery Design Panel, as members are aware, has today published its report and its recommendations. The panel was established in April this year following a decision by the Executive to undertake a future independent investigation into historical mother and baby institutions and Magdalen laundries that was co-designed with victims and survivors. This afternoon, along with the First and Deputy First Ministers, I am meeting with the panel to discuss the reports, its findings and the recommendations, and to fully understand the thinking behind them. Mr Deputy Speaker, these were truly shameful events that happened, and they were allowed to happen by the state, by church and by wider society. These women and now adult children deserve to have their stories told, and the Truth Recovery Design Panel was established to help facilitate that, and I welcome the publication of today's report. At this stage, I know that the panel has made 5 recommendations, and one relates to access to records and the statutory preservation of records. The issue of access to records has emerged as a particular matter of concern for victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions and Magdalen laundries, and that includes the difficulties experienced by some in obtaining access to their adoption records and inconsistency in practice across trust areas. To address these issues and to provide greater clarity on the issue of disclosure, work is underway to develop guidance for adoption agencies on the disclosure of adoption records held by them, and the work has been taken forward but on a co-design basis of survivors of the institutions are working alongside those social workers. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now turn to some comments and points raised.
Thank the Minister for taking an intervention and for addressing the issue around the mother and baby homes. I actually was at the launch of the report in the Stormont Hotel to hear what the panel had to say. And in relation to access to information, one of the big issues, and I understand the Minister has given direction to the institution and those who may well have records to retain them, but direction, we know, may not be enough, and we need to ensure that there is no destruction of records. So I would again ask and appeal to the Minister that either your department bring forward an amendment or that you support any amendments that come forward in relation to this particular bill, the adoption bill.
And I thank the member, and there was comments made in regards from myself, yourself and the chair of the committee in regards to what we're hearing today, but also what this bill does bring about and how it can be utilised to help those people who were so sadly wronged by the state, by the church and by society in general at that point. In regards to comments then, Mr Deputy Speaker, in regards to the general principles of the bill that were discussed and points raised initially by the Chair in regards and by a number of other members about the challenging timescales for this bill. In response to that issue raised about timescales, I realise that the time frame is now extremely challenging, but my officials work closely with Assembly officials and committee officials to identify and address any issues that might arise at the earliest possible stage in order to minimise the risk of delay. We have already engaged with stakeholders throughout the development of the bill, but particularly in recent weeks, to ensure that we will be ready to respond as efficiently and effectively as possible to any issues that they might wish to raise in committee evidence. So that is why some of today's detailed questioning was useful. And in recognition of the challenging time frame for scrutiny of the bill and the agreement, I thank the committee and the Speaker for their agreement to publish the final version of the bill and the explanatory and financial memorandum actually prior to its introduction, and that was in order to give members, stakeholders and the public as much time as possible to consider its content. We also provided committee members with a comprehensive summary of the bill at that stage, again to assist the early scrutiny. In regards to the costs required to implement the bill, as was raised by the committee chair, and in relation to that query about the implementation of the Adoption and Children Bill, my department has estimated the total cost to implement the bill over 3 years will be £38.8 million, £17.5 million to support implementation of the adoption provision and £19.5 million to support implementation of the wider children's provision, and the remaining costs relate to training, updating systems and costs to other departments and agencies, and I think that was raised in regards to also training for court services. In year one, estimated combined costs will be £13.9 million, with recurrent costs of £12.6 million in year two and £12.3 million in year three. It's anticipated that costs will not begin to be incurred until 23-24 at the earliest, and additional funding will be sought as part of the spending review process, taking account of the timescales for phase commencement and the implementation of provisions once the bill receives royal assent. A number of members have raised the issue of cross-border placement of children and inter-country adoption between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, child cases which have an interjurisdictional or cross-border dimension must be handled in compliance with international and domestic law. There is a North-South protocol for handling such cases, and that's been in place since 2011. It was reviewed most recently in 2021, and the revised protocol actually came into effect on the 1st of August this year. The protocol provides a framework to assist relevant social work authorities in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland to work together in relation to children and or families known to social services who move or are placed across the border. This includes children known to social services who are in need, the subject of child protection or assessments or investigations, or are included on the Child Protection Register or Child Protection Notification System, or children who are subject to public law orders, voluntary accommodation arrangements or placements for therapeutic or assessment purposes, or indeed recorded as missing. In response to the point made about the adoption of children between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, I can confirm that such adoptions are conducted in accordance with international agreements and conventions, and these are enshrined in Northern Ireland law. So any changes to the law in this area would require engagement with the Government of the Republic of Ireland and would have implications for each country's commitment under the Hague Convention on the protection of children and cooperation in respect to inter-county adoption. I am committed to ensuring that all adoptions, whether domestic or inter-country, are conducted in the child's best interest. To that end, I am prepared to consider measures for improving the process for adoptions between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, subject to them being consistent with the rights and welfare of the child being adopted and our commitments under international law. On fees, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to emphasise that I do not foresee any circumstances where a kinship carer who provides a home to a child through inter-country adoption will be charged a fee. Mr Deputy Speaker, in regards to also a point raised by the Chair but then reiterated by a number of other members, and that was in regards to the definition of harm. On the point about the provision in the bill which amends the definition of harm in the Children Order, the bill will amend the definition to include a child being witness to, seeing or hearing the ill treatment of another person. As a result, courts, police and authorities will be required to consider the effect on a child of witnessing domestic abuse when making critical decisions about the care of the child. The amended definition of harm included in the bill is broadly in line with the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act 2021 in terms of how it recognises the impact of domestic violence on children who are witness to it. The Act recognises it as an aggravating factor, and the provision in the bill recognises it as harm. It is accepted that the provision in the bill and the Act could be further aligned in this respect. So in terms of the definitions of ill treatment and abusive behaviour and whether these can be fully aligned, that would require further careful consideration. But I have asked my officials to explore this further with the Department of Justice officials and Council with a view to bringing any amendment forward during consideration stage of the bill. In regards to further points raised by the Chair but also raised by Ms Kelly Armstrong in regards to the support for kinship care arrangements under the bill. The point has been made that kinship care requirements is to be supported. Kinship care is where a child is looked after by a relative or a family friend with a prior connection to the child, and kinship care can be formal, where a friend or relative has been approved as the child's authority foster care, or informal, and most kinship care in Northern Ireland is informal with limited or no trust involvement, and I know that was something that Ms Nicolan covered on, and I cover when I get to her points. And moving on then in regards to points raised by the Vice Chair of the Health Committee, Ms Pam Cameron, but also iterated by Mr Robbie Butler in regards to adoption support, and that's providing services assessed as needed. Initially, a trust will have the discretion to decide in all cases whether to provide services which have been assessed as needed. The bill also provides a power for the Department, by way of regulation, to specify certain categories of people to whom the trust must provide the support which has been assessed as needed. And my department will develop a mechanism for capturing and monitoring the provision of support to determine whether at a future point to use the new power actually to prescribe categories of persons to whom a trust must provide such support, and individuals will be entitled to raise any issues or make a complaint about the adoption support services they have or have not received to their trust, and the independent advocacy service will be available to support any child making such representations or complaint. The Vice Chair also acknowledged the importance of SGOs, as did Mr Butler, and again to point out and I suppose to reinforce the SGO's ability or the discretion to undertake assessments and provide services. All children will have their support needs assessed as part of the detailed suitability report that trusts must provide the court when an application for an SGO has made. Although there is no duty on trust to conduct an assessment on request, the bill provides a power to specific certain categories of people in respect of whom a trust must undertake an assessment or need it if requested. And once an assessment of needs has been undertaken, the trust will then decide whether to provide the support which has been assessed as needed. But the bill also contains a power to specify that certain categories of people must be provided with special guardian supports where assessed as needed. Mr Butler also gave what I think was a personal contribution in regards to his fostering experience, but also his adoption experience as well, which, Mr Speaker, many people often forget in this place that we bring that personal experience to the legislation that we actually make, as did Ms Cameron and Ms Armstrong, in regards to what were challenges of a process that shouldn't be challenging. Because as Mr Allister said and Mr Butler iterated, it's about the power to make not just adoption right for people, but also to enable the child and the family to be wholesome, and to provide that support for the child as and when it was needed, and when it is needed, and where there is a loving family there to support the child as well. In regards to issues raised by Ms Cara Hunter, in regards to where we are in regards to definition of individuals within the bill, and as I said in my opening statement, Mr Deputy Speaker, the current law who can make an application to adopt has been carried through in the bill. Applications can be made by both single people and couples, and that includes married couples or civil partners or two people living as partners in an enduring family relationship. Applications can be made by men or women, including those in same-sex relationships, and that was addressed by the courts a number of years ago as a result of a judicial review. And since the eligibility criteria were changed in 2013, the numbers show that adopters now come from a range of backgrounds affecting the breadth of the designated criteria. And on that point, and I want to move to the point that both, again, Ms Kelly Armstrong and Mr Jim Allister raised in regards to the point of whether 56 should be negative or affirmative. This is something which I'm willing to consider, particularly if it helps deliver a more effective adoption process, which has the right balance between safeguarding children and supporting prospective adopters throughout the process. So it's something that is optional to consideration as well. And I want to make this as strong as a supportive bill for both of those children who can benefit, but also those who want to adopt as well. In regards to the points again raised by Ms Armstrong and Mr Allister, it's not often we get them on the same page. But in regards to where we came, in regards to the five authorities, basically where we start from is the 5 authorities around the 5 trust areas. But the bill contains a power that will enable the department to make regulations to enable some adoption functions or services to be undertaken or delivered on a regional basis. So, for example, one trust on behalf, actually not just of another trust, but of the entire region. Regionalising some aspects of the service could promote greater efficiency, more equal access to services, and as all members and the 2 members who raised the issue said, that consistency of service, but also of user experience. I will.
The Minister indicating to the House that that's the direction of travel he's minded to take, and to use the power that's in the bill to in fact regionalise and maybe have a single trust in charge of it all, or some other body. Is that an indication he's firmly giving to the House?
It's an indication of travel, and the members heard me in here many times talking about how we can regionalise health services on a single basis. It is a direction of travel that this bill allows, once it receives royal assent, and the next post holder of this office can then take that direction of travel. But this facilitates that doing that. It also allows trusts to work together in regards to how they can more effectively and more efficiently support children who are subject or can be adopted, and those parents who want to adopt as well. So there is a consistency across the patch. Ms Armstrong raised again corporate parenting, and the bill does introduce in law a set of principles referred to as corporate parenting, which trusts must follow when looking after children in care. That includes having and promoting high aspirations for them, delivering safety and stability for them, and preparing them for adulthood and independent living. And they have a legal and moral duty to enhance each child's quality of life and to keep them safe, ensuring they receive the same opportunities and life chances that any good parent would seek for their own child. And that the principles capture in one place the duties of our trusts under the Children Order. They also achieve alignment between the Children Order and the Children's Services Cooperation Act, not only by defining the well-being of looked after children in terms of the CSCA, but also by emphasising the need for cooperation between trusts and other agencies which duties and responsibilities for children, including the Education Authority and the Youth Justice Agency. And I think that's a point that Ms Brogan raised as well. In regards to, Ms Armstrong also raised in regards to fostering regulations, and again following on from Mr Butler's personal experience, the new fostering placement and fostering agency regulations were developed and consulted on in 2014, and they received the broad support of stakeholders. And then following consultation, new regulations were drafted and tabled on the 9th of March 2016 for scrutiny by the Lane Health Committee. However, as a result of insufficient time to consider the regulations in detail, the committee chair advised that they should be brought back to the committee in the following mandate. The Lane Health Minister was considering the draft regulations when the Assembly was dissolved in 2017. So given the passage of time since the original consultation, it is intended to undertake a short targeted consultation on those draft regulations, and that will make any changes necessary before again submitting them to the Health Committee for scrutiny. And it's my expectation that this consultation will be commenced within the next 2 months. And then following consultation, it is intended that the new regulations will be brought back to the Health Committee for scrutiny in early 2022. And those new standards for fostering services will be developed following the introduction of the fostering placement and fostering agencies regulations. But in the meantime, existing standards for foster care will continue to apply. Ms Armstrong then went on to raise, and it is an issue that she did identify that her party colleague, Ms Paula Bradshaw, had been raising, and that was in regards to rape and the legal access to a child and the parental consent in step-parent adoptions. In relation to the issue raised about legal access to a child who was conceived as a result of rape, there's no specific provision in the bill on this matter, but existing legal provision is more likely than not to prevent legal access by a father to a child who was conceived as a result of rape for which he was convicted. If a father wishes to seek access or contact with a child in these circumstances, he will need to seek the leave of the court to apply for a contact order, and the child's welfare must be paramount in the consideration for the court when deciding whether to grant such leave or make such an order of contact. And the final point then that Ms Armstrong raised, and it was in regards to the Regional Children and Young People Strategic Partnership. She did, I think, when she was raising the issue, also acknowledge that this was a part of additional legislation that would need to be changed rather than just what was specifically within this bill. And again, in relation to working around the general principles of this bill, my department has agreed with the Department of Education to delay the proposal to establish in statute the Regional Children and Young People Strategic Partnership, and this will allow time for the structures established under the Children and Young People Strategy to operate for a period and enable the Department to assess the role of CYPSP that they should have within those structures and how its effectiveness might actually be strengthened. And once that assessment has been made, the merits of establishing it in statute will be reconsidered. We consider that to include provisions in the Adoption and Children's Bill at this late stage would be to risk delaying the bill's passage and potentially prevent it receiving royal assent in the current mandate. So with the agreement of other departments, and in particular the Department of Education, to the policy behind this, a separate strand of work could commence to develop a bill for this purpose for introduction in the next mandate, and that strand of work will also need to be properly resourced. So my department is of the view, which is supported by Legislative Council, that any new provision to establish a statutory children's partnership would need to be reconciled with the provisions of the Children's Services Cooperation Act 2015, and that Act already requires statutory members of CYPSP children authorities to cooperate with each other and the children's service providers to improve the well-being of children and young people. And it would be incongruous to introduce parallel legislation requiring the establishment of a partnership whose members are required to work together to improve children's well-being. We would simply be replicating an existing duty, and the alternative would be to amend the 2015 Act to establish that priorities. So any such amendments would have to be developed in close consultation with the Department of Education, which has lead responsibility for the 2015 Act. In regards then, and moving on to Ms Cullen's contributions as well, and I think not just only do officials have an indication as to her concerns, but also the chair of the committee will also have an indication of how much time he will need to allow for the full scrutiny of this bill, because of not just the size of it, but the questions and how members are seeking to strengthen it. So we do put the child at the centre of it. One of the issues that I touched on earlier in regards to Ms Armstrong's, and that was around fostering, and Ms Cullen expanded that into private fostering, and again the cross-border arrangements. And in relation to that issue that was raised about private fostering, the further points I think of clarification may be of assistance. Private fostering is where a child under 16 or under 18, if disabled, is cared for by someone other than their parent, relative, or a person with parental responsibility for them for more than 28 days. Although trusts do not place children in private foster care, they must be notified of such arrangements by the child's carer, parents, or anyone else involved in the arrangements. And as I outlined in my opening remarks, the bill further strengthens the current duties and safeguards in place to protect children in private fostering, and that's arrangements by placing a duty on trusts to promote awareness within the area of requirements as to the notification of private fostering, and creating a power to make regulations setting out the actions trust must take if notified that a child is proposed to be privately fostered. Trusts who are notified of a private fostering arrangement must ensure the welfare of the child is satisfactorily safeguarded and promoted, and that advice is given to the private fosterer if the trust consider it is actually needed. The 5 trusts have responsibility for the welfare of all looked after children in Northern Ireland, and each trust provides a fostering service in its area. Their fostering functions include the assessment and approval of the majority of foster carers, and that includes kinship carers, for the purpose of providing care to children looked after by the trust. And they also monitor and review foster placements. The majority of children in foster care in Northern Ireland are placed with trust foster carers, and as of the 31st of March, I think it is important to put a notice, or to allow members to realise, out of a total of 2,664 children placed with foster carers, 240 were placed with independent provider foster carers, and they were 197 foster carers from the independent sector providers, and that compared to 2,219 foster carers registered with HSC trusts. In regards to the other issues raised by Ms Cullen in regards to your detailed questions in regards to the Act as well, I've asked officials to review Hansard in regards to that, so when they do come to the committee they will have the detailed access as to what is actually there, and especially in regards to language around 68.5a in regards to the age 55 specifics and how that actually works as well. But also if there is any read across, and I think it touches on Mr Allis's points about whether the 1923 Public Records Act, there's also implications to either this bill or it from what may become either in regulation or developed through the development of this bill. In regards then to Ms Leah Flynn's contribution in regards to support service for those who do seek to adopt or foster, when the new legislative framework is in place, it will be possible for any person to request an assessment of needs for adoption support at any time, actually before or after an adoption order has been made, and trusts will be under a duty to undertake such an assessment if requested by a child who is to be adopted, their parents, prospective adopters, adopted adults, their parents and natural parents. In all other cases, the trust will have the discretion to decide whether to undertake an assessment. And following that assessment, if the trust decides that support services should be provided, it will be required to prepare a plan and keep it under review. Also, trusts will have a duty to provide information about the types of adoption support services available in their areas, and this should ensure that those interested in adopting and adopters are better informed about adoption support services, their rights and other services that are available to them. In regards to making arrangements in regards to accountability, those arrangements will also be put in place to assess the effectiveness of the implementation of the new legislation framework, and that builds on the performance and accountability arrangements that are currently in place, and that includes the delegated statutory functions of reporting as well. In regards then to comments from Mr Jerry Carroll in regards to consent and religious upbringing. In relation to the issue raised about consent and religious upbringing, the current power for a parent to stipulate the religious background in which their child should be brought up when agreeing to their child being freed for adoption has not been replicated in this bill. However, the bill places a duty on adoption agencies to give due consideration to the child's religious persuasion as well as their racial origin, cultural and linguistic background when placing the child for adoption. This is in line with the duty already placed on the trust by the Children Order when they take a decision about a looked after child, and that includes where the child should be placed. It also reflects the changing demographic in Northern Ireland and the range of considerations that now apply. Ultimately, the paramount consideration must be the welfare of the child.
His answer there, and can the Minister give a guarantee that those who don't fit in the two main binaries of Catholicism or Protestantism or Unionism or Nationalism, people from those backgrounds will be, their linguistic background, cultural backgrounds will be properly regarded with this legislation coming through?
I think that's already on the face of the bill in regards to what is there, but the member will be able to get that clarification also through his committee process as well. In regards to contributions from Mr Chambers, I think I'm for supporters of the bill, but also the work that has been done, not just by all the stakeholders or the officials, but also department officials who have been working on this and looking forward to it being brought forward. I think somebody said it was 2006 and Minister Needham actually started this bill. In fact, it was Michael McGimsey started the crux and the bones of this bill when he was Health Minister. So it has been a long time in the cooking and a long time in design as well, but it has been something that has been sought by the practitioners, stakeholders, and as we heard from Mr Durkin as well, from those families who have come through the current adoption process, who are looking and would have been appreciative of the post-adoption supports that this bill actually brings. In regards then, in closing, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in regards to Mr Alister's final points, I think I've covered everything else in regards to negative or positive resolution. I've covered that's an option. But I think he also touches, I think, what is the crucial point of that, and it's those people in public eye who have spoken out about what being adopted actually meant to them, and the gift that it brought to them as a child, but also the gift that it brings to those families, those siblings, and those parents who take that step and actually adopt or foster or take into a child through kinship care. And that gift that it brings to the child, but also the ability and the strength it brings to the family as well. I think it was Mr McNulty talked about being given the child that opportunity to shine, because they knew the support was around them as an individual, but also through this bill, the families will know that support is there as well.
That child the gift and the opportunity to shine. A local GAA club who a family were involved with, Carrickcuppin GFC. The young boy was fostered and was embraced by the GAA club and welcomed into the community. And not long did that young guy shine, his team shone, the club shone, his family shone, and the community shone, all by that gift, that generosity that you speak of. I want to say well done to Carrickcuppin GFC.
And I thank the member. I think we've been debating here for nearly 3 hours, and he managed to get the GAA in at the final kick or the final touch, whatever it is that we're at. But I'll congratulate the member for, I think, any time I stand here, he manages to get it in. But no, and I think it is the stronger point when we talk about the gift that's given to the child, but also then what it means to a local sports team, a local community as well. And the member referenced his own uncle in regards to what that means to that wider community and family circle as well. In regards to Mr Alister's, and I think it's the read across between Part 98 of the 2002 Act against where we are in provision of 56 in this Act, I haven't studied the both as closely as Mr Alister has. I gave him the commitment when I wrote to him that there would be a direct correlation in what was in this bill compared to what he asked for or sought for at this time. If I asked my officials to engage with him, would he be content with that step? Or I can provide it in writing, and we can also update the House, and I'm sure the Health Committee will be as well. It is our intent to make sure that the same provision on strength is there as well, because it is about making this bill fit for purpose, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill has been 35 years in the making since the last piece of legislation. I hope it's not another 35 years until we get to where we have to review this again. So once again, I'm grateful to everyone who has contributed to this debate on what I believe is an important piece of legislation. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I would ask members to support the Adoption and Children Bill and welcome the opportunity to work with the committee during the scrutiny of this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, I move this bill to second stage.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the Adoption and Children Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the second stage of the Adoption and Children Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Health. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments for the next item of business. That's page 6. Members, the next item of business are motions to approve two statutory rules, both of which relates to the health protection regulations. There will be a single debate on both motions. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion and then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on the motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion. If that is clear, we will proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment number 15 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee have agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. And I now call the Minister to open debate on both of these motions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And today members will be considering two focused and narrow statutory rules which were introduced following decisions of the Executive taken on the 6th of December. SR 2021-251, the Health Protection Regulations, Amendment number 15, and SR 2021 number 250, the Health Protection Amendment number 5, Coronavirus Wearing of Face Covering Regulation. Mr Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I will however remind members that there have been further amendments made since the amendments in question following a decision by the Executive on the 27th of September. Firstly, Amendment number 15 to the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulation Northern Ireland 2021. This followed a decision by the Executive on the 6th of September. The changes resulting from Amendment 15 came into effect at 5 p.m. on the 10th of September and were as follows. They removed the requirement to obtain a ticket in advance of an indoor theatre or concert event and removed the requirement to have allocated seating. They permitted dancing at a wedding reception or civil partnership reception, removed the requirement to be seated at a table in a hospitality venue to order or collect food and drink, removed the requirement for music to be limited to ambient level, and removed the requirement for persons at outdoor parts of premises to be seated to consume food or drink. And finally, increased the number of people permitted to gather at a private dwelling indoors. Due to a rescheduling of a previous Assembly debate, this amendment also revoked SR 2021 number 172, Amendment number 7, and reinserted the text into Amendment. This ensures the continuity of the regulation formerly contained in Amendment number 7. That amendment was a technical amendment due to a cross-referencing error relating to the requirement to produce a risk assessment. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning now to SR 2021 number 250, Amendment number 5, Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Covering Regulation. Again, following executive approval on the 6th of September, Amendment number 5 was both made and commenced on the 10th of September. This amendment removes the requirement to wearing a face covering while dancing at a wedding or civil ceremony reception. While dancing is not yet permitted in other indoor hospitality settings, the executive recognised the significance of a wedding or civil ceremony to a couple, their family and friends. On the 6th of September, the executive took this decision which led to these amendments, and we move, and I urge all people living in Northern Ireland to continue to abide by those. Yeah.
The Minister, beginning of his remarks, referred to the fact that, of course, there have been further amendments. Could I ask for some clarity? I've been asking this in Assembly questions and haven't been able to get an answer. Do the relaxations in respect of the 1 metre rule and the wearing of masks apply to places of worship? What is the current position in relation to places of worship?
They have been removed to guidance in regards to places of worship unseated, but I think they're in legislation when entering and exiting. They should be worn at that point as well. But again, I'll write to the member with clarity when he has raised that. I urge all people living in Northern Ireland to continue to abide by those regulations that remain in place and to adhere to the wider public health advice so that we can avoid our health service being overwhelmed in the coming weeks and months ahead. Because after more than 18 months of unprecedented pressures, our staff are exhausted and they're burnt out, and yet I fear the pressures will only increase this winter. And compassion of our staff is our greatest asset, but we must ease the pressure they continue to face by doing our bit to stay well. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Agus na siadam Sir Chagla and Costas Lantia, Colm Gilden on Canch, and I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Colm Gilden.
And I would like to make some very brief remarks as Chair and then a few remarks also as a party spokesperson for health. I again would take this opportunity to pay tribute to all of those health and social care staff who are still feeling the effects of this pandemic. They have worked over and beyond what could be expected of them for over 18 months now, and pressure continues to be apparent throughout the system. I also would hope that over the coming months we will see a return to more normal working practices in our hospitals and healthcare settings. That is why it is important that we continue to follow the guidance from the Executive and do what we can to protect our health system and ensure that our staff can be supported throughout this pandemic. And indeed, I would reiterate the Minister's call for people to abide by those guidelines and restrictions as a minimum, and to do everything they can up to that point and over and above that point, if possible, to protect themselves and their community and our health service. I would again encourage all of those who are eligible but have not yet had their vaccine to get vaccinated. It is the best way we can protect ourselves and others as we continue to come out of restrictions. The committee was briefed on these regulations last Corlia at its meeting on the 16th of September. I did mention at the last debate on coronavirus regulations that members continue to voice their frustration at the lack of evidence provided to the committee to enable them to consider how the Department advised the Executive and of the probable impact that the easing of these restrictions would have on transmission of the virus. The committee is keen to see that learning from the last 18 months has been captured, communicated and understood and implemented, and that the learning is being used by the Department of Health to inform the Executive on future decisions. The committee has written to the Department to request that at future briefings on these types of regulations, that in addition to the officials who draft the rules attending, officials attend who are able to provide information and answer members' questions on the evidence underpinning any given rule changes. This would include the impact of the rule changes and the broader policy context for those. But the committee did agree to recommend that these health protection regulations be approved by the Assembly. And just a few brief remarks in terms of my own role as health spokesperson. I would reiterate, and I think we all travel in hope that we can continue with the progress that is being made in terms of moving out of this pandemic and out of the very extraordinary pressures that is placed on our community and on our health service. And in so doing, I think it's crucial that we are monitoring what the impact of these restrictions have, because while we hope that this is moving forward, we also have to prepare for the possibility that there could be further variations which will provide unique challenges. And in that context, I think it's important that we try to monitor compliance to the regulations and impact of the regulations as we go through, in order to inform and advise future work and future policy in relation to this area.
I call Paul Free.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak in these debates, and I don't usually take part in these health regulation debates simply because of the undemocratic nature of which they are being held, in the fact that these regulations and stat rules are already in practice. Let me first of all say, whilst I am on my feet, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I condemn any threats that our Health Minister has received, and it's wrong. It is absolutely wrong to threaten any public representative, from no matter what party or hue you come from, no matter what policy you exact, no matter what your political spectrum or belief is. It is wrong, totally wrong, to threaten any... Yes, sir, I'll give it.
Would the member also agree then it is also wrong to set up dog whistles that actually signal to other people within the community that it is all right to make those attacks, and either by their silence or their neglect and public condemnation that actually gives those people an authority, or they think they have an authority, either through social media or otherwise, where they think it is okay to either enact those threats or those abuses, or actually engender those protests that we've seen outside our vaccination centres as well?
I thank the Minister for his intervention. Yes, I would agree. Anyone who uses language that would intimate an attack on any individual, public representative or otherwise, elected or otherwise, is wrong and should not take place. And I condemn all threats to the Health Minister. These debates, though, we cannot see these debates continue as they do, whereby we are debating issues and aspects of these draconian legislation and regulations that are already enacted. And we need to get to a position whereby we can get back to a democratic standard whereby the Health Minister is bringing his health regulations to the floor of this Assembly in order that they be passed. And whilst at the minute the Minister is, well, I'll go back. There's no doubt about it that at the start of this emergency, the Health Minister needed emergency powers. Absolutely no doubt about that. He needed to act quickly simply because he didn't know the threat. And he didn't know... Yes, sir, yes, I will.
And I think it's a point of correction and clarification that I want to make. And the member said that he hasn't taken part in these debates before. But he did sit as an executive minister between the 14th of June and the 6th of July, where I'm sure he understands that these regulations, although I bring them, are not my regulations, they're not the Health Minister's regulations, they're not the Department of Health solely regulations, but they are the executive's regulations. They are how the executive of Northern Ireland manages the coronavirus pandemic throughout Northern Ireland across all sectors, should that be economy, community, justice, health, and any other venue as well. So the member is actually standing there, and I think in his contribution is putting the focus on me that these are the Health Minister's regulations. The Health Minister hasn't changed these, whereas there is actually the executive regulations. And the member will well know on the number of occasions that I have approached other executive ministers to come forward and lead on these debates and lead on these amendments, because these amendments are brought forward through requests either by the Economy Minister or the Communities Minister, or by other ministers, even the Infrastructure Minister, in regards to changes in face coverings and public transport. But at the end of the day, I am left to bring them forward. I do take responsibility of having to draft them, and my officials do, because they are brought under that, but they are the Executive's coronavirus regulations, and that's the way they are brought forward, and always have been throughout this pandemic. So I just ask the member to be careful in his language in regards to how he places me as having the sole responsibility of delivering these regulations.
Minister for his intervention. Interventions are meant to be short, but I grant that there was a lot of information to give over there. Health Minister, these are your regulations. Your officials draft them. You've already told this House that in the last minute. These are your regulations. And the fact that you choose to bring them to the Executive is something that you do, and you're quite entitled to do so. I simply ask that you bring them to this House before you enact any further regulations, and I will go away.
The member is now deliberately misleading this House in regards to what he knows or in regards to these regulations. They are drafted by the policy intent of the Executive Office, as has already been indicated by the Chair of the Health Committee, where he himself asked that officials who have policy responsibility. The member sat as an Executive Minister through 3 executive meetings, and he knows exactly how these regulations come about and who has responsibility. They're not regulations that I bring to the Executive. There are papers brought to the Executive Committee by the Executive COVID Task Force that the Committee of the Executive then agree that my officials then draft into legislation.
Just before the member starts, I think we don't need any more labouring of this point. It has been amply clarified by the Minister. So if we could just move on, please. If there are any further things that need clarified, that can be done in the wind-up. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker for his ruling, and again I will move on. But again, the Minister has told us in this House today who drafts these regulations, and I take that on board, everything that he has said and everything that you have said, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But these regulations throughout this period were not now. When the Minister first received these powers, there was an emergency. He didn't know the threat, he didn't know the level of threat, and people were scared and frightened. And so it was right and proper, and it was so right. I will give way in a wee minute. I'll try and make some advancement of my case here. And so it was important that decisions were taken quickly. And that's fair enough. That's good and proper. But there has to be a point, is there not, in this House, whereby ministers, even the Health Minister, with all the power that he has, through the emergency legislation, uses this House. Now, I don't know why he would be worried about that, frightened about that, and he certainly should have the time to do that. Because we've already heard, I'll make progress, Minister, and then I'll give way, as I will to my friend. In this House, he will, I suspect, if you do numbers, he will have the support. We have Sinn Féin across the way has already intimated, even yesterday, that they will support anything that you bring forward. We have the SDLP and the Alliance of similar ilk. In fact, they would probably want to go further than you in some cases, in some aspects of law and regulation. So I simply ask the question, when, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when will this House be afforded its due respect and be allowed to pass legislation that you as a Minister will bring forward? And I'll give way to my friend in Begwell.
Friend from North Antrim and making his comments. But would he not accept the fact that he talks about when there was an emergency? As far as I'm aware, and I think everybody across this nation would be aware of the fact, is that COVID, not only has it not gone away, we're still dealing with significant issues to do with COVID. And would my friend accept that the reason why we're having to do this is because of the ongoing pandemic, which hasn't gone away yet?
And I think the member for his intervention, and COVID hasn't gone away, and COVID won't go away. So is the member suggesting that we work in forever perpetuity in regards to these regulations? Because to me that is undemocratic and unjust. And all I'm simply asking of the Minister is, in his remarks, can he give or indicate any sort of inclination or time when he will bring further regulations to this House? Because it's okay, because see the last number of debates that we've had here, they have been about releasing lockdown measures. But there may be a time when the Minister is urged or advised to go the other way. And when we look at the harm and the pain that has been caused through lockdown measures and other aspects, and we can't quantify that damage yet, then I simply ask the Minister to set a date and see when he can come to this House and change law in an appropriate way, in a normal way, in a democratic way, for which this House and every single one of us has been elected. Because there is, when you bring a debate like this to this House after the events, after something has been lessened or released or enacted, then it is a bit of a sham. And that's why a lot of the members won't take part. What is the point of raising these issues? And so I have taken the opportunity today to ask the Minister, and hopefully he can, in his response, give some sort of indication when we can get back to normal in this House. Because people out there want to get back to normal. They want to see things get back to normal. And they've been prevented from doing that. The other reason why this legislation should be passed in this House, because of the errors that have been made. And the Minister has already alluded to an error today with regards to something that he had to enact today. There have been errors right throughout this draconian legislation, not least the police action around them. I could tell you many a story about police preventing family members from running to the aid of elderly family members, had been denied access and turned around on the road, which was contrary to the regulations. But that's what the police was enacting. A member of a family was prevented from bringing hot food to an elderly member. That was never allowed in the legislation. The police were obviously wrong. But it's the speed and the haste of these regulations, and sometimes the way they're written, that causes concerns. The member from Northampton raised a question that I was going to raise here today, Mr Deputy Speaker, with regards to places of worship and masks and distancing. Because when you look at the regulations that we're not debating today, but have already been enacted, it doesn't mention churches. It mentions concert halls and theatres, and I think there's a third aspect, and then all such buildings or like. But it doesn't specify church buildings or church halls or churches. So that begs the question from the member, Northampton, the same question I was going to raise, and I'm sure every single member here has the same concerns and questions to raise. So I'm simply asking that this House be allowed to get back to normal. And if the member can give me some answers, because he has uttered his views around mandatory vaccines and vaccine certification to discriminate against people who are not vaccinated. If the Minister can tell us at House today that if he is minded to bring these measures in, will he bring them to this House first in order that we can debate them in a proper democratic fashion before he would bring them in? I simply ask that the democratic standards of this country be upheld when we're talking about these issues, something that hasn't been the case for 18 months. And I hope that the Minister can give us some responses to that. These regulations have been designed for a reason, and I take that. But they have also done damage in some aspects, not least to our young people. We have seen the banning of sport. We've seen the banning of congregating with families. And 3 years ago, we would never be having a debate like this in this House. So these are extraordinary times. Yes, I will, yeah.
Is the member going to make any allusion as to the rationale why those measures were taken? It seems like we're whitewashing over the fact that we've been through one of the most serious health pandemics in the history of our community and needed to take those actions in order to keep children and young people and the wider community safe and our health service from collapsing. It's getting really difficult to listen to that continued contribution, and you have spoken these debates before also, by the way. So are you going to make some allusion as to why those steps were taken and maybe make some suggestions as to how you think things can be done differently, rather than just continually with that half-baked response and analysis of why this has been taking place?
For his contribution, although I must say I find it strange when he knows that throughout the world lockdown measures have been disputed, and as the chair of the committee has already alluded to, very little evidence has been produced as to their effectiveness and also to the damage that they have occurred on our population. And again, the chairperson of this committee, has alluded to today the fact that they are seeking for evidence which they have not received. And that in itself, yeah, I will.
Will the member concede that there is evidence that there are 2,573 persons dead as a result of COVID-19 here in the 6 counties and further thousands across the island of Ireland, that our health services are operating today at 105% capacity as a result of COVID-19? And that evidence is in front of us very clearly.
And I take that, and the member is absolutely right. But what we're talking about here today is regulations on our community. And all I'm doing is simply asking questions of those regulations and raising the issues around errors that have taken place. I'll proceed on with my contribution. So all I am asking for is that democratic norms in this place be afforded so that we, as MLAs, can speak upon issues that are important to our people, and we get the chance to speak of them before they come in to action, before they place a burden on our people and have an impact and an effect on our people. That's simply what I ask, and I hope the Minister can respond to the questions that I've... Yes, I will give way to the Minister one more time.
And I will, because the member has accused me, and I'll check Hansard, of causing harm and pain and preventing people getting back to normal. I take great exception to that. When the member was speaking earlier on, I cautioned him, and I spoke about those dog whistles that are blown. And I say to the member, that's exactly what he's doing in this House at this point in time.
Could I just say that if we could conduct this debate in a temperate manner? There are a lot of people viewing these regulations and what's going on here, and a lot of people who may have been grieving at some time during that period of this last year and a half. So please, if we could conduct this in a respectful and temperate manner.
I think you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I agree with you 100%, because nobody should be putting up dog whistles. And I resent that accusation, because what I am simply doing, Mr Deputy Speaker, is raising the concerns of my constituents who have been impacted both by COVID and also by regulation. I had not accused the Minister of causing harm. I am saying that these regulations and these lockdowns cause harm. And if people find that hard to hear, surely, Mr Deputy Speaker, they're not living in the real world, because lockdowns have had an impact. How could we ever be in a place where we don't realise that these lockdown measures, these draconian measures, these measures which are abnormal, haven't had an impact on our people? Really? So I simply ask the question, if the Minister is going to bring in further restrictions to this country, will he please give some sort of indication as to how he will bring them in, and will he give this House the opportunity to debate them before he brings them in to play? Thank you.
Agus na siarm sir Cara Hunter hon can't and I called Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for being here today. I welcome the opportunity to speak briefly on the health regulations. I would like to state on record my sincere condolences, and when we talk about grief, to all those who have lost their lives with COVID since the beginning of this pandemic. I would also like to give thanks to our carers, nurses, doctors and mental health professionals who continue to persevere throughout what has been an exceptionally difficult almost 2 years. Speaking recently with the RCN and hearing first-hand how COVID has impacted their well-being shows how the constant pressures are impacting our health professionals, and I sincerely hope well-being will continue and be extended to support them as we come out of the pandemic. I welcome that we as a society continue to move forward and gain some sense of normality, and amendments discussed here today are a small step in returning to that normality. I hope that we can continue to do so cautiously and consciously. I know it will be most welcome from businesses within the hospitality sector that Amendment 15 removes the requirement to be seated at a table to order or collect food and drink. I also note the removal of the requirement for music at an ambient level will assist in adding atmosphere, and we know that our hospitality sector has struggled and suffered significantly throughout the COVID crisis, and I hope that these loosening of regulations will assist them in getting back on their feet. I also welcome the increase of numbers permitted to gather indoors at a private dwelling from 10 to 15 persons from 4 households. And I think that this will certainly aid in events like wakes and provide community support within homes and gatherings following a loss, which is something that caused great difficulty and sorrow throughout the peak of the pandemic. Many of the points that I was going to raise have already been raised by previous members, so I'll round up and just ask the Minister if he can come back to me on this in his response. There is concern as we approach the winter months and flu season with the difficulties with pressures on the health service, so can I just ask the Minister in his response to touch on what steps his department will take to try and ensure that there's no further circuit breakers or lockdowns. Thank you.
I now call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, last week the Minister referred to the abuse that some of his vaccine teams have been getting as they went about the countryside doing their life-saving.
Sorry, Mr Chambers, could I ask maybe you move the mic over a wee bit towards you?
Oh, sorry.
It's not been correctly picked up.
Better,
okay.
Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll start again, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last week the Minister referred at the Health Committee to the abuse that some of his vaccine teams had been receiving as they went about the countryside doing their life-saving work. And another example of this occurred yesterday in West Belfast, where pickets with placards stood outside the premises where vaccination was taking place, and they put people in fear, people that were going into the premises, but more importantly, the vaccinators that were in those premises delivering vaccines. And last week at the Health Committee, we spoke about everyone has the right to refuse to take a vaccine if they've deeply held views, medical, ethical, whatever. They're perfectly entitled to refuse to take the vaccine. Where it becomes, I think, a bit serious is that when people like that decide then to become a campaigner to try and influence other people not to take the vaccine, and I think that's where it does become dangerous. Yes?
I think the member, he referred to an issue in West Belfast in the Cull area. Would the member agree with me that it's important that people in the area of Cull and Poglass do have accessibility to vaccines and aren't forced with intimidation, mismessaging as they go to get their job? Would you agree with that?
I absolutely agree with the member. It was absolutely disgraceful and disgusting that people who wanted to be vaccinated were put under that pressure. That shouldn't be happening anywhere. And I totally condemn what happened yesterday. Now, when Mr Frew got on his feet, to be honest, as his contribution went on, I just didn't really know where he was coming from, and I didn't really at first pick up the point that he was perhaps trying to make. And you know, when he started referring to some of the regulations as being the Health Minister's regulations, now I'm not going to deeply rehearse the arguments. I think the Minister addressed those quite adequately himself. It is quite obvious to us all, and surely would be obvious to somebody who spent a period of time as a Minister, albeit a short time, that would have picked up that decisions in the Executive are made collectively, and the ministers that are involved, be it an economy decision, education, they come along and they advise, and the Executive can accept that advice or reject it. And generally, I understand most decisions in the Executive are generally made by consensus. So I always feel that when decisions come out of the Executive, they are Executive decisions. And I know that the Minister of Health does have to appear in this chamber to deliver all of these regulations when they are the collective decision of the Executive. And I'd certainly like to see the First Minister, Deputy First Minister, or junior ministers come in here and explain to us the rationale behind regulations that have been made. Mr. Frew is quite correct. The regulations are generally retrospective, and it doesn't need a genius to work out why they have to be retrospective, because, as Mr. Little referred to earlier about our community facing a pandemic, I think that he maybe could have went further and said that it wasn't just our community, it was a worldwide pandemic. People, hundreds of thousands of people dying all over the world, and we certainly had our share of people who have died. Yes?
Yes, thank you very much indeed for the member giving way. I think the member will be aware that I think this week alone, the death toll in the United States has risen above 700,000. And in the United States, through COVID, it's now a greater death toll than happened during the Spanish flu. And I can't think of any legislature in the world at the moment that's been able to get in legislation ahead of what's happening with COVID. I would be very interested to discover is that is indeed the case. And indeed, I think we should be congratulating the Minister and indeed the Executive for getting these legislation through, even at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you. They certainly, when we talk about the democratic process being sort of pushed to one side, I think we all get it. I think we all realise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, why the democratic process had to be short-circuited at times in here. In fact, for the last year and a half. Nobody likes that. I don't like it. I don't think any of us like it. We like to do things the democratic way. We talk about, Mr. Frew talked about getting back to normal. We want to get back to normal. It's almost attributing that ability to the Health Minister to get us back to normal. But I look around this chamber, and what I see is not normal. These empty chairs, that's not normal. It's having to wipe the tables every time we leave the room. That's not normal. And that's not the Health Minister that's making us do that. That's I take it, as the Business Committee that is insisting, and the Assembly Commission that are insisting that we do those things, because the reason why we do it is because it's the right thing to do, and it's the thing that we have been trying to encourage the public to do, and we have to set that example to the public, that not a case of do as we tell you, but do as we do. And when we talk about I would have loved all these regulations to have come down from the executive and come in here and been debated at length before they became law or became official guidance or regulations, whatever you want to call them. But while we would be doing that, people would have been getting buried, dying as a result of our slow reaction to this pandemic. And I think that in speed, I will.
Member for giving way. The two specific actions I asked the Minister to bring forward, in particular around giving this House its place, was around mandatory vaccination and vaccination certificates. Can the member explain to this House and to me how either having a certificate, a vaccination certificate, or not having it will lead to deaths?
Well, I think, Mr Frew, you might be well advised to go and speak to your First Minister, and he might be able to give you some thoughts about what the executive think about that. And I'm sure your party and your party leader have views about that. So, go and talk to them, and let come on them back and tell us what the DUP position is on passport vaccines. I would like to know that. I would like to know where your party stand on it. So, please take that opportunity and speak to the First Minister and come back and tell us, share it with us. Because I think the population out there would like to know where the DUP really stand on these regulations.
Could I just suggest we move on to the regulations, please, just and stick with them? Okay, I appreciate you were responding, but if we could just stick with the substance of the regulations, please.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. But, as I say, I don't really know today what service Mr Frew feels he's delivering in the words that he's brought about these regulations today. In fact, a lot of what he said, I've got a lot of letters, I'm sure the rest of you have, from what I would refer to as the foil tin hat brigade. Some very, very bizarre emails I've been getting. You all get them. They reference all sorts of Google links where you can go and read all sorts of bizarre statements around the vaccine is going to kill people and all the rest of it. And listening to Mr Frew today, I just feel that he actually could be the author of one of those letters, because that's just what he comes across to me today. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Point of order.
Nowhere in my commentary, either today or ever, where he could accuse me of being a tin hat conspiracy theorist, or even an anti-vaxxer for that mind. And I would ask the member to consider that language. The Minister talked about dog whistles. That language was atrocious, if I might add, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think that member should retract that statement.
I would suggest maybe that the member reflect. Sorry,
Done it, and I hope that he'll go away and reflect on what he said today in here. Thank you.
I take that. Sorry, just a moment. Members, just calm down here today, please. And instead of the ping-pong back and forward, if we could discuss the regulations. Now, if there are intemperate comments been made, I would suggest that members reflect on their words, look at their words tomorrow in Hansard in the cold light of day, and perhaps have more, how shall we put it, less inflamed exchanges in a quiet corridor somewhere. Thank you. Yes, point of order.
Would I ask you to rule that members are advised in the instructions in terms of the conduct of debate in this House to be moderate and temperate at all times? I believe very firmly that the member for North Down, by that outrageous comment directed at the member for North Antrim, has fallen very, very short of that and should apologise to the House.
Well, I suggest that's not particularly a point of order, but it will be reflected upon through the Speaker's office too. Thank you. I call Mr Little.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I begin my remarks also by echoing the tributes that have been paid to our health and social care staff, our carers that remain under serious pressure responding to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on people in our community, and also to continue to remember those lost lives and the families that have been bereaved as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Can I also welcome the participation of the Health Minister at recent press conferences and encourage him to continue to use that platform that he has to communicate the key messages at every opportunity. Happy to give way.
Thank you very much indeed. I just wonder if the member would think it would be appropriate, now that we have the First Minister in the Assembly as well, is if he could make a statement fully in support of the Health Minister and for the health regulations as well. Would that not be an appropriate message for this Assembly to send today?
All right, before we go there, unless the First Minister chooses to put his name down to speak or to seek an intervention, I don't have his name listed here, so it is his choice whether he chooses that or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the member for the intervention. I'll do my best to make sure the comments that I make, that I do have control over, are as constructive as possible. And if any other members, including the First Minister, wishes to do the same, then that's obviously an opportunity that the bench can afford. But to echo what I said previously, I welcome that leadership being shown from that press conference platform. I think we are, and have always been throughout the pandemic, in a place where key messaging, clear, consistent messaging that does put out evidence-based approach to the regulations is critical at this time. May I also, Deputy Speaker, take a short opportunity to condemn the threats against the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, and my friend and colleague Minister of Justice, Naomi Long. I myself have experienced what it's like to receive death threats, so I stand in solidarity with these ministers and their families in this regard, and I mean that sincerely. It's completely unacceptable, and I trust that you have good people around you guarding your back at this time to make sure that you're not on your own in responding to those. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's my understanding that Amendment 15 to the coronavirus regulations now allows people to enter hospitality or entertainment venues without a ticket, to stand for reasons other than entering, exiting premises, going to the toilet, and increases the number of people, households, to meet at a private dwelling to 15 and 4 respectively. Amendment 5 also permits people to dance at a wedding and not wear a face covering. I'd like to ask the Health Minister, I suppose, constructively, to use this opportunity just to give clarity around those particular amendments with regards to how they remain consistent with the clear messaging to continue to use social distancing and face covering in particular settings. We have, of course, relaxed these practices in certain contexts as medical advice and guidance permits us to do so. But I think it is important that the Health Minister continue to give clear, consistent messaging about the importance of ongoing mitigations during this pandemic. Indeed, the purpose of those health regulations, and indeed what new or additional measures may and evolved measures may be in place to ensure that we continue to maintain safety. In the context of these regulations and other to come, we have heard public debate shift to vaccine passports, vaccine certification. I think they're actually slightly misleading terms. What we're really referring to there, Deputy Speaker, is certification concerning full vaccination at least 2 weeks ago, negative test within 48 hours, or recovery within 3 months. And the member for North Antrim asked what was the purpose of that. I think how he put it was, how will that not lead to death, which was quite an extreme terminology. But to try and respond to that, I'm happy to give way briefly. Yep.
I thank the member for giving way, and I did raise this particular comment at the Health Committee just passed. And while somebody and myself that is double vaccinated, that believes in the vaccination programme and the merits of it, I did urge the Health Minister and indeed members of the House, and would the member for East Belfast agree with me, that it is important also that we recognise that there is the potential As the debate becomes much more exercised and hostile towards vaccination certificates and indeed passports, something which sits uncomfortable with me and indeed with other members across the House, that it is important that we be moderate in our language towards that debate to ensure that we don't have the negative impact of actually affecting the vaccination programme whenever it has been doing so well in rolling itself out across Northern Ireland.
Thank the member for his intervention. And yes, the vaccination programme has been successful, but we still have further to go. We still have more people to be convinced of vaccination, and indeed to hear that evidence and roll out in relation to younger people as well. So there is distance to go. In relation to certification, it was asked what the purpose of that would be. Vaccination of at least 2 weeks, test negativity, 3 months recovery, reduces the risk of serious illness. And if we are adjusting mitigations in relation to numbers in indoor venues, to face covering in particular context, then obviously it is right and proper that we consider other ways and means to ensure reduced risk of serious illness as a result of COVID-19. Yep.
I'm grateful to the member for East Belfast for giving way briefly. He might have heard a recent discussion on Radio Ulster, where the proposition was raised that without a vaccine certificate, certain workers would be banned from going to their place of work. I presume the member disagrees with that, particularly in the context of care homes, where it was reported in that programme that if such a regime was imposed, the care home system in this country would collapse.
Just before the member commences, go back to the context of the regulations that we're discussing today. Intriguing or interesting though it might be to diversify into other areas, if we could stay online, please. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Deputy Speaker. I don't think we're in debating that proposal at this stage, as the member from South Belfast has said. Deputy Speaker, briefly, it was asked what the purpose of that would be in relation to these regulations, in that we are relaxing numbers permitted in households, and that we are adjusting face covering in some small amount of settings. My contribution today is that we will need to give due consideration. Indeed, we ought to have been working to have those other tools, those other mitigations in place. The Department of Health, the vaccination programme is run by the Department of Health. The travel vaccine certification system is run by the Department of Health. And I think that certification process is something that we would want to hear that has been put in place as a tool that is available if we need it. Against better judgment, I'll give way.
Again, language is important. Terminology is important. I certainly give way to the member opposite, and I would expect the same respect given back. But I simply ask the question to him, when he talks about vaccine certification, why do we need to spend £10 million on a system when we've already got one set up that helps people travel across the world? And especially when we all carry in our wallets a card that proves that we've all been vaccinated. Why does he think we need another electronic certification system for that?
And again, I make the point that we're back to discussing the regulations that are before us today. That's probably a debate under a specific heading for another time.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And whilst we ought not to be having the debate or discussion, I welcome the fact that the member does appear to be engaging with the issue of mitigation and regulation in a constructive way in terms of what way in which we can deliver that certification. So, Deputy Speaker, as you say, that's something that we may return to another day. In closing, Deputy Speaker, the Department of Health and others have set out the potential pressure that is awaiting our health service staff this winter. That people have said has the potential to collapse our health service, to cause our health service to keel over. That's extreme language, Deputy Speaker. And what we have to do is to ensure that every tool possible, every proportionate mitigation possible is available to this society to prevent that scenario from happening. Thank you.
Agus Nish, Éireann Justin McNulty hon Cancha, I call Justin McNulty.
Gurma Yogut, Lush Carla. Firstly, can I express my solidarity with the Health Minister and with healthcare teams who've faced threats, who've faced abuse. Nobody should face threats or abuse trying to save lives. I ask, what is the purpose of the regulations? Are they to keep people safe, to ease pressures on our hospitals and all healthcare staff who have given so much and who are now literally at breaking point? If the infection levels do continue as are, we could be facing a winter of discontent in our health service. The latest figures that I have that I'm aware of in terms of the vaccination numbers, less than 12% of the population are unvaccinated. And we have to say well done to the healthcare teams, well done to the volunteers who have ensured that 88% of the population are vaccinated. That's been an enormous achievement. But worryingly, 72% of people in ICU are unvaccinated. What we are facing now is an epidemic of the unvaccinated. Last week, I was speaking to the Chief Executive of the Southern Trust, where he told me 100% of people in ICU in the Southern Trust were unvaccinated. 100%. The unvaccinated are filling up our ICUs. They're preventing surgeons getting out to conduct cancer operations. They're preventing specialist nursing teams getting out to fulfil elective surgeries. They're preventing anaesthetists being available for gallbladder operations, for hip replacements, for pain relief operations. So I ask, how are we as legislators going to ease the pressures on our health service? In my view, it's very simple. Every measure possible should be adopted to try and encourage people to get vaccinated, to ease pressures on our healthcare staff, to ease pressure on our hospitals, to keep people alive.
Thank you. And I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So some time ago in this House, at the commencement of the pandemic, I said, I think we were 8 weeks in at that point, and mercifully the vision that had been outlined to us of a plague of biblical proportions, I think was the phrase that was used, did not come to pass. It has not come to pass, and I'm glad for that. And I want to congratulate our healthcare workers, everyone that works in the NHS and the wider community for the role that they have played in producing that situation. I think that our people should be congratulated for their levels of endurance, because people in Northern Ireland have endured a loss of their freedom greater and longer than any other part of the United Kingdom. And I think that our people are in many respects ahead of the politicians in terms of wanting to move to try and get life back to normal as soon as possible. Not new normal, normal as soon as possible. In that context, it's always a welcome occasion, therefore, for someone that believes in giving people back their freedom and giving people back their lives. It's always a welcome occasion when the Minister comes to this House in order to announce the abandonment of regulations that were imposed at the start of the pandemic. Therefore, I welcome the moves to approve and remove the requirement to obtain a ticket in advance of indoor theatre or concerts that have allocated seating. So I think that's good, because one of the sectors of our society that has suffered an absolute hammering over the course of the last 18 months are the arts and entertainment sectors. So I think that is something to be welcomed. I welcome the fact that people will now be able to have a dance at a wedding reception. Again, these are events, particularly a wedding is obviously one of the most significant events that people will have in their lives. And therefore, for them to be able to have that at their wedding is a welcome step. I welcome the requirement to remove the requirement for music to be at ambient level. Not quite sure why that was there in the first instance, but I'm glad that it's no longer there, and that people will be able to enjoy that particular freedom. I don't play pool, snooker or darts, but I'm glad that other people are going to be able to. I think that that's a good thing, that people should be able to enjoy the pastimes and the hobbies that they've always enjoyed. So in that context, I think this is actually a good day, because we're giving people back aspects of their lives that they have lost. In relation to the last speaker, I think he's right in terms of encouraging people to do the right thing is one thing, but I think threatening people is quite a different thing. And there cannot be hanging over people's heads the compulsion that they'll not be able to go to work. We have just driven our economy off a cliff. In an earlier answer, in an answer to a question from the Minister of the Economy, these restrictions, the restrictions of which these form part, have cost the Northern Ireland economy £6.1 billion. So I think we do have to be clear that the worst thing you could do to people is to threaten their ability to go to their work. I just don't think that there would be any justification for that, particularly in the context of what was said on Radio Ulster by someone employed in the sector, that while we're easing these restrictions, to impose other restrictions, such as those mentioned in this debate, would potentially lead to the collapse of the care sector. So we need to be careful that the government doesn't give the impression of being like a man that can't walk and chew gum at the same time. There's more than one way to deal with these issues, and I think threatening people and bullying people is certainly not one of them. Thank you, sir.
I think, just to be careful, the member just used threatening and bullying. I presume you'd want to clarify that isn't by...
To be clear, I'm talking about all of us, not any individual minister or person.
I don't think any of us
about
would.
The government as
and
a
just,
whole,
I'm sure you'd want to clarify that
certainly happy
there's no motivation by anyone in this chamber to threaten or bully anyone.
No, but government in general does and can. Yes. Well, if you don't pay your tax, the government.
Sorry,
if you don't pay your tax, the government will threaten.
Sorry, will the member resume a seat, please?
Yes, sure.
We've made the point. So, just again, I would advise members to choose their words very, very carefully, because there are people who have sensitivities outside this chamber who have lost loved ones, and we have to be very respectful of them. Yep.
And a point of order. At no point should that have been viewed as disrespectful or lacking in respect, and certainly that was not my intent.
No,
and I was very clear that I wasn't talking about any individual in this chamber in that regard.
I'm glad the member has clarified that.
Point of order?
Yep, Mr. Aiken.
May I apologise from chuntering in a sedentary position, which I shouldn't have done. I was just a bit confused that the Minister was talking about the government, which of course his party is the key part of.
Sorry,
the First Minister.
The member will be aware that isn't a point of order. That's probably a point of information. Call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And these amendments are particularly welcome today in the main. They help some of the hardest hit sectors during the pandemic to take those next strides forward in their recovery. As my party's health spokesperson, we recognise the complex relationship between health and the economy, and the need to ensure we are striking the balance between supporting our businesses so they can once again flourish and continuing to put necessary measures in place to protect our health and our health service. Our wedding industry, Mr Deputy Speaker, has been absolutely decimated, and the loss of income at some wedding venues across Northern Ireland have been seven-figure sums. Some are family-owned businesses in my own area within South Antrim. It's essential that we support our businesses and that we encourage them to progress out of these restrictions safely, and recognise that healthy businesses and a healthy economy contribute to overall better health. The hospitality, entertainment and photography jobs they sustain are vital for our economy. The jobs that they provide are also, for many young people, the first jump into paid employment. These are businesses absolutely that we must support as we continue to emerge from the pandemic. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, the amendment before us today in helping this industry return to some more industry norms will help. The lifting of restrictions on dancing and music at wedding and civil partnership ceremonies is very welcome. The lifting of these restrictions will not only help stimulate our wedding and entertainment industries, it will have real, meaningful impact on families. Families will be able to once again gather to dance and celebrate with their loved ones. The amendment lifting the necessity to wear a face covering while dancing at a reception is, of course, a welcome part of this. There are obviously also very important easements for our wider hospitality industry as well. The change in the rules around table service is most welcome and again reflects the changing dynamic in the course of this pandemic. Removing the requirement to obtain a ticket and having allocated seating in advance of an indoor theatre or concert event will help stimulate our arts and entertainment sectors, not only providing employment across Northern Ireland, but providing much-needed nights of enjoyment and laughter. As a representative of South Antrim, the home of Northern Ireland's #1 snooker player, Mark Allen, I also welcome the resumption of snooker, pool and darts. These are much enjoyed sports and pastimes of many people which contribute to our local economy. Mr Deputy Speaker, as we continue to plot on a roadmap to complete the return to our much-loved ways of life that we all took for granted but do not take for granted anymore, it's important to emphasise that these easements do not only impact on our industries and economy, these measures also impact our general health and well-being. Over the course of the pandemic, we have become increasingly aware of the impact of restrictions on our mental well-being. The continued progression back to a normal way of life will be welcomed by so many that have been devastated by this pandemic. It is, however, essential that we continue to assess the situation and progress out of restrictions safely to ensure that we are striking a balance which protects our health service, while continuing to bring back our normal and much missed ways of life. I do urge the Minister and Executive, in conclusion, to continue to promote the benefits of vaccination, and I am quite concerned at reports coming today of only 60% of Belfast Trust nurses being vaccinated as of July this year, and I wonder if the Minister has any more up-to-date figures on that, because I think our health service also have to set an example to the rest of us as well in terms of the vaccination process, and I think we all need to do our bit to help us return to normal. Through increased levels of vaccination, we can protect the progress that we have made in greatly easing restrictions to date and enable us to go further in the future. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Jerry Carroll hon cancha call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Two regulations, obviously, today, though they're important ones, and I want to focus on one specifically this evening, and that is the relaxation of rules around the hospitality sector and how the Executive intends to protect workers in that regard in this context. Amendment 15 obviously removes requirement to be seated at tables in hospitality settings for food or drink in bars and restaurants. And to be frank, I've heard mixed reports about this. Many bars may be supportive because they're under massive economic pressure and there's been a lack of support for hospitality workers throughout the pandemic. However, many medical experts as well, Deputy Speaker, are expressing general caution and concern about the swift reopening, not just here but across other parts of the world. We're now obviously deep into this pandemic, and where everyone wants to see some level of whatever normality is and will be, not least workers struggling to make ends meet. It has to be done in a safe way and one that is secure for workers. And table service worked well at the start of the reopening, so I'd like to ask why this change has been considered and made. For me and many others, it was easier and simpler to avail of table service. It can obviously be easier for staff as well, not to face deep queues and be pushed by impatient punters. And at the weekend, I saw at least one bar where there was queues and queues of people, whatever, 10, 20 people deep. That's obviously very concerning for cases. So I'd like to ask what the medical consideration has been given to this, and also what work the Minister or his department has done in engaging with unions, bar workers, hospitality workers, and especially representatives of United Hospitality, and also what work has been done around increasing and encouraging proper ventilation of these workplaces. This could mitigate against workplace clusters emerging and also protect individual staff members in hospitality. So some serious concerns that I think have to be addressed, if not today, then very, very soon. Otherwise, we could see a spike potentially of cases in these hospitality settings. Thank you.
And think everyone has spoken. I would now call on the Health Minister, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate on both motions. And really, before the Minister does do that, I would like to, in the first instance, condemn any threats against you personally, Minister. I've known you for quite a while and know few of your friends, and that would be the case that they too will share that, and I find it really disgraceful. Now, the second thing I would like to say is just if we could tone this down a bit. I'm thinking in particularly of those 2,570 people who have died through COVID and their extended families, and really I would have hoped that this would have been a bit more respectful to those people and to their memory and to their families. So if just as the Minister speaks, yes, there may be interventions, but if we could just have those done in a respectful way, please. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And my note says I welcome today's debate on the amendments that have been debated, but I think this has been one of the more obtuse debates we've had in regards to the regulations that have been before the House and how the debate itself has developed, because I think more issues have been brought to the floor than were actually the construct of this debate or these regulations. And members have taken an opportunity to take positions and public positions on other issues. But in regards to the health protection regulations, 2021, the amendment of the health protection coronavirus wearing of face coverings regulations, Northern Ireland, I want to thank some members for their contributions, and I note contributions from other members as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll turn to some points for the members made during the debate, and again I thank the Chair of the Health Committee for their support during what has been a very trying period in regards to how these regulations have been brought forward. But I would note commentary from Mr. Chambers in regards to a member of that Health Committee in regards to the timing and the processes. If a decision taken at the Executive this Thursday in regards to either further easements, if that is the direction of travel of the Executive, then has to go through the full scrutiny procedure. I'm sure it could be a number of weeks before either business, community or families would actually see the benefit of that change. So that is why we've taken the approach, the Executive has taken the approach that it currently has in regards to these regulations and the changes that come, so they can be enacted in as timely a fashion as is possible. In regards to a number of comments made by other members, Mr. Allister asked for clarity in regards to face coverings in places of worship. It is a legal requirement to wear a face covering when entering and exiting the building. As I said, there are exemptions included, and I do want to stress that. The legal requirement to wear a face covering in a place of worship during an act of worship has been removed. However, it is strongly advised, and face coverings must still be worn as part of any other activity taking place in a church building unless the primary purpose of the activity is an act of worship. Social distancing is still recommended in places of worship, but it is not required in regulation. So I hope that helps the member in that point of clarification as well. In regards to Ms Cara Hunter asked what actions will be taken to prevent further lockdowns over winter. I've been clear, Mr Deputy. Yeah.
Point of order.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and apologies for interrupting the Minister, but it's increasingly hard to hear the Minister, so I don't know if that can be controlled through the Chair.
Thank you. Maybe are the mics pointed directly towards you there, okay, Minister? Yep. Okay, thank you. We'll look after the technical end of things from here. Thank you for that.
From Ms Cara Hunter was what actions will be taken to prevent further lockdowns over winter. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear. I don't want to see any further lockdowns or maintain restrictions for one day longer than is necessary. However, the reality is that we do not know what lies ahead, because the past 17 months have been unprecedented, and the Executive has sought to balance individual and societal liberty with public health requirements in the face, as has been pointed out, of a global pandemic. Our hospitals are still working to capacity, our waiting lists are getting longer, and new variants continue to develop. And what I will say is that when making decisions regarding restrictions or relaxations, It needs to be weighed against family, society and economic considerations, as the Executive does. And I want to be clear again, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are not solely my regulations, although there are some in this House who want to portray them as such. In regards to comments raised by Mr Chris Little, the question of what other measures can be taken to ensure we keep the public safe from infection. Again, these regulations form only one part of our response to help reduce the rate of infections of COVID-19 and to ensure we keep the public safe from COVID infection. We all have a role in reducing infection by following our social distancing guidance, and everyone should adhere to these measures at all times. On occasions when social distancing may not be possible or practicable, other effective measures, including good hand hygiene, respiratory hygiene practices, should be considered crucial and adopted, and wearing of a face covering in these circumstances is recommended. In regards to a number of questions or points that Mr Little did raise as well, in regards to messaging, and while I thank him for noting, about the clear, consistent messaging that comes from my department, what I would like to see, and what other members in this House have been clear in what they've said, is that they would like to see clear, consistent messaging coming from the Executive. Because when we've seen the best response from the people of Northern Ireland is when that message has been consistent, has been unanimous, and has been clear in how it takes forward. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to go into the debate of COVID certification or verification. That debate can be held in this place. There's members and there's parties around this House who have the opportunity for no name day motions, should they wish to bring that matter to this House for full debate outside the Executive, so they could air their issues across this chamber in regards to that. But what is interesting in regards to especially COVID certification is how there are members and members of certain parties who either in the airwaves or in this place oppose domestic certification, but still their party colleagues and their members of Parliament write to me asking how the same constituents can prove they've been vaccinated, so they can either go to a bar in Dublin or Donegal or attend an Old Firm match in Glasgow. So
I think maybe the point's well enough made on that, Minister, just if we could stick with regulations, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In regards, I think Mr Stalford's contribution that he came in briefly to make in regards to welcoming the easements that have been in place, and to Pam Cameron, the Vice Chairman of the Health Committee, who talked about the healthy economy and a healthy business. I want to see a healthy people being able to fully support both their business and the economy, live a full community and societal and family life in regards to what either vaccination, regulations and restrictions actually brings us to a better place. In regards to the number of nurses vaccinated within the Belfast Trust, I saw that media report this morning. It was concerning, but in regards to the commentary that both came from the Belfast Trust and the Royal College of Nurses, it was at a point in time nurses had the ability to get vaccinated through other avenues. I'm aware, and I've asked for further clarification, that it didn't include bank nurses as well. So there is further clarification being sought in regards to that. In regards to Mr Carroll's requirements in regards to engagement with different sectors, with unions and with the workplace, again, that's a piece of work and engagement that's taken forward via the Executive COVID Task Force in regards, and as also the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Advisor attends those as well, so they can provide that help and information when those sectors are being engaged with as well. The member will be well aware, being a member of the Health Committee, I engage regularly with the health service unions as well to make sure that we're working in partnership with them as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, I may not have answered every member's point or their opinion during the contributions during this debate, but in closing the debate I would remind members that the choices that we make now will be crucial in ensuring that the virus doesn't begin to spread once more. So as we continue to remove the remaining restrictions in place, our society moves closer to a return to normal life. So by making safer choices, following public health advice and complying with the regulations, we can all do our part to help lower the spread of COVID-19. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. The question now is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021 Amendment 15 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment No. 5 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I now call the Minister formally move the motion, please.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment No. 5 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Now, if members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please.
Thank you, members. The next item on the revised order paper is a motion on the crisis in wastewater and sewerage capacity. I ask the clerk to please read the motion.
that this Assembly expresses concern at the deepening crisis in Northern Ireland's wastewater and sewerage infrastructure, notes the Department for Infrastructure's Living with Water programme in Belfast, highlights the importance of inadequate capacity in other parts of Northern Ireland to prevent delays to house building and capital investment in critical facilities such as schools, public offices and factories, notes that addressing the weaknesses of current provision in all areas will be essential to maximising our whole region's economic potential, including through city deals and other levers, and calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to bring forward a new strategy to enhance and expand Northern Ireland's water and sewerage infrastructure with a particular focus on ending regional inequalities.
Thank you. I call Mr Jonathan Buckley to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. Proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Whilst there are many things that we can disagree on in this House, the current state and stresses upon our wastewater and sewage capacity is not one of them, and something that can and should concern us all, because it affects all of us collectively. The network and maze of water mains and sewers in Northern Ireland extends to 27,000 kilometres and 16,000 kilometres respectively. This incorporates water treatment works, pumping plants and wastewater treatment works. If that is not enough reasons to make sure we get it right, Northern Ireland Water also provides drinking water to approximately 840,000 households and businesses. The stakes could not be higher. The running failure to address underinvestment in our wastewater infrastructure is severely hampering economic development and house building in every part of Northern Ireland, and I'm sure members will be able to testify to that. Quite simply put, without drains, there can be no cranes. Every month that passes without a sustainable approach to meeting current demand for connection to the network leads to further missed opportunities. And let's look at those missed opportunities. Missed opportunities to support business expansions. How many members in their constituencies have dealt with businesses unable to expand, to bring job creation to their locality because of lack of infrastructure in the wastewater system? Missed opportunities to boost employment in the construction and aggregate sector. How many members have been inundated by, whether that's developers or indeed private homeowners that can't get connection to the grid and are therefore being swallowed up in a planning system that, in regards to NI Water and Consultee's response, is not fit for purpose? Missed opportunities to provide new housing provision for those in need or those wanting to get onto the property ladder. And I think this is something that's pertinent to me as a young member in this House. The amount of young people that I've had come to me subsequently during the pandemic and since, unable to get through that statutory planning process, in particular because of the delays relating primarily to NI Water. We believe that the current investment strategy, albeit welcome, lacks the ambition or direction needed to get this situation under control. And we are not alone in that opinion. As I have mentioned, frustrated prospective homeowners and developers up and down the country want to see a tangible plan province-wide, and it's no surprise they are of that opinion. Recent reports from developers, and I have them, and I'm sure members have looked at them throughout their packs, but waiting times, and they're no longer now willing to invest in Northern Ireland. And I look at some. The Belfast Telegraph online on the July 7th, 2021, talked about the lack of investment in the sewage network is holding up the construction of much-needed new homes, house builders have said. Braidwater Homes, Fraser Homes and Lagan Homes said NI's ageing water infrastructure was adding to pressure on the housing market here, where demand is far exceeding supply. Soaring demand has led to bidding wars on homes, which in some cases in Belfast has pushed prices up by around $4,000 a day. Simply not sustainable. Another home builder talked about the planning nightmare that was driving them out of Northern Ireland, and they talked about pulling business out of Northern Ireland to work in the north of England and the Republic of Ireland, and they talked about the delay that there was in particular surrounding the process with consultees. A complicated planning process as well as consultee bureaucracy has become and led to an absolute nightmare. They talked about some consultees in relation to NI Water having a minimum of 65-day turnaround to see if a new site was available for sewage, for example, and compared to Scotland, where he says the same service will come back in 5 days, and that's the difference. Members, we are losing business because of the lack of infrastructure in relation to our sewage and wastewater capacity. I also want to bring members' attention to the fact that 25 of the 27 economic hub towns have compromised water infrastructure, but only 12 will see that investment by 2027. 91 additional towns currently face similar problems, and another 30 will join this category over the next 6 years. Despite this, only 37 towns will receive improvements in their wastewater infrastructure during that time. Minister Mallon just yesterday in the House said that Northern Ireland's wastewater problems will take at least 12 years to fix, and the potential to undermine COVID-19 economic recovery and limit the number of new homes, and further to that also place us at risk of breaching statutory environmental obligations. And again, the Minister is not alone in that assessment, because in the Belfast Telegraph on October the 16th, 2020, the headline read, "Worn out water network on brink of catastrophe." Part of Northern Ireland could be engulfed in a major catastrophe if urgent upgrades to worn-out water services are not carried out, a High Court judge had ruled. Mr Justice Horner identified risks of homes being flooded and millions of litres of raw sewage spilling into the estuary with dangerous environmental consequences. The potential dangers were set out as a removed suspension on Northern Ireland Water awarding contracts to carry out on its network. It's hard to disagree, and this places an even bigger onus on the Minister and indeed the Department to get this right with a province-wide plan of action. The Living with Water programme focuses only on a Greater Belfast with a feasibility study for Londonderry, and ignores the legitimate challenges facing businesses and households in other parts of Northern Ireland as a result of this crisis. Developers have indicated that because of that planning system in Belfast is more proactive than in other areas, it's likely that a disproportionate level of other investment in the next price control will be spent there. In terms of investment, we recognise that the Price Control 21 envisages $2 billion will be directed to capital projects over the next 6 years, a 100% increase on the previous allocation. Capital investment will include $529 million as part of the Living with Water programme and $816 million to maintain existing capacity. Yet we cannot look over the fact that half of affected towns and villages will see no direct benefit. This appears to be an exercise of damage limitation which threatens to generate further regional inequalities for those living and working in areas right across Northern Ireland. The Minister of Infrastructure did not provide the utility regulator with any indication of the budget available over the next 6 financial years ahead of the latest price control determination. Was this a missed opportunity to adopt a more ambitious approach? The Minister has talked of levelling up in this House, though talk now must be backed up with action. The Department... Absolutely, yes.
Thank the member for giving way, but I think it's a bit outrageous saying about the year ahead when we don't even have 3-year annual budgets. Whenever the ministers or the members' own party actually tightened the screws whenever Danny Kennedy was the minister, and now the chickens are coming home to roost with the lack of investment in infrastructure per se.
Well, I know the member will have an opportunity to speak when she contributes to the debate. As Chair of Infrastructure, I've identified a problem, a real problem. I'm sure the member has in her own constituency. There is a need now for investment and planning ahead. The main reason behind the motion today, as the member will read, is that the current state of our wastewater infrastructure has meant that we are stymieing economic development, we are stymieing house growth, we are stymieing young people from getting on the housing ladder and contributing to society in their own right. And that's something in which I have noted, and I'm sure other members have noted, when they're dealing with NI Water in the days previous to this debate and no doubt ahead. Since the Department has, since the 1st of April, hundreds of applications for connections to the water and sewage network, either rejected or stalled because of capacity issues. Some of these applications relates to hundreds of sites. This doesn't even tell the full story, members. We don't know how many proposed developments have been cut off at source through NI Water's pre-development inquiry process. There is a real concern by developers that what is happening at the moment is NI Water are using the planning system as present with a delayed response to STEMI development to put pressure on more investment. We have to ensure as members that there is an ability for us to have confidence in the planning system to ensure that we have an adequate fit-for-purpose wastewater infrastructure. And I see my time's near up, but there always has been a strong lobby for NI Water to be able to borrow like other bodies elsewhere in the United Kingdom. If we are to maintain the position on the domestic water charges, it is right that we examine all options available in order to ensure that we are not storing up problems for the future. Solutions are out there, and whether that be via city deals, I'd be keen to hear what the Minister has to say in relation to that, or other bespoke funding avenues with development and prosperity at their heart. In closing, equally, we cannot get away from the fact that we must spend resources wisely. And in closing, I hope that members could support this motion today, and I call for better wastewater infrastructure for all.
With the greatest respect to my friend in closing should have come 20 seconds ago. Mr. Padraig Delargy.
Water and wastewater infrastructure is an essential part of any functional society, as it provides a vital service with many health, environmental and economic implications. From supplying us with safe, clean water to wastewater treatment, it's a foundation for sustainable economic growth. That's why it's unacceptable that our sewage and wastewater infrastructure has reached a crisis point across the north due to historical underinvestment. Now, many sewage networks and treatment plants are now operating at or beyond their capacity. This in turn has limited opportunities for new connections. This is having an impact on housing, on development, on business and on promoting regional balance by restricting development of over 100 areas across the north. It has led NI Water to warn that investment is going down the drain, as our failing wastewater infrastructure prohibits connections from new houses and businesses. It has also led to inadequate environmental protection through increased sewer flooding and pollution. NI Water have repeatedly warned of their chronic and historical underinvestment. Take a look at NI Water's investment during Tory austerity. For their business plan from 2015 to 2021, they only received around half of what they actually needed. That's a far cry from sustainable development. Failure to provide long-term funding will lead to a worsening crisis with widespread detrimental impacts for our community, local economy and natural environment. Derry is sadly no different, as the lack of investment in wastewater infrastructure is preventing thousands of new homes and other developments being built in the Buncrana Road and Skeg areas, as several capacity issues have been identified across Derry City and Strabane District Council area. It's vital that these works are delivered as a matter of priority to allow people access to much-needed homes and allow our city to grow and prosper. However, due to the scale of this issue, there are real concerns that some communities will get left behind while other areas will be prioritised for investment. It's absolutely vital that areas such as my constituency in Foyle get the investment they need to allow communities to prosper and to ensure that regional inequalities are not exacerbated by the wastewater crisis. This year, the Department has committed £215 million capital for NI Water, which is more than the funding the utility regulator identified as necessary this year of £178 million. This was possible due to the unprecedented allocations from the Finance Minister Conor Murphy and to the Department, and helped to accelerate the PC21 capital works. On reflection of this, I would ask the Minister to explore room for a more ambitious capital works programme and a further prioritisation of wastewater within the Department for Infrastructure's budget. The motion also references the Living With Water programme, which started as a specific programme for the Greater Belfast area. It is a strategy to support economic growth, protect the environment and address flood risk. While it's mostly an investment plan in sewage and wastewater, it also includes blue-green infrastructure as sustainable drainage systems like rain gardens and permeable pavings to make our society more livable and adaptable to flood risk. It's a new, holistic and integrated approach to the provision of drainage and wastewater infrastructure, and at the Infrastructure Committee, Sinn Féin have consistently stated that Living with Water strategy should be rolled out across other areas. On this, I welcome that the Living with Water feasibility study has commenced in Derry and includes looking at the A2 Buncrana Road scheme to bring forward integrated drainage solutions with the Skeig River and Pennyburn catchments. This is a positive development, but I urge that this strategy gets rolled out to Derry and across other areas of the north. It's worth noting that the Living with Water programme, along with essential sewage investment, was one of the British Government's funding commitments in the New Decade New Approach. However, they have reneged on that financial commitment from the outset, leaving us with a financial package that paled in comparison to the commitments within that deal. It's vital that the North gets access to the funding necessary for adequately investing in our public services. Furthermore, NI Water have previously indicated how multi-year budgets would allow for a more efficient planning and execution of their capital works programme. A multi-year budget is needed to plan services properly, but the Executive was only provided with a single-year budget by the British Government. It's vital that NI Water can utilise multi-year budgets in the future to allow for stronger long-term planning.
Sorry, the member's time is up. Thank you. Mrs Dolores Kelly.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and whilst the SDLP supports the motion, we are aware that the Executive's Sustainable Water, a long-term water strategy for Northern Ireland 2015 to 2040 is already in place. We don't need another document, but the funding to see implementation. And it would be helpful to hear from the Minister on the support she has been given on future funding, given this is a wider executive responsibility as water infrastructure cuts across virtually every aspect of life. And might I say, Principal Deputy Speaker, it's a bit rich hearing from the party here to my right about delays. Whenever this House was stood down for 3 years, where there were no ministers in place, no decisions could be made, and the community that we all seek to serve were bereft of actually democratic accountability through us and to the civil servants, if you like, but it should have been ministers. So, you know, there's a lot of people seem to want to rewrite the last mandate for 3 years, for 3 whole years. Yes, I will give way.
Giving way, and on that vein, I'm sure she would agree with me. The Minister of Communities has previously said that she was working to bring forward and develop a fundamental housing supply strategy, which would seek to remove barriers at increasing housing supply, which obviously will include and be in respect to water and sewage. So, the member would agree with me. What interaction has there been with the Minister of Communities to try and support adequate funding measures for NI Water?
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. The investment in water and infrastructure, Minister Mallon has been very clearly on the record as saying that infrastructure is the way in which to build an economic recovery, particularly post-COVID. And it is very clear that there is a disconnect within the Executive. It would be it's actually unreal that, you know, the Sinn Féin and the DUP have been in charge for 14 years, and we have seen chronic underinvestment year in and year out in wastewater and infrastructure, but yet they recognise the need that infrastructure is a key economic driver. But when it comes actually to putting additional money, to putting their money where their mouth is in relation to driving the economy forward, to meeting the very real and pressing demand for social and affordable housing in particular, that the money isn't forthcoming. Yes, Minister Mallon has recognised that there's additional funding this year, but that's been after a lot of hard work on her part, and I think there was nowhere left for Sinn Féin and the DUP in particular in charge of the Executive to hide from both those people waiting on a home, for all of those developers waiting on planning approval, and and also on the investment that's needed in terms of wastewater and sewage to allow those developments to proceed. And it's not just, of course, housing, it's around factories, as others have said, it's around manufacturing base, and it's also around some of our public buildings. But, you know, no, I'll not give way any further for a very short time left, because there are a few other points that I do want to address. And Minister Mallon, and I'm sure as other members recognises, as indeed the mover of the motion said, about the key climate change challenges that there are as well, in terms of allaying people's anxieties around flooding and investment in the water, particularly the rainfall and those other mechanisms that cause the flash flooding that we have experienced, that sees the devastating impact on citizens and businesses. But without more capacity in their system, there are real and genuine concerns we could see increased flooding, which will damage our local communities and our local environment further. Our infrastructure needs investment to withstand these pressures, dealing with the historic underinvestment, but also to plan now for the short, medium and long term. And I said earlier in an intervention, I was here and I saw how Minister Kennedy was then treated, and how Sinn Féin and the DUP ganged up, and other ministers, the same way we're seeing not only in the earlier debate around health, where they take responsibility, they want power, but they'll take responsibility for nothing. Nothing is their fault. Absolutely nothing. So they like to point the finger all around the chamber, create identity and cultural politics warfares, so that the voter loses sight of what really is going on in terms of their failure to deliver, not only in terms of investment in wastewater and sewage infrastructure, but in social and affordable housing, in education, in health service, in communities, in their failure to actually stop the Tories in terms of their universal uplift denial to people who are actually not on the breadline but below the breadline. And yet here we are, without shame, Sinn Féin are pointing the finger at Minister Mallon, the very party that caused this House to collapse for 3 years. 3 whole years where no decisions could be made in health, in education, in house building, in waste infrastructure, in welfare. Absolutely nothing. No anti-poverty strategy. Zero. Zilch. So take a long, hard look at yourselves before you start pointing the finger at Minister Mallon.
Mr. Roy Beggs.
I too rise to support the motion. We have a crisis in our water and our wastewater industry. And we're now seeing the outworkings of that failure to invest in terms of planning restrictions in many areas, and on occasions with wastewater spilling onto our streets and onto our rivers as a result of our aged sewage network and the inadequate capacity to deal with the pressures of today and the more extremes of weathers that is being experienced. I do welcome this motion, but I have to say I do find it rather strange. From the wording of the motion, you would think it's someone who has been in opposition for the last 14 years, whose party has had no involvement in where we are today. But in fact, his party has been the biggest party and the lead party in the Northern Ireland Executive for 14 years, and play a key role in setting budgets annually. Indeed, the contributions from the member from Foyle seem to ignore his party's role. The Deputy First Minister, Finance Ministers that his party has provided, the 3-year gap which his party put in place and caused difficulties. And indeed, his own minister has been a regional development minister in the past. So his party has had a responsibility for where we are today. Successive budgets have underfunded Northern Ireland Water, diverting limited public funds to other priorities which they have decided upon. Northern Ireland Water funding is not optional. It's essential. The absence of adequate funding is now affecting our economy, with private sector investment being held back on occasions. Northern Ireland Water needs significantly increased capital funding to meet its PC21 targets set by the Utilities Regulator and to protect both the public and our environment. Yes, the initial target of £199 million for 21-22, a significant amount was provided. I welcome that, but we all have to be aware that there is significantly further monies needed in subsequent years, almost double or over double that amount. Indeed, the capital investment is rising to some £477 million in 2025-26. The vast majority of this being spent on wastewater treatment to meet environmental concerns. So there's choices to be made. Will the Executive guarantee the funding stipulated in PC21, final determination, over other capital funding? That might at least enable some longer-term planning by Northern Ireland Water. At present, they can only plan their 1 year ahead, whatever guarantees this Executive gives them. But the problem of limited end-year flexibility will remain. What happens if a contract is delayed and the money has to be returned? So there still is practical problems. So it's not just about the funding being provided, it's also about having a model of Northern Ireland Water that can maximise the benefit from the funding that it receives. Northern Ireland Water is a GoCo. It's been set up eventually to become a standalone body, but it's remained like a non-departmental body. At present, Northern Ireland Water must conform to company accounting, but it also must conform to public sector accounting. That's extra bureaucracy and costs. Northern Water plans on an annual basis and it reduces its flexibility. They do not have the flexibility to borrow independently and are included in public sector borrowing restrictions. We've been advised that this ability to borrow on the value of its assets would increase its effectiveness. We need to talk about solutions, not just problems. Yes, City Deal might help to a degree, but we need to change the setup of Northern Ireland Water to be more effective and more cost-effective on behalf of us, the customers of Northern Ireland Water. But changing its setup to make it drive down costs and give better value. So what sort of solution I'm suggesting? I think we do need to look seriously at Welsh Water, which was created on a not-for-shareholder dividend basis to make it more effective use of money that it receives. I would argue we need to consider a mutual model. This is aside from the issue of water charging. Would such a model provide better value for money for the public sector, the money that's going into it? I don't know. I'm asking that question. We need to look at the models. The current model is not working. Significant areas of my constituency, Larne, Green Island, there are planning restrictions. And in particular, social housing has been held back because of the additional costs. Private sector can decide to invest in additional bespoke sewage treatment systems, but that is frequently not available for social housing. We need to look at what we're doing and provide better value for money in all that we do.
Thank you. I call Mr Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. The Alliance Party will support this motion here tonight and do welcome the motion, but like others do find it a bit strange. It's coming from a party that's been in government and leading in government over the last number of years. The impact of the lack of investment and the need for investment in water and wastewater infrastructure has a massive impact, not just upon our economy, but also upon house building and also the environment. But no one should also be coming here today surprised at the situation we now find ourselves. Northern Ireland Water has been issuing warnings in relation to the situation for years. PC 15, which covered 6 years from 2015 to 2021, was underfunded. £1.7 billion was required, but only £990 million was invested. Upgrades to 81 large wastewater treatment works were deferred within the timescale of PC 15. Within PC 21, which we're currently within, £2 billion of investment is required. Currently, more than 100 areas, which is over 50% across Northern Ireland, which includes 25 of our main cities and towns, where sewage and wastewater infrastructure has little or no capacity left. And I know that as an MLA for North Down and the impact that is having upon applications for housing in my area. By 2027, it is expected another 30 towns will reach capacity, making it almost impossible to build new housing or business premises. This is a serious and critical crisis. This will add another level of crisis to our housing shortage, which my colleague Kelly Armstrong will speak about later. The lack of investment and the need for investment also means that Northern Ireland Water cannot create the employment opportunities that are needed. Also, the risk of increased pollution incidents arises. Since 2014, Northern Ireland Water has been fined 73 times for incidents of significant water pollution, resulting in fines of approximately £250,000. As a result of the lack of investment, the increased use of septic tanks arise because people cannot connect to the public sewage infrastructure. That has risks to the environment and also to public health, particularly in relation to the chemicals that are used within these tanks and the impact upon water and soil quality. Northern Ireland Water's investment in, for example, hydrogen production is to be welcomed, and those green technologies are the way forward, but they need investment to be able to continue that, particularly in the context that Northern Ireland Water is the biggest electricity consumer within Northern Ireland. We need to invest to save financially, but also to save our planet. So we've heard so far today, and we'll hear yet more during the debate, about the problems and the issues. What about the solutions? This is where this House fails. If we're not prepared to face up to difficult decisions, we're going to have the same debates again and again and again, with some members going searching outside for magic money trees and shaking at them, but no money will fall. The money that has been invested in Northern Ireland Water, whilst it's to be welcomed, we should also remember opportunities to invest in other areas. And like Mr Beggs has outlined, the need to consider mutualisation of Northern Ireland Water is something that we need to urgently consider. That is a clear positive solution that the Alliance Party brings to here, and Welsh Water provided an opportunity in relation to a track record of success in relation to that. The Alliance Party's position in relation to investment in water and wastewater is no surprise to anyone. Our manifesto is clear. It's a manifesto we stood for election upon. And the manifesto in 2017, which was election to this place, states the current governance model for Northern Ireland Water, combined with the absence of sufficient level of independent income distinct from the direct subsidy, restricts the ability of Northern Ireland Water to borrow money for investment in infrastructure from commercial sources. Northern Ireland is the only region where the water utility is not funded to the levels required by the independent regulator. If we are to actually make this motion have any meaning, if we are to address the serious issues in relation to the lack of investment and the housing shortage in Northern Ireland, we've got to step up. We've got to take difficult decisions. And no doubt going into the elections next May, a lot of parties will offer the electorate opportunities and manifestos and promise and change. But if we're not prepared to take the difficult decisions and to face the public in relation to that, then these issues will continue, and we'll actually have a very serious economic and housing crisis in Northern Ireland. So unless we fix this, our economy and our housing and also our environment will be put at risk, and we need to address this. Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Mr Philip McGuigan.
I welcome the debate about the crisis in our wastewater and sewage infrastructure, which certainly is the case in reality for many of the communities that I am elected to represent. According to NI Water, as of January 2021, in my constituency of North Antrim, the wastewater treatment works in the villages of Armoy, Dervock, Mosside, Sternockham, Clough, Grange, Carrigan and Martinstown have reached capacity. They also state that in addition to the wastewater treatment works that I've just mentioned, that our wastewater network capacity issues are emerging in Ballymena, Ballycastle, Bushmills and Resharkin. NI Water go on to state that as a result of these capacity issues, new planning applications may be declined in parts of these catchments. No drains, no cranes, I think is the catchy phrase that has already been used. So 8 villages at capacity, Bushmills and Resharkin heading that direction, and network problems in Ballycastle and Ballymena, all within my North Antrim constituency. I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I didn't say that I find that totally unacceptable. Water and sewage infrastructure, even though it is mostly underground, is an essential system to not only enhance the quality of life for citizens, it is required and indeed vital to drive local economies through development and expansion. But because of this important infrastructure reaching capacity in the locations I have mentioned across North Antrim, development, both housing and building businesses development, is at or very soon will be at a standstill. Again, I find that totally unacceptable. Worse still is the fact that there are no plans for investment in the majority of these villages, not this year, not next year, nor the year after. Indeed, there are no plans to invest in most of these North Antrim villages within NI Water's development plan, which takes us up to 2027. That's at the very least 5 years away. Again, totally unacceptable. The outworking of this, or should I say the consequences of this, is that without upgraded wastewater and sewage infrastructure in, for example, Armoy Village, there can be no social housing built. Similar restrictions will be imposed on Carrigan and Martinstown and all other places on the list. So not only will there be no social housing being built, but as others have said, developers are also seeing planning permission being refused, constrained or delayed. And none of this will change for at least the next 5 years. This has real-life consequences in rural communities and small villages. It means no homes for young couples and young families wanting to live within the communities they were reared in. In some instances, it means numbers dwindling in village and rural primary schools. It means local GAA and other sports teams struggling with numbers. It means services and facilities and funding opportunities curtailed. NI Water and our infrastructure needs investment. That matter is clear. I did notice the Minister smile when my colleague congratulated the Finance Minister in his allocation to her department. I think it was a smile in agreement with my colleague, unlike her party colleague who gave her version of the now famous single transferable speech where she blamed Sinn Féin for everything. I think she even blamed the Sinn Féin Finance Minister for allocating additional money to the Minister this year. Years of historical underinvestment in our water and sewage infrastructure and the British Tory imposed austerity in our block grant are the root causes of the current problem. It is not a problem of Minister Mallon's making, and I don't think my colleague made any aspersions that it was a problem of Minister Mallon's. But if we do want to grow in a balanced and sustainable fashion, we need to address this issue in a way that does not facilitate further regional inequality nor impact on rural communities. That's why many of the communities in North Antrim, in Armoy, Dervock, Mosside, Resharkin, Sternockham, Martinstown and Carrigan will be wondering why they have been left out in the plans for investment and left out for the next 5 years. I'm deeply disappointed that that is the case. So on their behalf, I do want to urge Minister Mallon to look at ways to improve the current NI Water Plan, explore ways to draw down additional funding without imposing further burden on families, and incorporate multi-year budgets into investment planning and deliver urgently a fit-for-purpose wastewater infrastructure that delivers for the citizens and communities of North Antrim.
Mr. George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, I should say. The state of Northern Ireland's water and sewerage infrastructure is doing Northern Ireland a great disservice. To say it is hopelessly outdated is being polite. My own East Londonderry constituency is a prime example of how the current infrastructure is keeping Northern Ireland from developing and causing damage and inconvenience to private property when there's heavy rainfall. This is unacceptable and has to be rectified. I know of major housing developments severely delayed due to the lack of capacity of a 21st century water and sewerage network. Housing pressure is increasing and this is unacceptable. Nothing that is currently being examined is going to change that situation. Chronic underfunding is costing jobs. I understand that throughout Northern Ireland hundreds of schemes are stalled due to the lack of capacity in our water and sewerage infrastructure. Can the Minister give a figure for developments that have not even made it past the Northern Ireland Water pre-development inquiry process, as I am sure it is substantial? Housing executive developments are affected as well, so this is a problem involving quite a few Northern Ireland residents. We need to see a proactive solution from the Minister to tackle gross underfunding, which costs jobs and housing. And I also think that the Finance Minister needs to step up to right. Go ahead.
Does the member accept the fact that there's been inadequate money over the years given to the Department of Infrastructure to enable Northern Ireland Water to put in that infrastructure? So it's been the budgets that has been grossly incorrect.
Your point. Thank you. I also think that the Finance Minister needs to step up to the mark to provide some much-needed extra funding to help the Infrastructure Minister tackle this serious water and sewerage underfunding situation throughout Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland Water intend $2 billion to be directed towards capital projects in the next 6 years, yet over half of towns and villages will see no direct benefit. This is a disgrace, and outside Belfast, regional differences make this figure even more startling. Regional variations mean anyone outside Greater Belfast will experience greater regional inequality. An effective investment strategy will see business expansion, a boost for the construction industry and associated industries, and of course employment. In economic hub towns, figures show that only 12 out of 27 will see investment in the next 6 years. Another 91 towns have similar problems, but only 37 of them will receive improvements to the water infrastructure. With another 30 due to join the list, no progress will be made in addressing the water and sewerage infrastructure chronic capacity shortage. Minister, you must develop a plan to ensure these shortcomings in the current system are addressed as a matter of urgency. I support her motion.
Thank you. Members, it's 6:25, and I'm due to call the Minister at 10 minutes to 7. The debate can only last an hour and a half. There's more members than time. I'm mindful of the fact that all of the government parties will be participating in the debate at least once. So it's my intention that Mr Allister will get called in the debate because he's been here from the start. So if you're further down your party speaking list, it might be an idea to make a few interventions. Ms Liz Kimmins.
And I too welcome the opportunity to speak on this important motion. And as others have said, the wastewater infrastructure across the north is in a dire situation, and it is essential that urgent action is taken to address this. But like my colleague, I don't think this is about blaming the Minister, because it is about underinvestment. I think it's about this House coming together to recognise the need to consider what other options may be available to us. There are well over 100 areas that the infrastructure for wastewater and sewage are currently at capacity. And as everyone has said, this is having a significant impact on existing and future development, particularly in relation to much-needed housing across the 6 counties. Newry City, in my own constituency, is one of those key areas which is seeing the detrimental effects of the lack of investment in the wastewater infrastructure. And I'm aware of a current social housing development which is already experiencing delays due to the network capacity issues, and if this is not addressed, it will result in serious implications for the future housing provision in the Newry area. And it is therefore imperative that solutions are found across the board. Similarly, the Meadow area of Newry has also seen long-standing problems with the sewage system spanning for decades, and as recent as today, they are yet again experiencing sewage overflowing into residents' gardens and problems with their domestic toilets and wastewater systems. And whilst NI Water staff are actively working on the ground to deal with this, the underlying problem comes back to the network capacity. As many have mentioned, the NI Water slogan of "No drains, no cranes" has rightly been re-emphasised, and I think it's an important focus for us all, which encapsulates the impact on our communities if the issue isn't addressed. And in addition to the obvious problems associated with the wastewater infrastructure, it is a key priority for my party to ensure that the whole of the North has these issues addressed in an equal manner and not to facilitate further regional inequalities. NI Water have identified that a total of £21 billion is required for the 2021 to 27 business plan, known as PC21, to enable them to take appropriate action to improve the capacity issues. And this year the Department has committed to £215 million, which is actually over and above the full funding requirement as determined by the utility regulator. And it's certainly very welcome that the Finance Minister, Conor Murphy, recognises the importance in making these allocations despite receiving a standstill resource budget to the Executive. So whilst the SDLP were in here yesterday pontificating about trying to meet the shortfall from the Tory austerity budget that we have been left with, our ministers are trying to find ways of doing what they can within the constraints to find funding for where it's needed. So it's no secret that long-term sustainable funding is needed to address the historical underinvestment in our water and sewage infrastructure, and it's inevitable that this will continue to be a critical issue moving forward as the capital requirement continues to grow. I think it's £300 million for next year and £400 million for the following year, so it gives us a sense of what we're dealing with. But in true form, as many have mentioned, the British Government, immediately after the NDNA agreement was reached, reneged on quite a substantial number of the financial promises they made, one of which was their commitment to essential sewage investment and the Living with Water programme. And it's clear the financial package was inadequate to help fund public services, even prior to the onset of COVID. So maybe if the Minister and her party's colleagues who went to Westminster to stand up to Boris can't sway the Tories to review their block grant, then we need to start thinking outside the box. And unlike others who want to stand up here and just blame everyone in this House, I want to look for solutions. We've learned that NI Water are currently unable to draw down money because of its large government subsidy and its status as a non-departmental public body. Meanwhile, in the south, Irish Water can go to the money markets to borrow and raise bond finance, and in 2018, over 70% of their revenue was derived from government subsidy. I think this could be a possible solution to addressing some of the issues we have all raised today, and I would therefore ask the Minister to explore options to enable NI Water to draw down more funding within the existing model. I will, yeah.
Thank the member for giving way. I have to say the hypocrisy of the party opposite never ceases to amaze me. Here we have a member of this House advising the Minister to go to private finance, but her party blocked, when I was Minister for Social Development, going to the public sector, the private sector, to get money to build more houses. So I have to say, you can't pick and choose whenever you go to the private sector when it suits you.
Member has an additional minute.
I thank the member for his intervention. As I said, it's about exploring all options and trying to find solutions for something that is critical on a cross-departmental basis. As I said earlier, the block grant has suffered cut after cut as a result of Tory austerity, which has certainly played a significant role in the detrimental position we're in today. And this legacy of historic underfunding demonstrates the need for the department to take the bull by the horns and look at ways to improve its current plan. For example, and I know others have mentioned this as well, about expanding the Living with Water programme outside Belfast to areas such as my own in Uri, which are in priority need of an integrated approach like this that seeks to make our communities more sustainable. And I'd ask the Minister whether a feasibility study to extend the programme to Uri has been commissioned, as it has been for Derry. In conclusion, Cull, I think it's inevitable that everyone in this House is in agreement, and I would ask others to come on board and look at how we can do this together, exploring options and finding ways to address the regional imbalance, as it is fundamental, as those who have faced disparity and equality in the past can no longer be left behind, and we want to see equal balance across the North.
Thank you. I call Mr Morris Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. That has been alluded to across this House how dire the situation is in Northern Ireland around the infrastructure capacity of wastewater and sewage. This is not a problem specific to any one area of Northern Ireland, but right across the country, and as such that is having a severe impact on investment in housing, industry and retail. It's also not a problem of the Minister, the current Minister, or her department. It's solely down the fault of continued underinvestment in wastewater and sewage. So, Minister, you hold the portfolio, but this is not of your making. Wastewater and sewage infrastructure need a massive investment to negate the lack of investment over the years. Most of the current 40,000 to 50,000 kilometres of water mains and sewers operated by Northern Ireland Water have been in the ground for the past 50 years or more, at least 60 to 70% of the network. Rising rainfall associated with climate change, heavier and more frequent flooding is causing wastewater and sewage to mix more and more often, at a risk to health of people living in Northern Ireland. Since vital investment in the 70s, much has changed across the country, even the current investment up to 2021. I would ask the Minister to put a realistic figure on what her department needs for this service alone, and the likelihood of her department achieving proper finance in this mandate, or indeed the mandate coming forwards. Perhaps this is time this House looked at multi-year budgets. I certainly think so. It is also my understanding that capacity issues exist at most of the 70 treatment works, with Northern Ireland Water advising no additional development can be accommodated in places in my own area of Causey Coast and Glens like Armoy, as has been alluded to by the member for Northampton, Ballybogey, Dervick, Ardgarvan, Annaloo, Mayboy and Mullins. Small settlements where young people cannot find housing to allow them to remain in their own community of choice. Just some areas, but a small snapshot of what is happening right across Northern Ireland. A proposed 19 out of 70 water treatment plants had been committed to. How many have actually been upgraded during the 2015-21 funding period? And how many are left that are either at capacity or nearing capacity? The impact is serious, not only in house building but also in industry, with investment opportunities and potential employment being lost through lack of infrastructure. My own constituency is a massive tourist area,
that industry too is also being impacted through lack of investment in infrastructure. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, wastewater and sewage should be a priority for this Assembly. It needs massive investment right across Northern Ireland and should be treated as a priority. If we fail to invest in the future, we are leaving a legacy of failure to those who come after us, just as those who came before us have left us a legacy of failure. I support the motion, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, but I'd also like to make reference to our other two members who made remarks regarding the Welsh model. I would ask what the finance is for the Welsh model compared to what the Minister has at her disposal. I didn't hear that. How much money have they got in Wales compared to what the Minister has to spend in infrastructure? And perhaps... Yes, certainly, yeah.
Simple answer to that is that the utility regulator and their determination in terms of the investment required, that it's met. Here it isn't. It's a no-brainer.
I thank the member for that.
The member has an additional minute.
That's me. No, that's me wound up. Thank you very much.
That's very generous. Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll try and be brief since others do want to get in. In reading the motion, like other people, I suppose my first reaction was yes, obviously. I don't think it would. I mean, it would be hard to disagree with this motion. And as my colleague Dolores Kelly said before, we as a party certainly don't. We support it because, as Minister Mallon has said throughout her time in office, of course, Northern Ireland Water has been in crisis. It has been chronically underfunded for not just years but for decades. And it's encouraging to hear what sounds like unanimity today in the Assembly chamber, with alternate urges to have a kick at the Minister, a degree of unanimity that this needs to be a priority for funding when there's multi-year budgets. I hope, therefore, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that when it comes to us getting a multi-year budget from the Treasury later this autumn, indeed in a little over 3 weeks' time, exactly I think 3 weeks' time today, that after that the parties in this chamber who have been so stoutly standing up and saying we need to provide multi-year funding in order to address the long-standing crisis in Northern Ireland Water will be exactly as robust and unified in calling for the requisite allocation to the Department and to Northern Ireland Water as they have been today. Let's remember, because there will be a Hansard record, someone up there is taking a record, and we'll keep the receipts and we'll ensure that those who have been calling for that funding are exactly as fulsome in their calling for it. Because it's worth saying in parenthesis, when it comes to things like health, we as a party have been consistent in saying that that's something that needs adequate, upfront, prioritised multi-year funding when we get past the spending review from London. So I hope others in the chamber will be as good as their word today, and perhaps a little more fulsome in funding Northern Ireland Water than they have been in years gone past, when either there was a minister from the Ulster Unionist Party who they perhaps weren't as keen to fund, or indeed when they've had the ministry themselves and didn't give it the requisite level of prioritisation. So maybe I haven't been in here that long. Maybe I'm naive and hoping. Maybe I'm a hopeless romantic. And I will give way briefly. Yeah.
It seems the opportune moment to allow the member to congratulate the Sinn Féin Finance Minister for giving increased funding this year to NI Water.
I will hold off. If you're asking me to thank the Finance Minister for every single allocation he gives, I'd be here all day, although that does seem to be Sinn Féin party policy. You'll be aware that it is literally the job of the Finance Minister to allocate funding, so not a penny can be spent in Northern Ireland without him making those allocations. And then I will give way in a second. And the next time the Minister declines to make an allocation, I'll come to the member and ask him why the Finance Minister hasn't. I'll give way very briefly, and then I do want to make some progress.
Just to ask the member, will he agree with me that the issue of Northern Ireland Water is a cross-departmental issue, and instead of us picking at each other, it's time for us to find solutions and come together to fund a problem that's hitting all departments?
Yes, and she brings me on to my next point, which is to say that the underfunding of the consistent underfunding of Northern Ireland Water, which has been addressed this year because the Minister has been able to provide it full funding, is something that isn't just about the Infrastructure Department, despite some of the kind of punch and judy we've had today. It clearly, as people said, is completely interlinked with how we address climate change and how we address economic development, I want to specifically talk about climate mitigation in my constituency. Others have talked about issues around development in theirs. In the last few weeks, I met with NI Water and infrastructure officials who are involved in the delivery of the Glenmackin project, which is part of Living with Water. The Glenmackin project will ease wastewater capacity issues, particularly in South and West Belfast, but works are going on now in the Finahee and Balmoral area that is overdue. But if you talk to my constituents in that area, they are unbelievably, they really want it to happen as quickly as possible, because they are having more flash flooding, and very often it's wastewater that hasn't been properly treated, and it is deeply, well, it's unhygienic for a start, but it's also deeply disruptive to their lives. We're going to see more of that, frankly, because of the effects of climate change on our lives. So we are going to have to deal with this. That's why, in addition to the very robust cases that have been made around economic development in rural areas, it's important for all of us that we see Living with Water, and indeed funding Northern Ireland Water, as a critical part of dealing with climate change, which is going to be the dominant issue in all of our lives for the rest of this century. So I am pleased, on behalf of my party, as my colleague did, to underline our party's support for this motion, and I hope that there is as much unanimity when we come to allocating budgets later this year, because this is a completely critical issue in relation to both economic development, development of housing in areas, but also climate mitigation. And on that I'll close. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. And the Ulster Unionist Party has already been outlined by my esteemed colleague, Mr Beggs, will be supporting this motion as well. I would like to also sort of thank the Minister for her staff and indeed Northern Ireland Water coming to meet me in Ballyclare last week. And I think the discussions we had there epitomised the problems we have with the infrastructure here in Northern Ireland. We are dealing with 100-year events every year. And what's more, are we getting 100 years events of rain, or 1 month's rain in an hour? There is no infrastructure anywhere in Northern Ireland can cope with that. Indeed, I don't think there's anywhere in the world's infrastructure can deal with that. We're dealing with a climate emergency right now. But there is a solution, and how we fund Northern Ireland Water and look to do it as well. And I note with interest a number of times we have heard, and sorry, allow me to just get this actually right so I don't get it wrong, Glas Cymru, the Welsh water model and how it manages it. You will be aware that as part of the funding mechanism within Wales, consumers pay up to about £300 a year for water, domestic domestic. In Scotland, as part of their council tax bill, they pay up to £375 of that. We do not know, because it hasn't been fully desegregated out, how much of our rates bill actually goes towards water, which might be a useful starting point to go forward. We've already heard quite a lot about the Finance Minister and the fact that the Finance Minister has asked the Fiscal Commission, and Paul Johnson has already done an interim report that says that levelling up to the rest of the United Kingdom could potentially bring in an extra £600 million across the board into Northern Ireland. I don't think any of us, and I know that the Minister's party and other parties are not advocating water charges or any of the other things, but it's demonstrating that there is, in fact, that sort of funding level that could potentially be there. Equally, he also is going to report that if it was the same as we're taxed at the same level as the Republic of Ireland, we could potentially be looking at significantly more than £600 million. And I don't think any of us particularly want to go in that direction either. But the key to this is about mutualisation of Northern Ireland Water. In a uniquely Northern Ireland situation, we have turned what should be a government-owned, commercially operated company into a hybrid that does neither. What we need to do is to be able to take the shackles off it and make it a properly mutualised company. If we did that, particularly in the Welsh water model, which is a not-for-profit, and all the money is reinvested in the company, that would give us a good opportunity to be able to transform Northern Ireland Water. And I look across at the Minister and say that it's not just an opportunity for Northern Ireland Water. It would create a model for other utilities in Northern Ireland, or transport companies or other areas which are having a real difficulty to do that as well. Certainly.
And I thank the member very much. This is something that, from I was on the Infrastructure Committee back in 2016, that we've been banging on about over and over again. We take money through rates for water. We don't separate it out. We give the money as a grant to Northern Ireland Water, and does the member agree, if we treated that money as an income, that they would be freed to borrow and we would finally have a Northern Ireland Water Company that could be sustainable?
Indeed, and thank you very much indeed for pointing out the fact that it needs to be a mutualised company. It needs to be a company that's capable of borrowing off its own asset base. We have the ludicrous thing, if anybody's been to a wastewater treatment plant anywhere in Northern Ireland, every single one of them has got an anaerobic digester that it's not allowed to use to make electricity that could be selling, because it's not allowed to do it because it's a GoCo. That is absolutely ridiculous. I can't understand how we cannot see the ridiculousness of this. We have an opportunity here for this Assembly to actually say very clearly, let's get a decent company set up around Northern Ireland Water. We have a model, and even if we were going to be radical, why don't we look towards sort of a synergy or even a cooperation agreement with Welsh Water to make it work? How about that for all islands cooperation and something that could work to be able to do that as well? But thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Jim Allister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, for calling me. An outsider listening to this debate, which, having listened to the litany of complaints, the litany of neglect and obvious failures, would surely by now have been saying to themselves, what sort of bunch of incompetence is in charge of that place, that its wastewater treatments have got to this dire state? And indeed, the answer to that is the bunch of incompetence that have been populating the executive of Northern Ireland. Who has been governing for the last 14 years? But the very parties in this House who make these issues. I think the parties of government in this House need to own the mess they have made. And yes, part of it has been because of inter-party rivalry, of wanting to expose ministers by holding back funding. We saw it in Danny Kennedy's time. We're maybe still seeing it in this particular department. But really, you cannot look beyond those who govern to find the problem here, particularly since they've had now nearly 15 years to address the issue, and it's in a worse plight than it was when devolution returned in 2007. Much worse. But my constituency, rural villages across the north, starved of development opportunities. Armoy, Dervick, all of those. And I've met the Minister about those issues because of no investment. Social housing, private housing can't be built. Nothing on offer in the current cycle. Probably into the next decade before even anything is done. Take the major town in my constituency, Ballymena. Development in large parts of it ground to a halt because the Spencestown treatment works can't cope. Yes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Allister. It's not very often that we agree, but this is twice in the one day. Would the member agree with me that our waiting lists for housing are just growing nothing but larger and larger? It's going to take 2 decades to fulfil that waiting list because we can't build social housing to meet demand.
Yes. Take the small village of Armoy, because so often it's the rural villages which are at the front edge of neglect. There has been an approval for a scheme for social housing now for years, and it can't be built. And yet there is a crying need in that and many other villages for such housing. There is no joined-up, authentic approach to these matters. I was referring to Ballymena. We have a Spencetown terminal pumping station. It's already operating above its design capacity. In consequence, there effectively can be no new approvals. Indeed, it's in contravention of its own water order consent. It's at risk of being prosecuted by the Environment Agency. And all this executive has to offer the people of Ballymena and the people of North Antrim are excuses. Someone else's fault. It's Tory austerity. My goodness, look what we do with largesse from the Treasury. And an answer from the Finance Minister a few weeks ago. At the point of answering, £750 million in Barnett consequentials, in this case on the question of health. How much of it did we spend on health? 500 million. We'd far rather prioritise vanity projects of all sorts and varieties than put it into hard infrastructure. And here we have it again. Department of Infrastructure. What is its priority? Is its priority in capital project the narrow water bridge? Or is it the sewage works in my constituencies and many others? Are political vanity projects overriding real need? That's what seems to be happening from how I see it. And I do say to this House, you cannot point the finger otherwise than at yourselves, because you are the government. Government that has failed fundamentally.
Thank you. I now call the Minister for Infrastructure, Ms Nicola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank the three members, including the Chair and the Deputy Chair of the Committee for Infrastructure, for raising this debate on the crisis in water and wastewater and sewage capacity. As Mr Buckley pointed out, and many members reiterated, this is a very important issue that affects all of us, and I have listened carefully to the views expressed by members. I think the significance of this issue is reflected in the fact that there were more speakers than time allowed for this evening. As Minister for Infrastructure, I am well aware of the importance of our wastewater infrastructure and the critical role it plays in our health and well-being, and as many members have pointed out, to the economic prosperity of Northern Ireland. As Mr Beggs and Mr Bradley and Mr O'Toole pointed out alongside Dr Aiken, in recent years flooding has had devastating consequences for those living and working in affected areas, and we can be in no doubt that climate change will place even more pressure on our ageing infrastructure. As a result of the continued underinvestment in sewage infrastructure, there are, as members have pointed out, estimated to be over 100 areas where a lack of capacity in sewage and wastewater infrastructure is having a detrimental impact on local development. This lack of capacity means that Northern Ireland Water may not be able to accept future connections for new developments. In addition to the economic constraints, a lack of capacity can cause increased instances of flooding and sewage spills, leading to increased pollution, damage to the environment and an increased risk to health. Members of this Assembly will be aware that I have consistently made the case for additional investment in our water and wastewater services. The utility regulator has determined that Northern Ireland Water requires over £2 billion over the 6-year PC21 investment period. I have to say I noted with interest Mr Buckley's criticism that I haven't presented the utility regulator with confirmation of subsequent years of funding, but of course we are still locked in single-year budgetary process, so it is absolutely impossible for me to give any certainty beyond the current financial year. Over £1.5 billion of the funding that's identified within this price control period needs to be invested in wastewater treatment works and sewage networks across the whole of Northern Ireland, Ireland, including projects to address the lack of capacity at 49 locations. These include a number of significant projects to upgrade wastewater treatment plants at Belfast at a cost of approximately £126 million, Kinniger at a cost of £108 million, Green Island at £33 million, and for Ms McKimmon in terms of Newry, investment there of approximately £27 million. The scale of the wastewater capacity issues across Northern Ireland, as I have said many times in this House, will realistically take at least 12 years, and that is over 2 price control periods to address. Without this investment, Northern Ireland Water will be at risk, as members have rightly identified, of breaching statutory environmental obligations, and the delivery of much-needed housing will be constrained by lack of capacity in the wastewater treatment works and sewage works. Mr Allister rightly challenges ministers and the executive in terms of identifying their strategic priorities. He referenced Narrow Water Bridge. I would take this opportunity to remind Minister Allister that the Irish Government has committed to the funding of Narrow Water Bridge, but in terms of the Minister for Infrastructure in Northern Ireland, I have absolutely prioritised investment in our water and wastewater infrastructure. In responding to the challenging environment that we find ourselves in, I have allocated over £210 million of capital funding to Northern Ireland Water for the 2021-22 period, and this includes an additional £20 million over and above the utility regulator's final determination to bring forward and accelerate capital projects. I also note with interest the propensity within Sinn Féin to claim credit for positive financial announcements that other ministers make. I look to seeing the same fervour and enthusiasm and ownership being taken when ministers have to implement cuts, which inevitably we will have to do in the budget going forward. I want to assure members, I will indeed.
Would the Minister join with me? It seems quite strange that Sinn Féin never seemed to mention the fact that the £15.6 billion we got last year came from our own nation's exchequer.
Well, I can assure the member that in terms of my remit as Minister for Infrastructure, I have identified that this is an issue of strategic importance, and not just in terms of platitudes. I've followed through in terms of making bids to the Executive and allocating sufficient funding for this financial year, which is the first time that that has happened in a long time. Earlier this year, as part of my commitment to a green and sustainable recovery and to delivering the commitments made by Government in the New Decade New Approach Agreement, I completed a public consultation on Living with Water in Belfast, a draft integrated plan for drainage and wastewater management in the Greater Belfast area. This plan aims to deliver a new strategic long-term approach to drainage and wastewater management to protect from flooding, provide a cleaner and greener environment, and ensure that Belfast is open for business and investment. This plan, which I hope to get on the executive agenda shortly, makes a robust case for the investment needed to provide a 21st century wastewater system to serve the growing population and allow for economic growth. As Mr Delargy rightly pointed out, I'm very keen that we see the rolling out of the Living with Water programme so that it's extended beyond Belfast, and on the 2nd of June this year I gave the go-ahead for the development of a strategic drainage infrastructure plan for Derry, similar to the Living with Water in Belfast plan I have just referred to, and my intention would be that we can roll that approach out, which is very much focused on our natural environment, to many more areas across Northern Ireland. Mr Deputy Speaker, this motion calls for a new strategy to be brought forward to enhance and expand Northern Ireland's water and sewage infrastructure, with a particular focus on ending regional inequalities. It's important to point out that there is already an existing strategy in place in Northern Ireland to manage our water and wastewater infrastructure and to work towards the achievement of a sustainable water sector, and it is the Executive's Sustainable Water, a long-term water strategy for Northern Ireland 2015 to 2040, and I can assure members that it is Northern Ireland wide. I also think that perhaps there is a misunderstanding that the Minister has the authority and the discretion to be able to identify which projects to be accelerating. It is very true that the price control period has a very clear and robust process. For each price control period, a prioritised list of schemes for wastewater treatment works is identified to deliver defined quality improvements or major upgrades. These proposed schemes are evidence-based, agreed by all key water stakeholders and prioritised with a strong emphasis on environmental compliance, headroom capacity issues and the potential to ease developmental constraints. The investment plan and supporting business cases for the upgrade of specific works, sewer networks and their pumping stations are reviewed for robustness and value for money by the utility regulator. I also want to assure members that there is not a Belfast-centric approach taken by Northern Ireland Water. Northern Ireland Water is statutorily obliged to have due regard for individuals residing in rural areas when considering the proper carrying out of Northern Ireland Water's activities, and these duties are exercised and monitored through the price control period. Northern Ireland Water's Rural Wastewater Investment Programme is a great example of a focused package of works being undertaken to refurbish wastewater treatment facilities in rural areas across the north in terms of hamlets and villages where the population is below 250 people. And the aim of the programme is simple. It's to deliver significant environmental benefits, including improving water quality in local rivers and increasing capacity for development in rural areas. In light of the existing strategies, therefore, and the robust processes that are already in place, I believe that a new strategy is not what is required at this point. What is needed is for the remainder of PC21 and future price controls to be fully funded to help address the legacy of underinvestment in water and sewage infrastructure to facilitate economic growth and housing development. The cross-cutting benefits from a fully funded water and sewage sector are clear. Economic development, connections for social and affordable housing and environmental health are fundamental building blocks of any functioning society. It is therefore the responsibility of the Executive and this Assembly to ensure that sufficient funding is provided for our water and sewage systems over subsequent years to help unlock those areas members across this House have identified that are under economic constraint as a consequence of the historical underinvestment in this critical infrastructure. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will end on this. Given that the strategies to expand and enhance our water and sewage infrastructure already exist, the call from businesses across Northern Ireland and our environmental sector is not, as Ms Kelly said, to create another glossy brochure. The plan is there, the strategies are there. What is required is that we all prioritise this and that we ensure that going forward sufficient funding is required so that we can upgrade our water and wastewater infrastructure to ensure that we can achieve the many outcomes that we want for our businesses and our citizens right across the north.
Thank you, Minister. And I now call Mr Johnny Buckley to wind on the debate. Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And to say that members had a lot to get off their chest in that debate is probably an understatement. In typical Northern Ireland fashion, members from different political parties across the chamber firstly rose to say that they support the motion and then tear it to shreds. I think that's becoming a theme. I think Mr Beggs' contribution was one that really did give me cause for a smile, because he first of all welcomed the motion, supported the motion, then said the motion was worded like an opposition motion, then supported what looked like an opposition motion as a member of a government party. I would just remind Mr Beggs that he's actually the longest serving member in the House right now. He's been in this chamber longer, or near as long as some of the main sewers and waterworks in. Just in a moment. And therefore, I would say in his 23 years here, he's only been an opposition member for 6 months. So I think probably getting back to the topic is that members have collectively across the House.
Point of order, Dr. Aiken.
I couldn't possibly call my esteemed member from East Antrim a main sewer. I think that's very unparliamentary language.
The member is aware that that is not a point of order. Mr Buckley.
Thank you. And I think if you look at Hansard, I'll say the member has been about this place as long as some of our sewers, not the member in particular. But now that you've brought it to his attention, maybe you can reflect on that. And what I'm trying to say here is members have brought up issues time and time again. Similar concepts, people coming from different directions, but we all recognise the problems that exist. Whether that be, firstly, pointed out capacity issues. We've heard of capacity issues from Newry and Armagh to North Antrim, many contributions from the Antrim area in particular and the issues that they're facing. We've heard of funding concerns. I think that's universally recognised, and also must be pointed out, and I will put it on record, that it's a no-brainer that this is not something that has happened overnight. this is something that has long-term consequences, and something that we as a political body must be mature enough now to recognise that if we are to address the significant issues that NI Water face, we must have a sustainable budget for them. We've talked about multi-year budgeting and the funding model that exists and how that has proved provide or give difficulties for NI Water to function properly as well. The important issue of it being cross-departmental is something that I'm not sure exactly what member did. I think it was Kelly Armstrong actually in an intervention, but it's an important point because, as I've mentioned, the issue of NI Water just does not affect the Department of Infrastructure. It has an impact on our schools, it has an impact indeed on our communities, whether that be for the social housing need or indeed even for our economy in relation to the economic development that sustainable and long-term sewage and wastewater infrastructure can create. Members have also mentioned the topic of climate change, and I think it was Dr Aiken that pointed out the change in which he pointed out in his own constituency and the level of rainfall that can come in some short periods, such as an hour, and how the infrastructure that's in place cannot deal with the quantities of rain that we're facing. I will indeed.
In terms of climate change, again, the fact that 25% of the water, fresh water, leaks from our pipes means that we're having to process water unnecessarily. So we need that investment to prevent that. Northern Water is one of the biggest electricity users in Northern Ireland. It does have a climate footprint. It's another reason for an imperative for us to invest in that infrastructure. Would you agree?
Indeed, no, I think the member makes a very valid point. I also note that members universally have mentioned the issue on chronic housing shortages in their respective areas and how the wastewater and treatment infrastructure has limited that social housing growth that they need and indeed the economic prosperity. Members will know the trouble that they will face whether they're dealing with a developer or a scheme that they know so needed to a local area but can't commence or can't progress because of the infrastructure problems in relation to NI Water. I will indeed on that point.
Regarding developers, would the member agree with me that there is almost at this stage an unregulated levy that's happening for developers where it's costing up to £2,500 per home to fit the pipes because there isn't capacity with Northern Ireland Water to do that? That's being passed on to our customers. This is adding costs to our society.
Absolutely, and I think this goes to the point in which I raised in my opening comments. I think members have to realise that the issues that there is in relation to the planning process now and the delay, particularly with NI Water, for anyone to think that a 65-day turnaround is good for economic development, it's simply not. And what is actually happening is, come the 64th day, we're seeing a response from that consultee which requests for further information, further funding, and effectively all it is doing is kicking the can further down the road. That approach is not sustainable, and I hope maybe the Minister will take away those real concerns that I'm sure other members have about the length of time NI Water is getting back to prospective developers to improve and indeed enhance the quality of social housing stock and other developments that we have. Members also raised the need to be prepared to take the difficult decisions, and that is a recognised point. I don't care what party we're from. We have to recognise that in relation to NI Water, there's difficult decisions that are going to have to be made. We're going to have to prioritise and look at the funding of NI Water in a sustainable way to ensure that we can avoid the gridlock that is inevitably coming if we do not invest sustainably. I want to also get on, and I think this was very, very useful for the purpose of this debate today, with members coming forward with solutions. And indeed, I think it was Mr Muir touched briefly on the point of the mutualisation, which was agreed and supported by both Mr Beggs and indeed Mr Aiken alongside other members, and the reference to the Welsh water model. I think this is something that does deserve further scrutiny and further merit. It's something that we can certainly take away from a committee's perspective, but indeed I know the Minister's Department will also look about is there ways in which we can learn from best practice and ensure that we find a sustainable way forward. I will indeed on this point, Donald.
Thank the member for giving way. One of the things that hasn't been mentioned is the fact that the Minister and her department has a duty under the Waste and Sewage Services Northern Ireland Order 2006, Article 149. And it seems as though there's a lot of talk in this House today about money, but clearly there's a legislative requirement for the Minister to ensure that she is compliant with the order and the Article 149. And will the member also accept that when her officials came to Causeway Coast and Lanes in 2001 in January, they said that they were ready to provide engineering solutions to short-term constraints where possible and will help new housing business developments go ahead. We haven't seen any of that to date, and I would like the Minister to be able to outline to us at some stage what those actually are.
Well, I'm sure the Minister will come back to Mr Story on that particular point, but again, it's more than words now, it's action that's required if we're to see that housing stock coming forward and in the future. Mr Muir, briefly, yes.
And I will be brief. The member outlined in Winding his frustration that members came to the House and welcomed the motion and then criticised it and criticised yourself. Well, the member agreed that one of the things that we need to do in this House is, rather than bringing motions, and you'll see the order paper for the next weeks ahead, numerous motions debating things. Well, actually, what we need to do is be bringing legislation through to this House to actually enact change. And one of the biggest signs of progress would be if we were bringing legislation to this House in relation to mutualisation of Northern Ireland water.
I thank the member, and indeed I do recognise the point in which he raises, but I do think the bringing of this motion today has been helpful. Because while members may have had political jibes at each other, or while there may have been disagreement in terms of what has been done in time past, it has crystallised the problems that NI Water face, and it has given the issue prominence here in the Northern Ireland Assembly on the floor to discuss possible solutions. And if one of those solutions is such as mutualisation, well, it's on the record here today. Let's continue that conversation and ensure that we can find a sustainable solution. We've also talked about the need for increased funding and indeed prudency with the money we have. Last one, yes. Go on.
Very briefly, and indeed with the Minister here as well. I understand that the Minister for Finance, particularly through the Fiscal Commission, has been looking at a whole raft of issues as well. Maybe there would be an opportunity now for the parties within the Executive to ask the Fiscal Commission to look urgently at Northern Ireland Water and its move towards mutualisation, because I understand that's part of the work stream. Thank you.
I thank Dr Aiken for his point, and indeed that is his point as well on the record, and something which may be explored by the Minister and indeed other ministers around the Executive. In closing, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank members that have contributed to today's debate. It's been lively. It's been good. I think it has brought forward and teased out potential avenues and solutions. But members have recognised the deepening crisis in Northern Ireland wastewater infrastructure. Members have recognised the impact that it's having on house building, on capital investment in schools, factories and indeed other bills. Members agree and recognise that this is a regional-wide problem, and our strategy and approach must recognise that reality, and there has to be sustainable funding put in place to ensure that it happens. But let's ensure that it happens. Let's not let this debate just be another talking shop. Let's ensure that the comments that have been raised in this debate, the problems in which members have highlighted, can be used and used productively to improve our wastewater infrastructure. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Buckley. And while I've got her in the chamber, can I thank the Minister for writing to me, promising me a new pedestrian crossing on the Ravenhill Road, and now it's in the record of Hansard. I shall hold her to it forever. Thank you. Members take their ease for the next item of business. Pardon, I was too enthusiastic there. The question is, see, all politics is local. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members. So, item 6 in the revised order paper is the adjournment. Question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, have given leave to Mr Philip McGuigan to raise the matter of Greenway and active travel infrastructure provision in North Antrim. The proposer of the topic will have 15 minutes. I call Philip McGuigan.
Can Collier. And whilst this isn't a debate about cycling per se, it is close enough for me to use this opportunity to begin my contribution by passing on my congratulations to Glens of Antrim cyclist Kevin McCambridge, who won the Irish National Under-23 Time Trial Championship in Wicklow last week, and also to pass on my congratulations to George Peden from Ballymoney, who came second in the same event. Both very impressive young athletes who hopefully will have a bright future ahead of them in the sport of cycling. I also want to congratulate Catherine Smith and Sharon Bird from Ballymena Cycling Club for their performances at the same event in the women's road race. Sharon finished an impressive fourth and Catherine won the National Masters title. All are brilliant performances and results from local cyclists connected to North Antrim, worthy of congratulations here from Stormont. This debate is about greenways and active travel, specifically in my own constituency of North Antrim, but I want to take a few minutes, Karen Collier, with your indulgence, just to set the context and the importance of the subject matter. As elected reps, we quite rightly place a huge focus on the state of our health services. Rarely, if ever, does a day pass in this chamber without a debate, statement or question about a health-related issue. Maybe the length of our waiting lists, how to deal with our waiting lists, the type of health services we need, where those services should be located and how we fund them. What we don't do as well, in my view, is give as much attention to policy decisions and preventative directions that are not maybe directly within the remit of health, but could and would, in my view, have a major impact on reducing demand of our health services and save us money and improving the health of our population. Sometimes, as politicians, we need quick wins, measurable successes and instant results. I totally understand that. It's not easy to measure the results or success of an illness that doesn't occur because of a policy decision taken years before. But what is that saying? Prevention is better than cure. I'm not sure if Minister Mallon has read the books How Cycling Changed the World or The Magic Pill, but if she hasn't, I can recommend that she does. In fact, I would recommend these books as essential reading for not only our Health Minister, the Infrastructure Minister, other ministers, but every elected MLA to this chamber. Cycling, walking, active travel, if properly utilised, could be, as it is often described, the magic pill, providing a sensible long-term solution to many of our current problems. It could save us millions of pounds in funding in our health service, it would create a healthier environment and it would produce a healthier population, both physically and mentally. Reducing type 2 diabetes, strokes, heart disease and cancers are just some of the things that being active can reduce. Reducing air pollution, traffic congestion and helping to tackle climate emergencies are some other non-health related issues. And before I get labelled a hippie, or maybe worse, a zealot, boring people with my favourite subject, I want to state that I'm not some dreamer devoid of reality searching for a two-legged or two-wheeled utopia. I'm also not anti-car. How could I be? Whilst personally I may accumulate 10,000 miles a year on my own bike for fitness purposes, most of my functional journeys within North Antrim and beyond are made by car. Despite how I would like it to be, that is the reality of life in rural North Antrim. A lot of debate on cycling issues over the airwaves and social media focuses on Belfast and to a lesser degree Derry, perhaps Newry, and I understand that and the reasons for it. All of these places deserve much better cycling and walking infrastructure than they currently have. But in North Antrim, we don't even have the opportunity to really criticise the department for substandard cycling-only infrastructure because the reality at the minute, it doesn't exist. So I've tabled this debate because rural constituencies such as my own in North Antrim cannot be left behind or worse, left out. I want the citizens I represent all across North Antrim, the children going to schools, adults making a short journey to the shops, commuters travelling to and from work to be able to avail of the benefits of active travel opportunities. How uplifting was the article in last week's Derry Journal about the children of Gaelscoil na Darraghy cycling and scooting to school during Bike to School Week. We encourage regular active travel to school because it is good for the heart, good for the mind, and leads to wider societal benefits, said Fiacre O'Donnelly, the school principal, in the paper. Yet every September I am guaranteed to receive calls from parents of primary school children in places like my own village of Dunloy, Glenariff and many other North Antrim villages who want to allow their children to cycle or walk to school but feel it is too unsafe to do so. Lack of any segregated infrastructure to cycle on, or perhaps the lack of a pedestrian crossing, as is the case in Dunloy, to make it safe for children to cross the road, is creating unnecessary car journeys. Some of these solutions are virtually cost-free and simple, but yet are sometimes met with resistance from the Department of Infrastructure. I want to be fair, so I do need to state that I do believe the Minister, that you are trying to implement a step change. When I engage now with local offices and the local division, I do sense a growing importance given to this topic. But it is still slow progress and at times overly bureaucratic, and as an elected representative is frustrating and always, in my view, subject to the leftover finance which amounts to crumbs in real terms. So I met with Sustrans recently, read their hope for manifesto commitments from politicians, and speaking for myself, there was nothing earth-shattering in what they were asking me or other politicians to do. In Scotland, the government spend 10% of their transport budget on walking, wheeling and cycling. The Southern Government has committed to investing €360 million per year over the next few years on walking and cycling, which equates to £66 per head, €66 per head, or 20% of its transport budget. Meanwhile, here in the north, pales into comparison. Last year, only 2% of the Department of Infrastructure budget went towards active travel, and the Department only committed approximately £6 million to active travel schemes. In my constituency, if we could get to 10%, that additional funding could help make the recent recommendations contained in a Mid and East Antrim Council commissioned report prioritising new walking and cycling routes a reality. This excellent report, designed by Sustrans, there are proposals such as creating a link path between Galgorm Castle to Cullibaki via Main Riverside Walk. There is also a proposal and design for a path from Galgorm to South Ballymena via Braid Riverside Walk. And how transformative would the North Ballymena cycle loop via Ecos Park be for the citizens of Ballymena town? This proposal is for an entirely motor traffic free route and has great potential to link people to the Ecos Visitor and Conference Centre, but also to link the south of Ballymena town to the neighbourhoods north east of the town centre. The route would also pass close to Castle Tower School, the Northern Regional College, the former St Patrick's Barracks site and sports facilities at Ballymena Showgrounds, all of which have the potential to generate local and walking and cycling trips. Also contained in the report is Portlanone Riverside Walk. This entirely motor traffic-free route has great potential to provide traffic-free riverside access to Portlanone residents and visitors. This route would link the recently renovated Portlanone Marina via a new pathway adjacent to Majura Woodland and the River Band. We also want to see the footbridge over the River Band connecting to the Fisherman's Walk in Portlanone become a reality. In Causeway Coast and Glens Council, part of North Antrim, I and more importantly the local population want to see a path from Ballycastle connecting to Carry Village. With Barnish Primary School being forced to close down recently, could we not make it safe and easy for those children who now have to travel to Ballycastle to do so by an active travel option? The people of Resharkin can't understand why the path that comes from Ballymoney town along the Finboy Road beyond Finboy isn't connected to the path that comes from Resharkin that just ends for no reason. So, Minister, you did appoint a cycling champion and I welcomed that initiative at the time, but if I'm honest, and this is no reflection of any individual, I now feel that that role should be given to someone outside the department. Someone with freedom to be a real champion, who can be vocal and who can carry the argument not only to the department, but also help to convince the public of the merit of these schemes. Someone who isn't afraid to praise you when you get it right, but also to criticise you in the department when that is needed too. And I know, Minister, you are rolling out the 20 mile per hour scheme around schools, and I applaud this scheme, but we can and must go further. Not only are too many unnecessary car journeys being made by car to schools in the morning, but we are missing an opportunity to ingrain the habit of being active among our young population, a habit that could stay with them for a lifetime, creating healthy, sustainable citizens. My constituents, just like me, are forced to make too many journeys by car because it is unsafe to do otherwise. We need to integrate active travel policy into wider infrastructure plans and demands in an effort to enhance communities. Adults, parents and children in villages like Resharkin, Portlanone and Clough in my constituency are forced to get into their cars and drive relatively short journeys out to Gortgoal, Ballyveely and Townhill roads to their local GA pitches because, again, it could be deemed unsafe to allow their children to walk or cycle there. It's madness that we're encouraging children to go to engage in sport and physical activity, but making us drive them there to those activities. I just picked these 3 examples, but there are many other similar ones across North Antrim that no doubt my colleagues will point to. But these are 3 that I and my other Sinn Féin colleagues on Council have been pushing for years, in some cases 20 years. So I could go on, Minister, and identify other schemes and gaps within North Antrim. But with new town centre plans and redevelopment in Ballymoney on the way and consultation on the Ballycastle Master Plan, I want to urge your department to ensure that pedestrian zones and safe walking and cycling infrastructure are central to both schemes moving forward. At a time when we are looking to revitalise our high streets as well as begin a green recovery, active travel can help achieve that. And I should say, Minister, that your department does need help and buy-in from local government. Some of these are the responsibility of local councils to make some of what I'm talking about a reality. And that is certainly the case with regards to 2 greenway schemes in North Antrim. Imagine 11 and a half minutes in and I'm only getting round to mentioning the 2 greenway schemes. And that's the case because I have spoken at length previously in this Assembly on these subjects. I've asked questions, I've met with yourself, Minister, and I've handed over a public petition about the North Antrim Greenway projects. 2 projects which could be truly transformative for the local communities and the whole economy across North Antrim. Towns like Ballymoney, Ballycastle, Dervick, Sternockham, Armoy, Ballymena, Carrigan, Martinstown, Cushendall will all be boosted if they become a reality. So we do need to see the Ballycastle to Ballymoney Greenway become a reality. And I welcome the increased figure from within the Causeway Coast and Glens Council, and they now have a development timeline and committed to that. And I want to see the same figure from Mid and East Antrim Council. I want to commend the local community of Glenravel, who have put in place a section of this greenway connecting the GA pitch to the chapel. And that community are ahead of the game and benefiting as a result of that. So we now need to see the rest of that greenway connected to Ballymena on the one side and Cushendall on the other. One of the issues, Minister, that in my opinion seems to be slowing down progress on greenway developments, other than obviously secured funding, I suppose, is that there is intensive consultation engagement work required to get everybody on board. In the South, this year, the government announced funding for up to 248 new jobs to work with local authorities to expand walking and cycling facilities all over the southern 26 counties. Now, here in the north, it would be great if we could get 248 jobs, but I think that might be very ambitious. But I do think it's something that the Minister should look at, or perhaps she should engage with Sustrans or other groups that can help and be funded to carry out this work, because we do need to push these greenway projects and all other active travel, cycling-only infrastructure that I have mentioned. In conclusion, Ceann Comhairle, I just want to say that, and I know the Minister is committed, she needs to test the rest of us on these projects. We had a previous debate where we were talking about funding coming from the executive. Test, in my view, I want to see the Minister test the executive. I want to see her test the MLAs, push the boundaries within your own department and within wider society. Active travel is a success in many places across Europe, and the sky didn't fall down. More infrastructure in my constituency will improve the lives of the citizens that I represent, so I certainly will do all that I can to help and support the Minister and her department to demonstrate and implement ambition.
Thank you, and I call Mervyn Story, and all members will have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank Philip McGuigan for bringing and securing this adjournment debate this evening, and can I concur with him and extend our congratulations to those that he mentioned at the commencement of his contribution, and also to thank him for a very comprehensive overview in relation to many of the opportunities and the challenges we face. I think, however, Minister, you'll not be surprised that this will be the only occasion that I'm happy to support the greening of North Antrim. So this will be a unique opportunity for us to discuss issues which I think we all can concur with. In the words of the Minister's own departmental strategic plan for greenways, it said, "A region where people have ready access to a safe, traffic-free environment for health, active travel and leisure." And of course that was coming out of a report that was published in 2016. And in that report, it was interesting that it then went to outline the comprehensive nature of who all needs to be involved. Because, yes, it would be very easy, as we maybe did in the last debate, to place all the responsibility or the focus on one particular element on the Minister's shoulders. However, this report clearly set out that there was need for the Department of Infrastructure, Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Department for the Economy. I think Philip has clearly outlined the issues which are in relation to the Department of Health to improve access to the overall physical and mental health and well-being of our citizens, the Department for Communities, and most importantly, or as important, is the work of our local councils. And I think that Mid and East Antrim are to be commended for the recent report that they have produced and outlined their vision in relation to how that could be achieved. I welcome that eventually Causeway Coast and Glens have taken up the opportunities, and there has been, I think, a more intense engagement over the last number of months, and I welcome in a correspondence from the Minister recently outlining how that has progressed over the last period of time, and indeed the Council has submitted an application ranging somewhere in the region of 450,000. That work will only be for development, for integrated, the ICT team, also the management cost, but it doesn't come anywhere near, obviously, to what would be the build of a particular greenway. And that's what I want to come on to, and that is, Philip, at the end of his remarks, was coming to the end in terms of the greenway between Ballymoney and Ballycastle. Some 71 years ago, the last train left Ballycastle railway station on the 2nd of July 1950, and of course that was a very sad day because the narrow gauge was closed between Ballycastle and Ballymoney. My late father was born and brought up in Kipcastle, and the tunnel is still just outside the hamlet of Kipcastle to this very day. And in fact, not far from it is the school that he went to. He used to always refer to it as Clough and Murray Academy, a very rural school. But there you have a number of communities from Ballycastle right through to Ballymoney who had the benefit of the narrow gauge. It was taken away, but now there is an opportunity. Yes, it's a challenge. Yes, I think it would cost somewhere in the region, it's estimated, probably somewhere in the region of £10 million. There are problems in relation, or challenges in relation to the acquisition of the land. However, I do think that if you look at the Cumber Greenway and the success that it has been, and indeed they're now going to benefit from further work that's going to be carried out in the lighting of that particular scheme, I think no one would say that that hasn't been a success and that hasn't been something that was worth doing. So, Minister, I want to encourage you to continue the road that you're on, the roadmap that you set out. I would encourage us all collectively as elected representatives to work with our local councils, Causeway Coast and Glens, Mid and East Antrim, to ensure that the vision that has been set out could be achieved. And I have look forward to the day when places like the Dark Hedges, Sternockham, Armoy, Ballycastle and that whole region is regenerated. Because if the old Nara gauge carried somewhere in the region of 85,000 people every year, the thousands of people that would benefit from that connectivity, I think, would make a huge contribution to the well-being of our citizens in Northampton.
Thank you. And I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to apologise in advance both to you and to the Minister. I have another commitment at 8 p.m. in case I'm not here for the Minister's summing up. But can I thank the member for North Antrim for this debate? And again, people might wonder why I'm speaking in the debate, but he did say the people of Glenravel were very advanced and perceptive. Well, I married a man for Glenravel almost 40 years ago, so there you go. So my in-laws would be holding me to account if I didn't support you in your endeavours this evening. Can I just say that in the member's contribution, he talked about social prescribing, and I think that's something that we need to get a grip with in terms of the benefits of the new normal post-COVID. And I know the Minister, Nicola Mallon, embodies the SDLP's commitment to tackling climate change with the money she set aside for both the greenways and indeed the blueways. And in my own constituency, I was very pleased to have the Minister visiting the Lurgan and Brownlow areas, where I believe what we call the Black Paths, but is more widely acknowledged as the oldest cycleways on the island of Ireland. I don't know whether Mr McGuigan has had an opportunity yet to cycle some of those paths, would join Lurgan to the Brownlow area and then across to the South Lakes. And of course, the Minister recently announced a 400,000 funding investment in the South Lakes, but Mr McGuigan and others are quite right to acknowledge they have been badly neglected in the past, and there's a huge amount of maintenance and work actually to bring them up to standard, where we can actually encourage our children, our young people and our very keen cyclists and of all ages actually to feel safe and confident in using those cycle and footpaths and enjoying the natural environment of which we all should be so very proud that we are privileged to enjoy. And I think we saw that during the COVID pandemic. I think we've been luckier than most, and certainly much more privileged than those living in our urban landscape. So Mr Speaker, I just wanted to acknowledge that this is a very important debate in terms of how we need to readjust our thinking, not only in terms of social prescribing and the importance of the natural environment and nature in terms of our physical and mental well-being, but also in terms of active travel initiatives and reducing our carbon footprint on the environment. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. I call Paul Frew.
Speaker, and I rise to support the member from North Antrim who brings this adjournment debate here today, and I thank the Minister for her attendance in what I believe is a very important topic. There's absolutely no doubt about it, and I agree wholeheartedly with what the member across has said. We'll not always say that, but in this common interest, I think we're one and united, simply because I think we value getting outside, being active, and what that actually does for health and mental health of a population and the people. And so that must be encouraged by all. And he's right when he says it's very hard to put that into a budget line, to actually measure the benefit and contain it within a budget line. And in a lot of cases, ministers, and this particular minister, will have to nearly take it on trust that what she would be doing in promoting these things would be of a benefit. And it would be hard to quantify the benefit, but there is most definitely a benefit for young people and elderly people and all people getting out, getting active and getting healthier than they currently are. Because if you're looking for a programme for government that straddles across many departments, getting active, getting outside, getting fitter, that's a key element that we should have in any programme for government. Because what that does for a person's life, it enriches it. It enriches it greatly. And so the member will always be passionate about cycling. Me not so. I don't do cycling, but I do walking. And I love the Green Glens of Antrim and then the Antrim Hills. And I love the coastal walk. And I just see, when you're walking up a hill and you meet people, you'll always talk to them. You may not have anything in common other than the fact you're on the side of a mountain, but that's enough. And you can pick up friendships and meet different people by the fact that you're being active and you're being up a mountain. And that's key too. Connectivity for the individual and the community is key. And I think greenways, cycling, walking activities do that considerably. And that's why we should promote it. I do believe that North Antrim misses a trick. I really do. I walk the Green Glens of Antrim a lot. And I think there are multiple opportunities to open up further and connect further with a wider population, populace and tourism offer. And I would love to see the day where that's promoted and more actively sought. Because some of our best walks are our best kept secrets. And that shouldn't really be the case. So we need to get that out there, and we need to show the beauty of this country and the countryside and the warmth and friendship of our people. Because there are people who will travel to walk, there'll be people who will travel to cycle. And I think we should harness that, because I think that will promote, even in our own populations, a more active cell. So when you look at the offer of North Antrim, when you look at the Green Glens of Antrim, the Antrim Hills Way, the parks that we have, some of our parks, even in our population centres, are glorious. They are amazing. But, and I'm guilty as anyone, do we take the time to actually walk through them, to see the beauty, and to keep active, and to get fresh air? Sometimes we neglect that. Maybe we're just too busy. And even adventurous play parks can play a part in getting young people out and getting them their minds working and getting them fresh air. Ballycastle Forest, the Breen Native Walk, or Wood, Knocklade Mountain itself. The Braid Valley has some smashing walks, and even Slimish Mountain. You can cycle to all of those, and you can even do trail bike in a lot of those. So we should be encouraging as many people to be as active as possible, because the fitness benefits for them in their prime and also in older age is immense. And you can't put a price on that, especially with the health department struggling at the present time. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
There will be no dissent in this debate, and certainly not from me, as to the health benefits of activity, walking, cycling. No objection to the advancement of riverside walkways and parks and all of that. But I do make this point. There has to be a proportionality in terms of cost. Just had a debate about the huge needs of our water infrastructure, which is, well, as the last debate illustrated, just horrendous. But there also has to be proportionality in the application of such schemes. And I'm going to raise again something I raised in this House last week. The madness of a scheme by the Active Travel Department within infrastructure in Ballymena, whereby outside Slimish College, under the aegis of encouraging children to walk and cycle, that's what the Minister has written to me to explain this scheme, we have seen a 6 metre wide pavement, wider than the carriageway, removing bus laybys that deliver children to the school, and all in circumstances with no regard to the needs of that school. Being an integrated college, its catchment area is huge. There's 100 kids, the principal tells me, from Antrim. It is 70 kids from 20 miles away in the Glens of Antrim. That is why it is serviced every day by 7 or 8 buses. That is why it was essential, in order to stop traffic clogging on Larne Road, to have laybys for the buses. And what happens? The active travel unit of this department comes along with a madcap scheme to take away the bus laybys, to widen the footpath so it is wider than the road, to force children to cycle and walk from Cushendall, 20 miles away. No regard to reality. And most significantly, and here we really touch upon the zealotry of some in the active travel unit, no consultation even with the principal. No consultation with TransLink. Do you need buses to come to this school? Do you need laybys for them? No exploration with the principal of many kids couldn't cycle, couldn't walk. No consultation with local businesses whose premises are now cluttered with parking cars. No consultation with local residents whose streets, morning and afternoon, are now cluttered with parents parking up. And when I bring out to cite an official from the active travel, all I get is the most brazen zealotry. And when I asked to meet a senior official, I'm refused. And when I ask the minister to meet me, she refuses. Now, really, there needs to be a dose of proportionality and reality to the active travel unit in the department. How anyone could have thought it was sensible or wise to build obstructions to travel in Larne Road outside a school which depends on that artery to deliver its pupils. How anyone would have thought that is beyond me. And how a minister thinks it's right to refuse to meet a public representative about that issue is also beyond me. And I'd like to hear an explanation from the minister. For the school principal not being consulted, for TransLink not being consulted, for public representatives not being consulted, for a refusal to meet a public representative, including councillors. That has to be explained and it has to be addressed. And that issue, that scheme has to be reversed. End of.
Thank you. And I call Roy Beggs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd first like to pass on the apologies of my colleague Robin Swan, the Health Minister, who's unfortunately unable to be here. But I know that he recognises the benefits that comes from greenways and active travel. Exercise improves our health, and the more greenways and travel routes that exist, the more we will be encouraged to walk and cycle. It can also help to improve the environment by reducing car usage. Walking and cycle also improves our mental health as well as our physical health. The fact that you're in the outdoor environment, the fact that you're often in a green environment are well known to improve mental health. So I can see many benefits that come, and I thank Mr McGuigan for bringing this proposal forward. I'm pleased to say I still cycle a little myself, but probably more pleased that my 3 children, who are now adults themselves, have all gone back to cycling and are seeing benefits from it themselves. But I would like to highlight the proposed cycle routes that exist in terms of the Mid and East Antrim Master Plan. I think there are significant proposals in them, and the interesting thing about the proposals that are contained is that they will link North Antrim to its neighbouring areas, so that it will link to South Antrim and my own East Antrim constituency. There is an existing cycle route in North Antrim from Ballymena northwards towards Brisbane, and then it goes on to Glenarm at present and linking with the A2 Coast Road. Now that's an on-road cycle route, and I know preferably we have to develop off-road routes. There's also proposals for a new on-road route to Randallstown from Ballymena, but there are also new exciting greenways which do seem to be largely following the old narrow gauge rail network that existed in the North Antrim area. There's a proposed greenway from Ballymena, Kells, Ballinashe, an area I know well myself, on to Ballinure, which would link up to a new proposed route from Larne to Ballyclare. And then there's another proposed greenway in North Antrim from Brishane on to Martinstown, Carrigan, and then on to Cushendall, which again is in my East Antrim constituency. Now, there is much potential, and it's important to develop such a master plan, but we do have to develop and prioritise sensitively, but you do have to have a long-term vision. I also recognise that in the plans that there are town centre development plans, particularly for Ballymena, and as has been said, they do have to be developed sensitively, but yet there is much potential. They will improve the air quality in town centres, enable people to exercise more, improve their health and their mental health. So in general, Minister, I would like to encourage you to continue to invest and welcome the investment you've committed to date on new greenways and active travel routes. I think we do need to step up the investment that is going here for long-term benefit. There has to be a long-term vision, a long-term plan, and implement it for the benefit of everyone. There are benefits to commuters, there's potential benefits to the leisure market, and also for tourism. That's an increasing feature that I've seen over the years is how there are more cyclists touring Northern Ireland, and if we create safe routes for them, we will encourage even more to come to this location. But primarily, these routes will be of benefit to local people by encouraging exercise and enable them to access the green and outdoor environment. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Philip McGuigan for bringing this adjournment debate here today. As a member for North Down, I'm going to speak more in generalities rather than in the specifics of North Antrim, but I do value this being raised here today. As Mr McGuigan outlined in his contribution at the beginning, the Department of Infrastructure's available budget towards cycling initiatives is extremely low. My notes are that's 2.3%. The Northern Ireland has the lowest spend on active travel compared to the rest of the UK, approximately £7 per head, compared to, for example, in relation to Wales, which is £23.80. So there is a real need to invest in our infrastructure to be able to deliver the benefits required. And I do look at the National Development Plan, which was announced yesterday by the Irish Government, with a degree of envy in terms of their commitment to weight and investment in transport 2 to 1 in favour of public transport, cycling and walking over the investment in roads. We do need to have a step change in relation to how we invest our monies if we're going to respond to the climate emergency that we now all face. As has been outlined by a number of members, cycling and active travel and exercise has great benefits, whether it's in relation to physical or mental health. And I know that personally because as someone who goes out running sometimes with Philip and with others, and also has now taken up cycling quite a lot more as well as a result of a running injury. I do that largely for 2 reasons. One, that you can eat the buns down in the canteen, because if you do that, then you can go out running. If you don't do the running and cycling, then it doesn't work out very well. And the other aspect is mentally, if you're stuck in this place until what's going to be after 8 o'clock and you don't go out and do physical exercise, it'll drive you around the bend. So you need the mental health benefits of physical exercise are very, very clear, and that's one of the reasons why I did the relay in Belfast City Marathon on Sunday. Getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning, you may wonder why you're doing that, but when you're at the start line and you're participating in an event, it's very clear why you're doing that, because you're engaging with physical exercise with other people and you're enjoying that, and that's a very clear reason. To me, one of the issues that I've already raised here and other people have raised is in relation to the investment and the need for that. And I know there's been an active discussion within the media waves really in relation to investment in health. And let's be clear, whatever investment we can make in our health and social care systems is to be welcomed. We do need that investment so we have good quality public services for our people, but also to ensure the staff are well paid. There has been a discussion about whether we take money from other departments to invest in health and social care. And I think that's a discussion that we need to have, because if we take money off, for example, active travel, and the investment in that, and put that into health and social care, whilst the reasons for putting in the investment in his health and social care are clear, we have to also have a preventative approach in terms of health of our people in Northern Ireland, and we need to be conscious of that. So taking money, for example, from sport, from the Department of Communities, and sending it into health, we need to be very clear about the impact that that may have, and we also then will have a health and social care system which is even more reactive rather than preventative. So we need to be very clear about the policy decisions we're going to be making over the time ahead. In relation to the walking and cycling champion, this is within the Minister's department. That is to be welcomed, but as like others in this House, I would support that role to be an independent role. To me, it should be encompassing both public transport and also active travel, because I think we need to have an independent person which, yes, supports the Minister, but also gives that scrutiny that's required, and particularly in relation to greenway schemes. And coming on to those, I think that they're to be welcomed, and there's been mentioned within this debate in terms of the benefits of those in North Antrim. But local councils particularly are charged for the delivery of that, and that will be Mid and East and Causeway Coast and Glens in relation to this adjournment debate. But they need to be given revenue support as well to do that engagement on the ground, to build support for these schemes, but also to be able to fund one path initiatives to ensure that conflict amongst the users of the greenways is managed. I know that within North Down, where there's a real need to secure hearts and minds through sustained engagement, and I don't think, frankly, we've got that right in relation to the North Down Coastal Path. There is a need to do that engagement with people in relation to that. Otherwise, you're fighting an uphill battle in relation to that. So greenways are good, but we need to bring people with us in relation to that. We need to engage people in relation to that, and the Minister needs the funding to be able to deliver upon what we're asking for today in this adjournment debate, or also in the previous motion. So I welcome this, and hopefully in due course Philip and I can get out running again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think a member did well there to speak about almost everything with the exception of greenway active travel in North Antrim. But nevertheless, the experience is growing on you. The Minister, I want to call it the Minister for Infrastructure, Nicola Mallon, and to say the Minister will have up to 15 minutes or so if you want to avail of that, or if you need to avail of that time. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And first of all, I would like to thank Mr McGuigan for instigating this debate on greenways and active travel infrastructure provision in North Antrim. And I would like to add my congratulations to the congratulations offered by others on our local athletes. They are inspirational and wonderful role models, particularly for our younger people. One of my key ambitions as Minister is to put in place measures that will enable people to do more walking, wheeling and cycling for the very many short journeys that we all make every day. And it's about giving people the freedom and confidence to travel by walking and cycling as part of their daily routine. I am committed to investing in active travel, as we have to address the issues of how we travel if we are to deal with the challenges we face in respect of health and well-being and the climate emergency, which many members have rightly identified. We just simply cannot continue to travel in the ways that we have become accustomed to if we are going to effectively deal with these challenges. And I wholeheartedly concur with Mr Moore when he presents this issue as one of public health, and I think it's very important that we don't lose sight of that in the wider current debate around investment in health. Members may know that in June this year I published Planning for the Future of Transport, Time for Change, and this sets out my determination to call time on the slowness of change here. And I recognise the frustration that members have that we aren't delivering the pace of change that we need and that our citizens deserve. And so I've been very focused in the department on turning the curve, and a lot of that work has necessitated culture change work in my own department as well. The benefits of developing greenways and active travel infrastructure are many, and members who contributed to this debate have rightly identified them. But I suppose the challenge here is that we all know the benefits that are derived from active travel and greenways, and we all talk about them, but there is still a reluctance to grasp the nettle and change things when they're on our front door. And I think we have to be open and honest about that. There is a challenge when we're looking to reallocate road space and we're trying to challenge people to adapt their behaviour. But I very much recognise that greenways can make a huge difference to the daily lives of people by providing the opportunity to enjoy safe and easy access to fresh air and exercise, and provide a vital leisure resource for local people and visitors alike, which is particularly pertinent to the North Antrim area. Earlier this year, I committed another £20 million of capital money for blue-green initiatives, and my department is currently investing £11 million on active travel schemes across the north. I also announced £2.5 million in funding for Greenway development in the 2021-22 financial year for projects that are ready to be delivered, and I am ready to make further funding allocations available to councils that are in a position to start construction soon. That is why my Walking and Cycling Champion wrote to councils yet again this year, seeking details of Greenway and active travel projects. And I do understand the point that members are making. The appointment of a walking and cycling champion at the heart of the department, I think, was a positive step, and it was actually in response to listening to active travel stakeholders. But the pace of change has been slow. Why I didn't appoint someone externally from my initial approach to this issue was that I wanted to change the culture at the heart of the department so that you're embedding active travel right across the department rather than parachuting someone external in and making it the responsibility of that one person. In saying that, I am open to consideration of other avenues to approach this, and I note the independent Sustainable Travel Commissioner that Mr Moore talked about. Of course, that would require legislative change, but certainly it is an issue that I am keeping under active consideration. I have also established new blue-green teams, Mr Speaker, in the department, and that's a first. We have never taken that approach before, and that's about ensuring that when we're looking at our infrastructure projects, when we're looking at resurfacing projects, for example, that we're doing so through the lens of active travel as well. The 1,000 signatures in Mr McGuigan's recent petition for the delivery of the Ballymoney to Ballycastle Greenway, and the fact that around half of those were from the local area, is a clear demonstration and indicator that there is local support for greenways. And if I could just take a minute or two to update members on some of the progress in respect of the greenways in your area. And Mr Frew was absolutely right. You represent a beautiful part of the world, and we should be maximising the opportunity for people to be able to walk and to cycle and to enjoy it. And as Mr Story said, in 2016 the department provided funding to Causeway Coast and Glens District Council for a feasibility study of the Ballymoney to Ballycastle Greenway. In 2018 a grant of £25,000 was offered to the council for a detailed design, but that study was not progressed by the council at that time. But my officials have had a number of meetings with elected representatives who are keen to see the project advanced. Officials have also met with the council and received a briefing on the work that they have done to advance their proposal for a greenway along this route. And I am pleased that this greenway has been designated as a priority project by Causeway Coast and Glens Borough Council and is currently progressing to an outline business case for the project. Causeway Coast and Glens Council has made an application for capital funding from my Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund, and my officials are currently considering the application, and I would hope for a positive outcome. In respect of the Cullibaki to Ballymena Greenway, and I know that's an area of interest for members as well, in response to the letter from my Walking and Cycling Champion, earlier this year, Mid and East Antrim Borough Council has requested funding from my Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund to complete a detailed design for this route. This greenway is identified as a secondary route on my department's strategic plan for greenways, and this would really open up and offer opportunity for employee modal shift, which is really important, given the Galgorm Hotel has 700 staff and obviously the employees there of Wrightbus. So I'm pleased to advise that my department is currently assessing this application along others, as we determine which can be invited forward for business case analysis. In respect of the Glens of Antrim Greenway, this greenway is another one that's identified as a secondary route in Exercise, Explore, Enjoy, a strategic plan for greenways. And the small section of the greenway was completed from Martinstown to Glenravel, and it was due to the strong community support for this project. And Mr McGuigan is right to say it showed that the community was ahead of their time, and it's important that we were able to harness that community support in the delivery of other greenways. An additional section of the Glens of Antrim Greenway from the Ecos Centre in Ballymena to Porshane was reviewed as a potential council priority scheme by the charity Sustrans last year, but the council has not as yet submitted this proposed greenway as one of their projects for capital grant funding from the Blue-Green Infrastructure Fund this financial year, though my hope would be that it is submitted in following years. I understand as well the points that members were making about trying to have a more strategic approach to the development of our Greenway network here in Northern Ireland and across the island. And I do think that we need to look afresh at how we might be able to drive forward that strategic approach through the work of, say, a third partner. I suppose the challenge here is that we're still in single-year funding, so an organisation needs to have some financial security going forward if it takes up this work, which would be resource intensive. But I do believe now, with the National Development Plan and a very clear commitment to Greenway development across the island, there are real opportunities here for synergies, and so it's something that I've asked my officials to be looking at. In terms of school safety, we have the cycling proficiency and active school travel programmes, and Mr McGuigan also identified the 20 miles per hour scheme that we're rolling out. I think there's 16 schools in the North Antrim area benefiting from that, so that is a positive step forward, but we also need to provide the infrastructure as well. And I take the point of Mr Alister's in terms of the new active travel path linking Slamish College to the active travel path on the Larne Road link, and I understand the frustrations that he has expressed. He's written to me on them, and I want to assure him that my officials are monitoring the impact of the scheme on traffic at school opening and closing times, and they're involved in a number of discussions with TransLink and with the school. In terms of a ministerial meeting, I would be keen to have any engagement after those discussions has taken place, so that we're having an informed approach. But can I just say, this encapsulates the difficulties that we have. We're criticised on one hand for not doing enough, we're criticised on the other for maybe pushing ahead, and the truth is it's a learning process, Mr Speaker. And I will, where appropriate, hold my hands up and say where the department and where I get it wrong, but we have to try to work together, and we have to challenge ourselves to look at encouraging children to be able to engage in active travel to and from school. In
fact, the Minister now is anticipating that she may have a meeting. I do say it was one of the most embarrassing experiences to have to explain to a principal of one of the premier schools in Ballymena that the Minister was refusing to meet him about an issue that had caused immense upset outside his school. The very least you have to do is reinstate the bus lay-by. Without that, Larne Road is going to be choked constantly by traffic, and it's not a question of the department acknowledging they got it wrong. Clearly they did. It's about righting the wrong that they made.
Well, what I would say in response, Mr Speaker, to Mr Alister is that I don't refuse to have meetings outright. What I understand from this process is that there are a number of discussions currently being held between TransLink and the school and my officials, and I think rather than have a meeting at this stage, it would be important to let that engagement take place and also for to be monitoring the impact of this particular scheme. Mr Speaker, I'm conscious of time, so I'm not going to rehearse, but we have a number of live active travel schemes that we're initiating through the area as well. I suppose the importance of all of this is partnership working, and I'm struck very much by the encouragement from members across the House to continue encouraging active travel, facilitating and providing active travel opportunities for citizens. But I will end on the words of Mr McGuigan, and this is about testing ourselves. If we want change, then we're going to have to push the boundaries, and the challenge will come when we're bringing change to our own front door. And local communities may be resistant to that because they're not used, and they're anxious about the impact that change might have. And so I think it's important that at those testing moments that we hold the line, because we have to absolutely do things in a new and transformative way. And active travel, I believe, is the magic pill. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Okay, members, and the Assembly is adjourned. Thank you and good night.
Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme